Chapter 1760. They're gone. From now on, the weapon refining sect will no longer exist. D. Tian is too cruel. The weapon refining sect has really kicked an iron plate this time. The experts of the entire weave couldn't help but sigh. They were even more fearful of D. Tian. It was normal for them to say that they didn't care before. They thought that D. Tian's reputation was just bragging and not worth mentioning. But now that the weapon refining sect had been destroyed, they truly realized how terrifying D. Tian was. Help? No one dared to do that. Right now, D. Tian was invincible. He had an invincible aura. They would just be throwing their lives away if they went. No one would go against D. Tian for the sake of a destroyed weapon refining sect. It wasn't worth it. D. Tian couldn't be offended. The experts secretly listed D. Tian as someone they couldn't afford to offend. They even told the younger generation of their clansmen not to go against D. Tian. They couldn't afford to offend someone like him. The weapon refining sect had always stood strong, but now it was destroyed just like that. Half-step celestial gods and celestial gods had all died in battle. The disciples of the crafting school would also suffer because of this. Without the protection of the crafting school, the disciples of the crafting school who managed to escape were all extremely rich. They had long since been targeted by someone in the dark, and now that an opportunity had presented itself, who would miss it? Lin Fei wasn't interested in small fries. The weapon refining sect's treasury was a little attractive. Lin Fei arrived in front of a ruin. It used to be a mountain range. There were incomplete array formations everywhere, which showed how powerful they were. Lord D. Tian, the treasury is below here. Lin Fei used his spiritual sense to scan the area. It was indeed a treasure trove. There were many layers of restrictions and killing formations. It was extremely horrifying. You can go now. The celestial turned and left as if he had been pardoned. Treasury? He didn't want to go in. It would be a lie if the celestial gods weren't tempted by the weapon refining sect's treasury. However, even the 5-star celestial ancestors sure had been killed. They were worried that they would be killed if they went in. Although the treasures were good, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, Lin Fei disappeared from the sky above the ruins and came to the layers of array formations. A black hole gate appeared in front of Lin Fei, and he charged through it. Fortunately, the self-detonation of the 5-star heavenly god had destroyed a portion of the killing formation, and its might had been affected. The killing move activated by the formation's restrictions was not very powerful. It took Lin Fei half an hour to force his way through these array formations and restrictions until a stone door appeared in front of him. The crafting school must have put in a lot of effort for their treasury, but now it's all mine. Lin Fei took out the heavenly deity saber and slashed at the stone door. After dozens of slashes, the stone door was violently broken. Lin Fei strode in and a huge treasury appeared in front of him. Good heavens, the crafting materials are piled up like a mountain. The treasury was huge. At the same time, it was an independent world. Lin Fei was completely dumbfounded by the sight of the mountain of materials. This was truly not simple at all. Lin Fei was not very interested in the materials, but if these materials were placed outside, everyone would come out to fight for them, and some of them were of perfect quality. One after another, Lin Fei chose to ignore all of the materials. If the system was updated and there was a way to deal with the materials, Lin Fei did not mind taking the materials for other purposes. The material area was huge. After leaving the material area, wow, so many weapons and battle suits. As soon as he came out of the material area, he saw a small mountain of weapons and battle suits, and even some other treasures. Lin Fei roughly counted with his divine sense, and the total number was over 10 million. Adding the two together, there were more than 50 million. There were a lot of things, but for the territory of this world, there were not many of these things, and everyone could not even get one. The crafting school stockpiling was just to control the quantity and achieve a monopoly. You guys didn't sell, now it's all mine. Lin Fei was not interested in these weapons and battle suits, but for the Tianyun Tower, the effect was very good. As long as the Tianyun Tower had weapons and battle suits, its reputation would rise after a few more auctions. Take it, I have to take it. Lin Fei took out the storage ring and put away the weapons and battle suits. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not have many things, and he had many large storage rings on hand. He took away all the weapons and battle suits, leaving nothing behind. If the heavenly gods of the crafting sect knew about this, they would definitely die with grievances. It took Lin Fei a lot of time to collect these materials. After all, when he was collecting, he had to pay attention to the surrounding movements, and he did not release the fusion. There are only so many battle suits and weapons, I wonder what other good things there are below. Lin Fei walked down again. His eyes lit up again. Not far away, there were many wooden shelves, each with weapons and battle suits. With Lin Fei's eyesight, they were definitely the work of a grandmaster. Lin Fei randomly picked up a weapon and saw that the quality was not bad, but it was still a long way from the weapons produced by the system. Not bad, not bad, there are at least 300,000 to 400,000 high-quality weapons here. I wonder how long the crafting sect has been storing them. These high-grade weapons were going to be collected too. Lin Fei continued to plunder the loot, collecting the high-grade weapons and battle suits one after another into his storage ring. Top-grade materials? These can be sold for money. I'll take them. There's even a refining method? This should be worth a lot of money. I'll take them first. The treasury was huge. Lin Fei did not stop, taking away everything he saw. Even if he did not want them, he could take them to auction. Cultivation method? Divine ability? They could also be sold for money. This time, dealing with the crafting sect consumed a lot of divinity points, and he had to replenish it no matter what. The crafting sect could only blame themselves for being too greedy. They had to pay the price for doing something wrong. It was the same for the crafting sect. In less than 2 hours, the treasury became empty. No matter what it was, Lin Fei had taken it all away. Low-grade divine weapons, godheads, and those things. After Lin Fei finished storing the treasures, he could not help but frown. He did not see any trace of low-grade divine weapons from start to end. Lin Fei did not care about other things, but he did care about godheads. He had a feeling that after the system upgrade, godheads would be of great use. The more godheads, the better. Now that he had not seen a single godhead, Lin Fei was naturally displeased. That old thing probably wouldn't put the godheads in the storage ring, so it must be in the treasury. Otherwise, there would be no need to station so many powerhouses outside the treasury. Lin Fei remembered very clearly that on the way in, the powerhouses hidden in the dark were all killed by the self-detonation attacks, including celestial god powerhouses, which showed how much importance the treasury placed on it. The treasury was an independent space, and Lin Fei suspected that there were other spaces hidden in it. After searching with his divine sense for a total of 7 to 8 times, Lin Fei smiled and punched a space, opening up another space. Hua hua! As soon as Lin Fei entered, divine power surged. This is divine power, oh my god, such dense divine power. Lin Fei was like a sponge, and the divine power drilled into his body, making him feel very comfortable. Outsider, who allowed you to come in? Lin Fei was still enjoying it. A black shadow appeared in the sky and pounced at Lin Fei. There's someone else? No, it's not a person. Lin Fei looked over, and the black shadow was actually a beast, and a pair of sharp claws was grabbing at him. Scram! Lin Fei waved his hand, and the divine power palm slapped the beast away, smashing it into a mountain range. I know, the weapon refining sex patriarch must be hiding in seclusion in this space. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and found that this space was even smaller than the treasury, and it was very well hidden. If it wasn't for his sensitivity to space, he would have missed a good place. Only that 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect could withstand such dense divine power. Come here. Lin Fei reached out, and his giant hand grabbed the beast's neck. His divine sense entered the beast's mind, searching for relevant memories. This beast was slapped by Lin Fei, but it was not injured, but it was far weaker than Lin Fei, and it was still very strong against ordinary 1-star and 2-star heavenly gods. After the beast was searched by his divine sense, its movements also became sluggish. Lin Fei smashed the beast's head with a punch, put it in his storage ring, and brought it back to Hairball as a great tonic. After all, this beast had transformed into a divine body, and it was very useful for Hairball to break through to the divine beast realm. After searching through his memories, Lin Fei also knew the origin of this place. What the old fart said before he died was true. This thing was actually left behind by the weapon refining sect's patriarch. No wonder the old fart's realm was so high. Lin Fei knew he came to the right place. After putting away the beast's corpse, Lin Fei flew to a valley in the mountain range. This is the place. There was a restriction array formation in the valley, but it was not activated. Lin Fei easily entered the cave abode in the valley. The old fart didn't activate the restriction array formation, which saved me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei stood in the cave abode with a smile. The biggest harvest of the day was here. The cave abode was not small, and there were many stone rooms built. Lin Fei opened the stone rooms one by one, and there were either supreme-grade materials or high-grade weapons and battle suits, which were much higher than the treasures outside. Low-grade divine artifact, it's really a low-grade divine artifact. In a stone room, Lin Fei really found low-grade divine artifacts. The only thing that displeased him was that there were only a few of these low-grade divine artifacts in good condition. Basically, they were all damaged. Did this guy go to that battle scene? He actually found so many low-grade divine artifacts and brought them back. Lin Fei did not care whether the low-grade divine artifacts were good or bad. Anyway, he took them back and converted them into divinity points. Roughly estimating, the number of low-grade divine artifacts here was at least 1,000. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted them. After sweeping through the stone rooms one by one, Lin Fei finally came to the other party's secret cultivation room. Sure enough, he found a storage ring here. It turned out that he did not bring it with him. These godhoods? Before opening the storage ring, Lin Fei noticed that there were a lot of godheads in the surroundings. The same situation as the low-grade divine artifacts happened again. These godhoods were all damaged, either broken in half or missing a third, as if they were violently smashed by someone and did not even have a chance to resist. Chapter 1761. Lin Fei was really shocked. After his 18 divine avatars combined, he could break through to the 3-star divine realm, and his combat power was no weaker than that of a 5-star divine realm. Most importantly, Lin Fei could use a lot of divine power to frequently use big moves. This was something no one could compare with. But even so, Lin Fei still couldn't break the godheads. The defense of the godheads was very terrifying, but now, these godheads were damaged to different degrees. The strength of the expert who attacked must be extremely terrifying. Could these godheads all come from the divine tomb? A place popped up in Lin Fei's mind. This place was the place that many people would go to soon. The godheads in the secret room should not come from other places other than the divine tomb. The godheads in the secret chamber made Lin Fei smile from ear to ear. Damaged? It really didn't matter. As long as they were godheads. It's worth it for these godheads. Lin Fei put away all the damaged godheads and counted 231, which was far beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Maybe I will be able to summon a divine king expert soon. After collecting all the godheads, Lin Fei also found some refining methods, which were useless to him, so he put them in the storage ring. After confirming that there was nothing else, he opened the storage ring and checked. There are also godheads in here, and they are complete. There are actually 38 godheads. Lin Fei soon found that the godheads in the storage ring were not damaged at all. Lin Fei was in a good mood again. He didn't find many divine stones, just millions of high-grade divine stones, which was not a big harvest. In addition to the godheads and divine stones, there were some top-grade materials, some of which were very rare, and each of them would cause a sensation. There's this. In a box, Lin Fei found a map and took it out. The map was yellow, and there were many lines on it. Originally, Lin Fei didn't look carefully, but when he caught a glimpse of the 2 words in the corner, he couldn't help but be excited. The Divine Tomb. Damn, I'm so lucky. I actually found a map of the Divine Tomb. Spreading out the map, Lin Fei studied it carefully. With all the good stuff in his hands, Lin Fei did not plan to leave for the time being. Many routes were recorded on the map. These routes were all marked in red, while the rest were all gray. Lin Fei quickly understood the contents of the map and concluded that it was a map of the tomb of the god of sin. The red routes had been explored and marked on it. He had finally figured out the source of the damaged low-quality battle armor and the damaged godheads. Now that I have the map of the tomb of the god of sin, I can go there myself. Lin Fei didn't know much about the tomb of the god of sin. He only knew that this was a battlefield, and it was a very fierce battle. Now, that place was shrouded in evil qi and was the most dangerous place. He carefully put away the map. This thing was extremely precious. Even a 5-star heavenly god expert had to carefully mark them. One could imagine how dangerous and terrifying the divine tomb was. It was definitely not as simple as people thought. After putting away the items, Lin Fei discovered something about space in the storage ring. It turned out that this space was called the God Refining Space, and was refined by the first-generation ancestor of the weapon refining sect back then. At that time, the first-generation sect master was already extremely powerful, and was also a great figure above, second only to the Divine Emperor Rancor. With the help of the Divine Emperor Rancor, he opened the passage and passed down the God Refining Space. The use of the God Refining Space was also very simple. As long as it was a sect master, they could come in to cultivate. Every generation of weapon refining sect had relied on the God Refining Space to become the strongest in weapon refining sect. When he passed down the God Refining Space, he also passed down the offensive techniques of the Divine Lord Dharma Idol. With the combination of these two, the sect masters of weapon refining sect were the strongest. A God power space refined by a great figure. Doesn't that mean that this entire space contains an unimaginable amount of God power? Lin Fei finally understood why the divine level stone he found in the storage ring were only around 1 million. So that was what was going on. Lin Fei was in no hurry to leave. Wait. When the system finished upgrading, it would absorb all the God power in the entire God power space. At this moment, the entire territory was shocked. The news of the weapon refining sect being swept away by Di Tian alone and being removed from the territory spread like wildfire. No one from that sect was in the sacred pill land. They were lucky enough to survive and immediately sent the news back. The territory was once again shocked. First, he killed more than 10 Empyrean gods, and in the blink of an eye, he destroyed the weapon refining sect. Any one of these two things would cause a sensation. However, what was even more shocking was that the 5-star heavenly god of the weapon refining sect was unable to kill Di Tian. Even after using the divine Lord Dharma idol to attack, he was still killed in the end. This time, the 8 great sects, the 7 overlords, and the other powers were completely moved. No matter how much Di Tian could kill a heavenly god, he could only kill a 1-star heavenly god or a 2-star heavenly god. Whether it was in terms of divine power or attack power, a 5-star heavenly god would increase exponentially. Such an expert was still killed by Di Tian? How could they show off their seniority? Kill Di Tian now? This was not something that 10 or 20 Empyrean gods could do. What a cruel Di Tian. He's so vengeful. The weapon refining sect is really unlucky. In a territory, at the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce's branch. When Tian Yang heard the news, he was also shocked. In such a short time, Di Tian had killed his way to the weapon refining sect and even killed the 5-star heavenly god, Old Ancestor Shi. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Men, prepare immediately. We're going to the great metropolis realm. Tian Yang, who had just left, had no choice but to return to the great metropolis realm. The weapon refining sect had been established for so long and had monopolized the trade of weapons and armor in the territory. Now that Di Tian had wiped them out, everything in the weapon refining sect's treasury would fall into Di Tian's hands. Tian Yang was extremely envious of such a huge amount of resources. Luckily, we didn't offend Di Tian back then. That guy really can't hide things. The weapon refining sect really hid things well. They actually have a super powerful 5-star heavenly god. What a pity, in another hell heaven chamber of commerce. Huang Chuan was also the first to receive the news. He was incomparably shocked, and his expression changed completely. Previously, Di Tian was very famous, but his strength was still a flaw. Everyone was afraid of the guy behind him. Now, Di Tian had once again displayed astonishing combat power. Di Tian had truly gained a foothold. Besiege? That would be foolish. Di Tian, the number one person of the younger generation, no longer had any doubts. Huang Chuan could not sit still either. He ordered his men to prepare warships and rush to the great metropolis realm as soon as possible. He hoped to get the resources in Di Tian's hands. It would be best if they could arrive before the Wind Cloud Chamber of Commerce. No matter how fast their warships were, they would not be as fast as the battle fortress. Chapter 1762. What are the rumors outside? At this moment, Lin Fei, who was in the special space, did not know. After sweeping everything clean in his lair, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He took out the delicacies that he carried and ate leisurely. He would not lose anything this time. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to wait for the system update to end. Time passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Fei ate the second bottle of wine, the communication jade talisman that he carried with him had a sound. He took it out and saw that it was from Tian Yang of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Their reaction is really fast. Lin Fei casually replied. Then, he received several messages. Other than the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce, Hell and Heaven, there was also Lu Ziyue of the Sky Fortune Building and the Great Commander of Primal Chaos City. Lin Fei expected their reaction as they were well informed. Ding, system update complete. Opening, just as Lin Fei was thinking, the cold voice that he had not heard for a long time sounded again. The voice that he usually found unpleasant was more familiar to Lin Fei than anyone else. Finally done. After a moment, Lin Fei opened the system and looked forward to it. Little demon. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to look at the system. He called the little demon. Without this fellow by his side, he was not used to it. Dear master, you really did not disappoint me. The first thing you thought of was me. With a flash of light, the little demon flew out with its triangular tail and stood on Lin Fei's shoulder. Damn, you grew up. Compared to before, the little demon had grown up. Lin Fei was shocked. The little demon proudly said, I have to thank Master for being able to reach the heavenly god realm so quickly. The system also improved, and I, as a guide, also improved. Naturally, I grew up. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. You grew up. Did you have new skills? You are not as useless as before, right? The little demon curled its lips and said in a wronged manner, I knew Master would dislike me. Lin Fei was speechless. You are a guide, is there a need to learn to be wronged? You are not a 3-year-old child. Acting wronged is a very shameless thing to do, just like acting cute. Stop pretending. You little brat, I don't know what you're thinking. Lin Fei mercilessly attacked the little devil. Hee hee, this is a secret for now. Let's wait until you look at the system. The little demon whet its appetite. Let me remind you, this time, the system upgrade, there are many functions that will definitely give you a new experience. So awesome. Lin Fei opened the system, and an interface appeared before him. He pulled out the attributes page. The system was the status page as before. Player, Lin Fei Bloodline, Time Bloodline, Space Bloodline Realm, 1-star Heavenly God Realm Distance Upgrade Invincibility, 567825224 Divinity Points, 98252274225 God King Fragment can summon an Eternal God King Powerhouse, Cultivation Technique, God Level 1/, Time Technique, 4, Space Technique, 3, Hongmeng 18 clones. God level technique. Position. Mighty invincible general, a general without an army, requires 100,000 divinity to activate. Experience treasure chest, heavenly god level, can open heavenly god equipment, including upper, middle, and lower. Experience treasure chest temporarily opened, looking at the new attributes. Lin Fei was first surprised by the upgrade. Damn, this requires 10 billion experience points? Or 10 trillion? Lin Fei was a little confused. Ding, the system is automatically replying. Player has stepped into a new realm. This is a new realm, and also a new journey. You have already revealed your invincible state, but this is not enough. The road to invincibility is still very long, and the system is tailor-made for the player to level up. You just need to collect enough divinity. The road to invincibility. It is that simple. Listening to the system's hot-blooded words, Lin Fei blinked at the little demon. It can't be, did I hear wrongly? Leveling up with divinity is enough? All along, Lin Fei was used to leveling up experience, suddenly replaced by divinity. Naturally he was a little unable to adapt. 100 divinity, if this news spread out, who knows how many people would be dumbfounded. You didn't hear wrongly, the system is also right, the road to invincibility is that simple. The little demon said very seriously, as long as the master keeps collecting divinity, leveling up is that simple. Lin Fei admitted that the system made sense. Invincibility was that simple. Who asked him to have the leveling up system? Next, my focus will be on divinity. This is forcing me to snatch divinity from them. Lin Fei touched his nose, pointed at an item on the attribute panel. Then what is this great general? I still need 100,000 divinity. When will I be able to activate it? The little demon smiled. Master, divinity is not that simple. Of course it is to kill people. There is no divinity in this world. Whoever offends you, kill. It is best to exterminate the whole family. 100,000 divinity. It is a piece of cake. All right. Lin Fei really couldn't refute, but, this mighty and invincible great general, I still like it. The name sounds very domineering. This experience treasure chest, will it also be opened in a different way, no longer requiring divinity points to open? Lin Fei temporarily suppressed his curiosity about the great general. This matter couldn't be rushed. Master, you're really smart. This is a new system, so there will definitely be changes. The chests are now divinity chests, so how can they be opened with divinity points? Master can use divinity points to open them. For example, Master can currently open them 10 times a day. As your cultivation increases, you'll only need 50 divinity points to open them. How black-hearted. Lin Fei was very unhappy. This is forcing me to get divinity points. Master, 50 divinity points each time is very cost-effective. If you are lucky, you can also get a mid-grade divine artifact, even a high-grade divine artifact. Compared to that, it is very satisfying. Lin Fei was speechless again. 50 divinity points, to be able to draw good things. It was indeed very cost-effective. This was a privilege that belonged to him. Originally, he thought that the divinity points that he had plundered from the nest were not small, but now, it seemed that the divinity points were just beginning to be used. How much would be used up? Lin Fei closed the attribute page and looked at the other pages. Compared to before, the system was more concise. There was no superfluous thing. Divine level technique promotion? On one of the pages, Lin Fei saw the promotion of divine level technique. This was interesting. Lin Fei opened the page, the image changed. Divine level / 1-star battle strength. Can be upgraded to 10 stars, Hongmeng 18 clones, 1-star battle strength. Can be upgraded to 10 stars, the time technique and space technique did not appear. The rest of the techniques did not have the corresponding display. Master, the techniques that you practiced before, the battle strength did not reach 1 star, only 1-star battle strength will be listed here. Chapter 1763. This function was good. Lin Fei thought to himself. Wasn't it just for him? With this function, he might be able to upgrade the 18 primordial god clones. At that time, all his celestial god clones would be 9-star celestial god realm. This upgrade isn't cheap, right? The function was out. Lin Fei knew that it would definitely be difficult to upgrade. Master, you guessed it right again. This upgrade also requires godhood. Each upgrade requires 1,000 godhood, and the success rate is not guaranteed. The little demon dealt a heavy blow. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. I knew it wouldn't be cheap. 1,000 godhood for each upgrade, 10 times would require 10,000 godhood. From the looks of it, the number of godhood would increase in the future. He was forced once again. Godhood was still godhood. The 18 primordial god clones were still very important to him. As long as there was a way, Lin Fei wanted to upgrade them. Even if the success rate was low, he had to try. Lin Fei still remembered that when he played this leveling game, he had used countless materials to upgrade his cultivation technique. Lin Fei closed this page and looked at the other pages. Each page was an eye-opener. For example, the embedding page was newly opened. One could embed all kinds of powerful attributes on god armor or god weapons to increase one's overall combat strength. There was even a chance to launch an instant kill like Holy Strike. Embedding these attributes needed to be bought with godhood. Just like now, godhood had become a common currency. Attribute stones were also divided into 1-star to 10-star attribute stones, and the price went from low to high. Every attribute stone had a success rate and failure rate. Similarly, there were also support tools. Lin Fei suspected that the system had fallen into a money hole. The cash-strapped Lin Fei could only watch for the time being. He really couldn't do anything. Who asked him to lack godhood? After looking through it, Lin Fei understood most of it. Overall, after the leveling system was updated, it showed its strong side. Of course, there was a prerequisite, and that was having godhood. As long as you had godhood, you didn't lack anything. Lin Fei felt like he was just a player. Unfortunately, it was not possible to top up. Otherwise, Lin Fei really wanted to top up a sum of money. After struggling for a while, Lin Fei did not forget something important. This special space was created by a godly venerable one. Is there any way for me to extract my divine power? Lin Fei asked. Lin Fei wasn't sure how many divinity points there were in this special space, but he was sure that it was a terrifying number. That's easy. Have you forgotten about the forceful extraction? Forceful extraction? Lin Fei immediately thought of one of the properties that he had just seen. It seemed to be called forceful extraction. It sounded really cool. He hurriedly opened this page's attribute window. Lin Fei was amused by what he saw. Good, that's great. With this, there's no need to be anxious. Lin Fei applauded. It was really tailor-made. If he had to collect it by himself, who knew how long it would take? The little devil had a disapproving look on his face. It's not as easy as you think after I level up again. Lin Fei was immersed in joy. Collect for me. He opened forceful extraction. Lin Fei only felt the surrounding divinity surging toward him, instantly drowning him in the waves of divinity points. A huge vortex appeared, and the divinity point vortex grew bigger and bigger. Boom! 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 His lair collapsed, unable to resist the divinity point vortex. Lin Fei's leveling system increased his divinity points rapidly like a rocket, breaking through 100 million. This speed was even more terrifying than the last time he absorbed at the Divine Mountain. The divinity point vortex expanded, and wherever it passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Without the nourishment of divinity, the earth turned into yellow sand, and there was an aura of death. With the divinity point constantly surging, Lin Fei was overjoyed. This is awesome. The system absorbed frantically. Lin Fei knew that he had recovered his capital. After absorbing the divinity point here, all the losses would be recovered. Ding! Congratulations player for breaking through 1 trillion divinity points. Ding! Congratulations player for breaking through 10 trillion divinity points. A unit of 100 million could not satisfy divinity points. The number of divinity points had also increased from 100 million to trillions. At this time, if Lin Fei attacked, no one could stop his crazy attack. After a storm, they would die without a doubt. In terms of divinity point storage, Lin Fei was probably ranked at the top in the entire territory. Lin Fei was still absorbing divinity points. As his divinity points kept breaking through, Lin Fei was also shocked. The divinity points in this world contained divinity points. How many divine stones had that hierarch expert refined? Unfortunately, the people of the weapon refining sect were not angry, and now they were all given to Lin Fei for free. 100 trillion. 4 hours later. Lin Fei's divinity points broke through the terrifying level of 100 trillion, and the speed did not stop. Fortunately, the system is here. Otherwise, I can only stare at such a good thing. An expert had a certain amount of divinity points in their body. The weapon refining sect was like a treasure mountain, and he could only use time to absorb and refine it. Lin Fei was now full of divinity points. If I fight with old ancestor stone now, I can directly use 1 trillion divinity points. Won't I completely destroy him? Lin Fei said to himself happily. That feeling was too good. It was a complete and utter suppression. Lin Fei became more and more confident. After the fusion of the 3-star realm, when the divinity points were activated, no one could block his attack. The strong absorption lasted for a full 10 hours. At this time, the space was filled with the aura of death. The mountain range that was originally full of vitality had turned into a piece of yellow sand, and there were no traces of it before. So comfortable. Lin Fei stood up lazily. His original lair had long turned into yellow sand. He now stood on the yellow sand, looked around, and sighed. That expert really invested a lot. Checking the divinity points, it was finally fixed at a terrifying number of 3,000 trillion. Lin Fei was now really a rich man, a big tycoon. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining 3,000 trillion divinity points. The little devil smiled. In the future, if anyone is unhappy, I will slap them to death. Lin Fei also laughed. Yes, slap them to death. I don't know if I will be able to slap them to death if I meet that hierarch shadow again. Thinking about it, I am really looking forward to it. Master can definitely do it. Back then, that hierarch shadow's attack power was not even at the level of 1 trillion. As long as Master can use 1 trillion power, you can block the attack. If it is 10 trillion, you can break through the defense and severely injure the opponent. Lin Fei blinked. You can even calculate this. The little devil laughed. Now that I have advanced, I can naturally calculate this kind of small matter. Moreover, there is something you don't know. You'll find out later. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You might as well not say it. You are purely baiting me. Chapter 1764. P.S. Only one update today. That D. Tian is still in the weapon refining sect? He has been in there for a long time. Is he recuperating? Why do you care what he is doing in there? He destroyed the entire weapon refining sect in one breath. Even old ancestor sure seems to have been killed. Who can be blamed for this? I heard that old ancestor sure coveted D. Tian's invincible weapon refinement technique and arranged for his disciples to surround and annihilate D. Tian. It's a pity that D. Tian is even more terrifying than we imagined. Yes, old ancestor sure has done this many times in the past. This time, he has really hit a wall. Whoosh. 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 A ray of sword light slashed over, killing the half-step heavenly deity who was talking. The other half-step heavenly deities also lost their godheads in the blink of an eye. Dog, how dare you speak ill of Big Brother Sure? You deserve to die. Whoosh. 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 A figure appeared in the sky. This person had a ferocious face and was as tall and sturdy as a giant. He stood in the sky like a ferocious beast. Not good, it is actually him. Jianghu. Since he is here, then, the expressions of the onlookers turned ugly. Facing the ferocious man, they did not dare to say anything. The ferocious man was very satisfied with his appearance. Not long after he appeared, 5 people appeared not far away. They stood beside the burly man and ruthlessly released their heavenly god aura, causing the surrounding experts' blood to boil. "First Master, are we late?" A thin middle-aged man glanced around with a sharp look in his eyes. All the experts who were swept by his gaze felt their breathing quicken. It was as if his gaze could see through their hearts. "You, come here." The burly man pointed. A 1-star heavenly god not far away could not help but come over. There were also some 1-star heavenly gods not far away. Their expressions were even more shocked. "Tell me what you know." That heavenly deity's expression and movements became extremely stiff. He recounted everything that had happened before clearly without missing a single detail. "We want to avenge Big Brother Sure. Big Brother Sure died so miserably. He killed D. Tian. This person really deserves to die." The 5 people behind the burly man all shouted angrily. The burly man's eyes flashed as he communicated with his divine sense. "We didn't come too late. I didn't expect that Big Brother Sure, who has been so wise all his life, would eventually fall into the hands of a young man. This time, we can legitimately act. It can only be said that D. Tian's luck is bad. Big Brother, you're the smart one. If we attack D. Tian now, no one can say anything. As long as we kill D. Tian, not only will the weapon refining school's treasures belong to us, even his invincible weapon will belong to us. D. Tian can kill old ancestor Sure. Isn't it a little risky for the 6 of us to make a move? Number 5, you are too cowardly. Who doesn't know that our elder brother is the most proficient in scheming? If he wants to act, he would definitely be confident in winning. Also, D. Tian just fought a huge battle and his divine energy has been greatly depleted. How can he be our opponent? That's right. With Big Brother's scheming, taking down D. Tian will be a piece of cake. Don't forget who we are. We are the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon. Just mentioning our names, who doesn't know that we are the most savage? The 5 of them were constantly communicating with each other using their divine senses. All of them had the same goal, to take down D. Tian. Since he hasn't come out yet, let's set up a formation and catch him off guard. The burly man and the others all started to move. Many heavenly gods were watching coldly from afar. Even if they were discussing, they were very careful. As for stopping them, that was simply impossible. I didn't expect the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon to come. All of them came at once. This time, D. Tian is in trouble. Rumor has it that the boss of the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon, Jianghu, was a friend of old ancestor Sure. His strength is not low. I suspect that he is a 4-star heavenly god. They are also shameless. They are clearly here for the weapon refining school's treasure, but they have the nerve to say that they are here to avenge old ancestor Sure. Since the 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon are here, others can forget about interfering. They are taking advantage of us. The people outside were all from the territory. It was impossible to say that they were not moved by the weapon refining school's treasures. However, with a terrifying demon present, no one dared to act rashly. The shock that D. Tian brought to them was something that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Although the treasure was good, they did not dare to make a move. For the sake of their lives, it was better not to interfere. Up in the void, there were a few powerful beings who were secretly observing the situation. The 6 Tigers of Heavenly Dragon came at the right time. They can test D. Tian. Such a big piece of meat, D. Tian is not afraid of swallowing it. If he eats the meat, he has to leave us some soup. If D. Tian shows signs of weakness, don't blame us for being ruthless. The weakest of these experts was a 3-star heavenly god. The weapon refining school was swept away, and old ancestor Sure was killed on the spot. The news spread quickly, and many experts came to check it out. When they heard that D. Tian went to the treasure, some of the experts had ideas. Could they watch from the side? If they were not careful, they might be able to tear off a piece of meat from D. Tian. They did not believe that D. Tian could still retain his battle strength after using so many powerful moves. Maybe he went to the treasure to recover his strength. Otherwise, he would not have gone for such a long time. Everyone began to get restless. Wait. The arrival of the 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon did not make everyone happy. These 6 tigers were strong and were proficient in an ancient combination technique. Their battle strength was not inferior to old ancestor Shurs. It could be said that they had the battle strength of a 4-star heavenly god, or even a peak battle strength. Everyone might as well hide and watch the show. The 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon quickly set up the array. Di Tian swept through the weapon refining school, and many people did not like him. Naturally, no one would say anything. The sky was silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something. After an unknown period of time. Just as everyone was wondering if Di Tian had left the weapon refining school's treasure vault, a figure flew out from below and appeared in the sky. Di Tian. Everyone's eyes lit up. He finally came out. Big brother Shur, I'm here to take revenge for you. Activate the array. An angry roar echoed in the sky above the weapon refining school. With a loud rumble, the huge array was activated. The originally clear sky was instantly filled with dark clouds. Lightning pillars as thick as buckets soared into the sky, one after another. There were a total of 99 pillars that stood between heaven and earth. The berserk lightning also gave everyone a fright. Someone exclaimed. The 6 tigers of Heavenly Dragon are so generous. They actually set up the 10 ultimate lightning dragon killing array. Many people had heard of this name, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. When they heard the name of the array, they could not remain calm again. Chapter 1765. The huge territory was now completely affected by the berserk aura. Any heavenly god could sense the terrifying aura brought by the formation. It was a real killing formation. When the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers were activated, its power doubled again. It was a killing move to deal with Di Tian. It was even more terrifying than Patriarch Shur. No matter what happened after the battle, Di Tian would inevitably be severely injured. They might even be able to take advantage of the situation. No one was optimistic about Di Tian. The 6 people in the formation each controlled an array flag. Seeing that Di Tian was trapped in the killing formation, Xionghu's eyes flashed with joy. In order to deal with Di Tian, they had paid a huge price and rushed over immediately. Wasn't it for this moment? 3rd brother, 4th brother, move. Don't give him a chance to attack. Xionghu controlled the center of the formation, while his brothers each controlled a portion. The formation was activated. Roar with a series of loud roars, the 99 lightning pillars turned into giant lightning dragons that were 100,000 feet long. They were ferocious and spat out lightning. Violent lightning filled the formation. Master, you're lucky. Someone came to die as soon as you came out. Amidst the violent lightning, a battle armor appeared on Lin Fei's body. Traces of lightning swept over, but they were shattered by the saber intent before they could reach him. There are so many people who aren't afraid of death. Anger flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Avenge Patriarch Shur? What a lousy excuse. Being trapped by the formation for no reason, Lin Fei was in a bad mood. These people really didn't know how to write the word death. That's good. Since my strength has improved, I'll start with them. The heavenly god saber appeared in his hand. Master, the offensive power of this killing formation is not bad. It has the combat power of a peak 5-star heavenly god, and it has 99 lightning dragons. It can be said to be a perfect killing formation. Unfortunately, there are a few weak spots in this formation. The refinement is not very perfect. Master, you can start from there and break the formation. When the time comes, you can obtain a killing formation. Lin Fei's mood improved after hearing the little devil's words. With the combat power of a peak 5-star heavenly god, this killing formation had become very valuable. Under the control of the grand formation, the 99 lightning dragons spat out lightning balls. In the blink of an eye, over 100 lightning balls had arrived. The power of each lightning ball was equivalent to that of a 5-star heavenly god. Lin Fei's HP also surged. The attack of over 100 thunderballs was indeed quite terrifying. Slow down time. Lin Fei used a time technique, and time energy flowed towards the balls of lightning. The terrifying balls of lightning instantly stopped. Master, here. The imp pointed in a certain direction. Lin Fei flashed past and charged in the direction he pointed. Open. The heavenly deity war saber struck one of the positions, and a door appeared in the seemingly empty space. There was a person sitting cross-legged inside the door, controlling a formation flag. This was the black tiger of the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. Big brother, it's not good. He's killing his way in. Damn it, how does he know where the door is? The black tiger who was sitting cross-legged was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. They were very clear about the prowess of this killing formation. The attacks of over 100 5-star heavenly gods were not that easy to dodge. No matter what, they had to pay a price. As long as the other party was injured, the follow-up killing moves would be endless. Their location wasn't that easy to see through. Black Tiger naturally felt a wave of horror. The other party was too fast, as if they had identified his position. Black Tiger, hold on, we're coming. Lin Fei rushed into the door and saw a sinister middle-aged man with cold killing intent. It was clear that he was a bloodthirsty person, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. You guys have guts. Ancestor Sure is already dead, and you still dare to attack me. Since you want to avenge Ancestor Sure, then go down and accompany them. Lin Fei raised the heavenly deity war saber in his hand and slashed out in a straight line. Thunder Shield. Black Tiger activated the formation flag, lightning gathered, and a large shield appeared in front of him. Crack. The saber light was overbearing, like an invincible beast, pushing against the thunder shield. The indestructible thunder shield shattered. Black Tiger's heart sank, and the saber light had already crushed his body. A godhead fell out of his hand. Ding, dropped a godhead, do you want to use it to level up? As soon as the godhead appeared, the system notified. Okay. On the system's attribute page, there was an additional 1/100 in the upgrade section. Awesome. With this slash, a 2-star heavenly god was killed. Lin Fei did not care much about the energy consumed. Ding, detected storage ring, there are 15 godheads inside, do you want to withdraw them all? The system notified again. Lin Fei blinked, such a fast reaction. The little devil said proudly, Master, you don't know this, but once the system is upgraded, the function is even more perfect. As long as the items dropped by killing people, the system will automatically withdraw them. Lin Fei laughed, this can be done. Withdraw. Ding, congratulations player on obtaining 15 godheads. Ding, congratulations player on obtaining 6 God King fragments. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was only 84 godheads away from becoming a 2-star heavenly god. Where's the next one? Lin Fei licked his lips, one had 15 godheads, the other 5 were probably enough for him to become a 2-star heavenly god. East of you, 530 zhang. Lin Fei's divinity flashed and he moved again. Inside the formation. The power of time was much stronger than before. Even the Thunder Dragon had slowed down. The leader, Jianghu, was very confident in this ambush. He predicted that Di Tian's strength would not be able to recover in a short time. As long as the Thunder Dragon surrounded Di Tian, the matter would be half done. Big brother, not good, third brother's position is out of control. Second brother transmitted his voice over. He was no longer calm, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. Jianghu sensed that the aura of the third brother, Black Tiger, had really disappeared. His expression turned ugly. Hold on, this is Di Tian's trick. Our position is constantly changing. Di Tian can't enter, and even if he does, he can't break through the defense of the Thunder Shield. Jianghu's words were just transmitted out. Cries for help came from other positions. Big brother, not good, he's coming in. We can't stop him. Big brother, quick. Jianghu was restless. Hurry up and reply. Are you guys still there? Jianghu suddenly felt a sense of unease. A grand killing formation was so easily broken by someone? Jianghu was unwilling, truly unwilling. No need to shout, your people are all dead. Suddenly, the space in front of him trembled, a figure barged in, appearing in front of Jianghu. I like this formation of yours, it belongs to me now. Lin Fei waved his heavenly deity saber, divine power surged out, slashing towards Jianghu. Divine power, 1 trillion. Chapter 1766. 1 trillion God power attack, killing is as easy as drinking water. Lin Fei, who had 300 trillion God power, directly used a large amount of damage to deal with such an expert. Jianghu's strength was not bad, but he was not a 5-star celestial god. One attacked ferociously, the other didn't know his background, so he naturally suffered a huge loss. Ding, dropped a god core. Ding, discovered 25 god cores. Ding, do you want to level them all up? Lin Fei didn't care where they came from. The only thing he was happy about was that they gave him the god cores. 6 of them killed, that was a total of 100 god cores contribution points. Such a good thing was hard to find. Ding, level up complete, congratulations player for entering 2-star celestial god realm. Ding, obtained 5 god king shards. Ding, player keep up the good work. Lin Fei blinked, I leveled up just like that, I don't feel anything. Opening the stats page, he really did rise to 2-star celestial god realm. The god king shards also increased to 41 god king shards. Leveling up is too fast, I'm already 2-star celestial god realm. Lin Fei really couldn't get used to this leveling up feeling. The little devil wasn't surprised, you will get used to it after a few more times, don't you feel good now? Lin Fei nodded, it does feel good, especially when we fought just now, the system analyzed that the opponent's attack is the strongest. This kind of crushing is really interesting. 1 trillion god power, killing Jianghu, the attack power was above the opponent's attack. This kind of attack was just right. The attack power is too high, I need to replenish god power too, otherwise I'll become a pauper. Lin Fei touched his chin, if people sent themselves to him every day, he wouldn't have to worry about leveling up. The killing formation in the sky was still there. Outsiders couldn't see through the situation inside, and no one used their divine senses to check, no one was willing to go to 6 tigers. Suddenly, the violent aura disappeared without a trace. The killing formation in the sky also disappeared, returning to its original state. After the killing formation dispersed, a young man appeared in the sky, dressed in black robes. At this moment he was like a towering mountain, destined to never be crossed in his lifetime. It's Tian. The heavenly dragons and 6 tigers lost. Luckily I didn't attack. The heavenly god powerhouse hiding in the void did not dare to linger any longer. He hurriedly left. In the blink of an eye, all the experts who had planned to take advantage of the situation had run away. He didn't even think about making a move. The scene instantly quietened down. No one dared to act again. The infamous heavenly dragons and 6 tigers were all killed, and the killing formation also landed in Tian's hands. How tyrannical was this? What was most unbelievable was that the entire process was simply too short. What a fast runner. Lin Fei's divine sense swept out and did not see any celestial deity powerhouses in the void. He was nowhere to be seen. Originally, I wanted to kill a few more. After all, a 2-star heavenly god needs 1,000 divine deity to become a 3-star heavenly god. The little devil chuckled and said, you're infamous now, and so are the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. Didn't they all die in your hands? It won't be long before your infamous name will be known by everyone. The news could not be hidden. When Tian was called the #1 expert of the younger generation, many people were skeptical and dissatisfied. But not long after, he swept through the crafting sect, killed Patriarch Stone, and exterminated the infamous heavenly dragons and 6 tigers. The weave was shaken once again. No one could stop the rise of a new force. Previously, there were even some experts who wanted to challenge D Tian. But now, they were all convinced. In the territory, who didn't know the status of the crafting sect? Because the crafting sect coveted an invincible weapon refinement technique, in the end, they lost both their soldiers and their wives. How could people not be shocked? D Tian's strength was also pushed to a terrifying level. Some people said that D Tian had the battle prowess of a 5-star heavenly god. Some people said that D Tian's battle prowess was already that of a 6-star heavenly god, or even a 7-star heavenly god. All kinds of rumors were spread. The 8 great sects and 7 overlords. After receiving the news, the 7 overlords first announced that D Tian would be the 8th overlord after the 7 overlords. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. The status of the 7 overlords was almost the same as the 8 great sections. At least, the 8 great sects could not do anything to the 7 or 8 overlords. Hence, the current situation. There had been people who wanted to be the 8th overlord a long time ago. Unfortunately, until now, no one had been able to sit on the position. The fact that the 7 overlords had all acknowledged D Tian as the 8th overlord could be said to be an explosive piece of news, causing everyone to be agitated. After the news came out, the commander of the ancient kingdom of chaos sent a message, congratulating D Tian for becoming the 8th overlord and asking the two to interact more. 2 of the 3 chambers of commerce also sent congratulatory messages to D Tian. This time, the 8 great sects were strangely silent. They did not say anything. Just like that, D Tian became the 8th overlord. In the great metropolis realm, Tian Yang and Huang Chuan arrived at almost the same time. When they came to the great metropolis realm again, the two sighed. Whether it was sweeping through the weapon refining sect or becoming the 8th overlord, it was big news in the territory. The invincible palace that D Tian had created had also become a new force in the territory. Its status was on the same level as the 8 great sects and the 7 overlords. The only difference was their strength. When the two arrived, the immortals of the great metropolis realm congratulated D Tian. Some experts who lived in the great metropolis realm for a long time were also considering whether to join the invincible palace. Congratulations, fellow Daoist, for becoming the 8th overlord. This is a little gift from the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Tian Yang gave a generous gift. They were all godhoods. There were 100 godhoods in total. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. Fellow Daoist Tian, thank you. Huang Chuan did not want to be left behind. He also gave a generous gift, also 100 godhoods. The two had done some research on D Tian. He might not be interested in ordinary things, but he might like godhoods very much. This gift was indeed the right choice. You're too kind. With 200 godhoods in hand, Lin Fei was in a good mood. He really wanted to thank the 7 overlords for sending out the news. No matter what their motives were, at least he had obtained 200 godhoods. Lin Fei said it casually. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan did not dare to take it seriously. The two first exchanged greetings. Suddenly, Tian Yang and Huang Chuan's eyes flashed with surprise. They noticed that D Tian's strength had unknowingly reached the 2-star celestial god realm. Wasn't this a little too fast? Even a rocket would not be this fast. The two were even more glad that they had come as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would have underestimated D Tian and the 2 large chambers of commerce would have suffered greater losses. They were still counting on the resources that D Tian had looted. Chapter 1767. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan paid a visit to D Tian. This was already treating D Tian's invincible palace as an equal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed to the great metropolis world and sent such a huge gift. Taking out 100 godhoods in one go was not something that just any faction could do. The 2 merchant associations were rich and overbearing. They didn't care about 100 godhoods. They had plenty of ways to get them. The 2 merchant associations felt that it was worth it to use godhoods to express their goodwill to D Tian. That day, the two merchant associations gave D. Tian news about the weapon refining sect. The two didn't expect D. Tian to act immediately. Once the news spread, they were stimulated. He didn't drag his feet. He said he would wipe out the weapon refining sect. Such a person was not to be offended. Leaving Invincible Palace. Both Tian Yang and Huang Chuan were in a good mood. D. Tian made it clear that he would take out a portion of the resources and hand it over to the two merchant associations to auction. This was also their main goal. Looks like I really have to thank the 7 overlords for helping me stabilize my position as the 8th overlord. Otherwise, Tian Yang and Huang Chuan, those two old foxes, might not have sent me such a huge gift. 200 godhoods were in his hands. The quality was very good. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that reputation was quite good. He could get many benefits. I wonder if the 7 overlords will send a gift as well. Lin Fei touched his chin and muttered to himself. No matter what the 7 overlords' motives were, Lin Fei understood his role in the territory. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to extract the God King shards. Inside the battle fortress, Lin Fei opened the system and used the 200 godhoods to level up. At the same time, he could extract the God King shards. 200 godhoods. The system kept sending him messages. Ding, obtained a God King shard. Ding, obtained a God King shard. Ding, obtained a God King shard. Compared to the previous draws, these 200 godhoods had a higher chance. Lin Fei smiled. He wondered if he should buy a batch of godhoods from the two merchant associations for him to level up. There was no limit to the system's need for godhood, as long as it was godhood. If he could get a batch of divine deity from the two great chamber of commerce, it would undoubtedly reduce a lot of pressure. After the system was upgraded, it needed divine deity everywhere. 200 divine deity, plus some of the divine deity from before, could be said to be a drop in the bucket, far from meeting Lin Fei's needs. Ding! Congratulations to player for obtaining 100 Godhead fragments. Ding! Do you wish to summon a God King? Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he threw the matter of the Godhead to the back of his mind. Even though he was very strong now, the Invincible Palace still lacked a true expert to hold the fort. With a God King expert, things would be completely different. Lin Fei was very excited now. I'll summon it right away. Lin Fei couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait for the system to immediately summon a godly king powerhouse. Ding! Player has summoned a God King. Summoning will begin now. Please wait a moment. On the status page, a large screen appeared. Many faces flashed across the screen. Some were fierce, some were gentle, and there were countless of them. After a full 10 breaths of time, the constantly moving image finally stopped on a certain face. Ding! Summoning successful. Obtained a 1-star God King. Learned a 2-star combat skill, Chaotic Splitting Wind Hammer Technique. Good at close combat. Skill can increase one's attack by 5 times. Lin Fei was very shocked. The God King that he had extracted seemed to have pretty good attributes. There was even an increase in attack. Although it was only 5 times, it was still pretty awesome. Lin Fei didn't have high expectations for a God King. Just the 2 words God King were awesome enough. It represented strength. While in the secret room, there was a flash of light. A burly bald man appeared in the secret room. A murderous aura rushed over, and the burly man knelt on the ground on one knee. Great Master, Ron is willing to follow Master for life. I will fight on the battlefield for Master. Kill, 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 kill. Once the 4 words kill came out, the secret room turned into a battlefield. Very strong. Lin Fei was full of praises. These 100 God King fragments were really worth it. From today onwards, you are my man. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Just the murderous aura released was terrifying, not to mention attacking. Okay, you can stand up now. Ron stood up and stood behind Lin Fei without saying a word. He seemed to have become a bodyguard. Lin Fei quickly discovered something else. The summoned God King expert was naked. Other than the clothes on his body, he didn't have anything else. System, do you have to be so stingy? No matter what, you have to prepare a set of God King equipment. Lin Fei cursed. This was forcing him to bleed. Helpless, Lin Fei could only take out low-grade god artifacts and low-grade battle clothes for Ron to change into. Master, it's too light. It's best to prepare a dozen more for me, especially low-grade god artifacts. My strength is too great. The weapons can't withstand my strength. Ron was expressionless. Okay. A dozen could still be taken out. I still lack god sparks. In old ancestor Stone's lair, Lin Fei had obtained over 200 god sparks. Most of them were incomplete and he used them to level up. He didn't exchange for many God King fragments. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for summoning the first God King. Ding! Player Lin Fei can continue to draw fragments to summon heavenly god experts. Lin Fei blinked, I can still summon God King? The system had an answer this time. Ding! Due to the restrictions of the player's level, you can no longer summon God King. You can only summon heavenly god experts. Only when you advance to the God King realm can you summon God King experts. This poured a bucket of cold water on Lin Fei. Very soon. Lin Fei thought it through. I'm still not satisfied. I'll be satisfied with one God King expert. Anyway, I can summon heavenly god experts. With more heavenly god experts, I can suppress the God King, right? Lin Fei laughed at himself. He immediately opened the system and checked the heavenly god summoning. 100 heavenly god fragments. That's not a lot. Moreover, it's random. If I'm lucky, I can draw 9 stars heavenly god. That would be awesome. Lin Fei soon felt bitter. He didn't have a god spark. Not to mention 100 god sparks, he didn't even have a single god spark in his storage ring. He could only stare blankly for now. I need to find a place to get god sparks. Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to list this matter as the most important matter at the moment. It was more important than anything else. After Tian Yang and Huang Chuan paid a visit to Di Tian, the Grand Commander of the chaotic ancient country, the Dark Overlord, and a few other overlords also arranged for people to send gifts. Other than the Grand Commander and the Dark Overlord who sent 20 god sparks, the other overlords all sent ordinary gifts. Although they looked good, they were useless to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't expect them to give him god sparks the moment they arrived. Back then, 4 of the overlords wanted to sneak attack him. It would be strange if they gave him god sparks. Lin Fei shifted his focus to god sparks. With God King experts around, there were some things that he could do. For example. Chapter 1768. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan settled down in the Great Metropolis World. Great Metropolis World was changing every day. The appearance of the 8th Overlord attracted many people to join the Invincible Palace, especially the heavenly gods who had been wandering outside. They all hoped to join a powerful faction. The Invincible Palace was the best choice. If they joined now, they might even become a founding elder. This was impossible in other factions, because they didn't have the qualifications. The Invincible Palace had just been built, and it wasn't well known. Now was the best time to join. When the two received Di Tian's message, they were both shocked. Information on the dragon race? Tian Yang's heart skipped a beat after sending them out. A strange look flashed across his face. Is Di Tian going to make a move on the dragon race again? After the incident with the weapon refining sect, Tian Yang didn't dare to underestimate Di Tian's actions. If he had reacted in time, he would have gained far more benefits than now. Once this thought appeared, it couldn't be stopped. The dragon race was a powerful race in the domain. The phoenix race and a few other limited races were considered the strongest races in the domain. Every race was a colossus. It was unbelievable that Di Tian was going to make a move on the dragon race. Go and investigate immediately. Also, report to headquarters. Tell them to send us the most detailed information on the dragon race. Tian Yang was decisive. Whether Tian was going to make a move on the dragon race or not, it was a good thing for Tian Yang. On the other side, Huang Chuan was equally shocked. His actions were the same as Tian Yang's. He didn't dare to underestimate Tian anymore. If Tian could make the dragon race suffer, it would definitely be a good thing. Master, did I hear wrongly? You want to bring us back to the dragon race? When Nine Dragon King was called over, he didn't know what was going on. When he heard that he was going back to the dragon race, he couldn't stay calm anymore. Nine Dragon King had been looking forward to this day for a long time. But now, he wasn't interested in returning to the dragon race anymore. Ever since he came to the great metropolis world, the dragon race's life had been very comfortable. Nine Dragon King didn't want to go back. No matter how good the dragon race was, it wasn't as good as following Tian. Ever since he followed Tian's growth was terrifying. Back when he was in the Dark Knight Galaxy, his strength had not been too high. However, after he had gone out, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even slain the powerful 5-star celestial gods of the crafting sect one after another. Right now, there were many people who referred to Tian as a god slayer specialist. This was because the number of Empyrean gods that had died at Tian's hands far exceeded the number of Empyrean gods that had been killed by ordinary Empyrean gods. Nine Dragons King saw all of this. Recently, Tian had become the 8th overlord. His status and influence were already on par with the 8 sects and the 7 overlords. This kind of speed was not something that just anyone could compare to. For the sake of the dragon race, Nine Dragon King felt that following Tian was better than returning to the dragon race. Looking at the current Yun family, their influence in the Dark Knight Galaxy was mediocre. Right now, the Yun clan was in charge of the Invincible Palace in the Great Metropolis Heaven, and was like a steward. And, you didn't hear wrongly. Back then, when I brought you out, I promised you that one day, I would bring you back to the dragon tribe. I will never forget my promise. Lin Fei wasn't sure what the Nine Dragons King was thinking. Bringing the Nine Dragons King back was, in fact, for the dragon tribe's godheads. The dragon tribe had a habit of collecting treasures. On top of that, they were one of the strongest tribes. They definitely had a lot of godheads. The mid-grade celestial god weapons, cultivation techniques, and clones that he wanted all required godheads. With a legitimate reason to make a move, how could Lin Fei miss it? If it were in the past, Lin Fei might have been wary of the strongest tribe. Who knew? There might be some old monster that could summon a God King expert. Although he was only a 1-star God King, his attack power would increase by 5 times. Even if he encountered a 2-star God King, he might be able to hold his own. This was where Lin Fei's confidence came from. The Nine Dragons King was touched. He knew better than anyone that the dragon tribe was still very strong. The 10 Dragon King bloodlines had many experts, and Tian had promised to bring them back. One could imagine how difficult it would be. Master, it's fine if you return to the dragon clan. Our dragon clan is living a good life. I believe that my bloodline of dragon clan will not hold any grudges against you. This old man does not wish for Master to fall into danger and gain another enemy. The Nine Dragon King said emotionally. Lin Fei had never imagined that the Nine Dragons King would say something like this. His heart warmed. He understood very well what the Nine Dragons King meant. Wasn't the Nine Dragons King worried that he might be surrounded by the Dragon Clan's experts? Although the crafting sect was strong, with ancestors sure, a 5-star heavenly god, overseeing it, their foundation was not bad. However, compared to the strongest tribe, the dragon tribe, the gap was too big. The strongest tribe, the dragon tribe, was born to fight. It was not something the crafting sect could compare to. They had more old monsters than the crafting sect. Among the old monsters at the 5-star heavenly god realm, there were at least 8 to 10 of them. Their powerful bodies allowed them to fight against 2 5-star heavenly god realm experts, and 8 to 10 of them could fight against more than 25-star Heavenly God realm experts. This was the confidence of the strongest tribe. Lin Fei suddenly burst into laughter. Dragon King, you were the strongest Dragon King in the past. Have you lost your fighting spirit after so many years? Even I, as your master, am not afraid, so what are you afraid of? In my eyes, the Dragon Tribe is just that. You're my people, so as your master, I have to stand up for you. Not to mention, I have a lot of enemies now. The 8 major sects hate me to the core, and so do the 7 overlords. Since there are so many of them, one more won't make a difference. Don't you think so? If you're still the strongest Dragon King in the past, then come with me. I'll tell the Dragon Tribe that you were the strongest Dragon King in the past, and you're still the same now. It had been a long, long time since the 9 Dragons King heard the word strongest Dragon King. In the past, for this bloodline, he had led his people into the Dark Night Galaxy, drifting year after year. His mentality had been erased, and he only hoped that his people could survive and multiply. At this moment, the blood in the 9 Dragons King's bones was ignited once again. Yes, I was the strongest Dragon King in the past, the future Dragon God. If even Master isn't afraid, why should I be? 9 Dragons King's eyes shone with a fearless fighting spirit. No, this old man isn't afraid. 9 Dragons King's blood boiled, this old man is willing to accompany Master. Even if it's a mountain of daggers or a sea of fire, I won't even frown. 9 Dragons King seemed to have returned to the days when he was in high spirits. Lin Fei was satisfied. Good, that's more like it. You're the strongest Dragon King, the successor. If you weren't at the Dragon God realm, how could you be the strongest Dragon King? Now, I'll help you become the strongest Dragon God. Chapter 1769. Boom boom boom. With Lin Fei's help, 9 Dragon King's aura continued to break through. With the support of his thick God force, he broke through the half-step Heavenly God realm and stepped into the true Heavenly God realm, becoming a Heavenly God. 9 Dragon King's strength soared after becoming a 1-star Heavenly God. He could also use many Heavenly God's secret techniques. Originally, a 1-star Heavenly God's battle prowess was comparable to a 2-star Heavenly God. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The dragon race was known as one of the strongest races. Fighting across realms was as easy as drinking water. There was nothing to be shocked about. Moreover, 9 Dragon King was the most talented among the 10 Dragon Kings. His battle prowess was not exaggerated. Lin Fei was not stingy. He rewarded 9 Dragon King with low-grade divine armors and low-grade divine artifacts to improve his battle prowess. In order to stabilize his battle prowess, Lin Fei sent 9 Dragon King back for a while. Wind Cloud Commerce and Hell Heaven Commerce also sent news of the dragon race in the shortest time possible. Tian Yang and Huang Chuan received a portion of the crafting sect's resources as they wished. They were overjoyed. With this batch of resources, they could suppress world commerce and widen the gap between them. After probing, they found out why Di Tian wanted to go to the dragon race. It was because of 9 Dragon King. What happened to the dragon race in the past was not a secret. It was not difficult for the 2 sects to find out. They could not help but mourn for the dragon race. The crafting sect was swept clean and about to be removed from the world. They did not know what happened to the dragon race. They were looking forward to it. Fellow Daoist Di Tian, if you go to the dragon race and have the opportunity, why not bring back some god bones? Our Wind Cloud Commerce is willing to buy them at a high price. Tian Yang said with a smile. Huang Chuan did not want to fall behind. Hell Heaven is the same. Both saw an opportunity. They could not miss such an opportunity. Whether they could get it or not, it was not a problem to say it first. That's easy. Lin Fei agreed readily. After sending the 2 off, Lin Fei flipped through the information. He had to admit that the information sent over by the 2 sects was very detailed. There was nothing missing. One of the strongest races, it really lives up to its reputation. Lin Fei flipped through the information and sighed. just the dragon clan alone has a total of 10 bloodlines. Although the 9 Dragon King bloodline is missing, there are still 9 Dragon King bloodlines left. Each bloodline has given birth to countless experts. Half-step heavenly gods and heavenly gods are also considered a huge number. Lin Fei was not afraid at all. I don't believe that the Dragon Clan has a God King overseeing it. Lin Fei closed the information and gained a rough understanding of the Dragon Clan. The news of the Dragon Clan returning to the Dragon Clan's base camp still made the entire Dragon Clan extremely excited, especially some of the older clansmen, who were looking forward to returning. Most of the clansmen had no interest in the Dragon Clan's headquarters. They were very satisfied with their current life. With the backing of an overlord, a professional god-slaying expert, the dragon race grew bolder and bolder. It would not take long for them to regain their domineering and peerless self. The 9 Dragon Kings' ascension to heavenly god also made the entire Dragon Clan excited. Their bloodline finally had a heavenly god. For this day, they too had been looking forward to it for a long time. If not for the lack of resources, their bloodline would have produced a heavenly god long ago. While 9 Dragon King was consolidating his cultivation, Lin Fei was not idling around. He took out the killing formation he had obtained from the heavenly dragons and 6 tigers and set it up outside the great metropolis heaven. Using a vast amount of divine stones, he set up the killing formation and hid it in the void. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei could go out without worry. As long as this killing formation was activated, it could kill a 4 or even 5-star heavenly god. This kind of attack could be used 3 times. For these 3 times, Lin Fei could be said to have invested a lot of capital. Now that he had a notorious reputation, no one dared to cause trouble. Leaving a heavenly god behind was enough. On the 5th day after 9 Dragon King stabilized his cultivation, Lin Fei kept the Dragon Clan in the battle fortress. After making arrangements for his family, he set off with the Dragon Clan to the Dragon Clan's base camp, the Divine Dragon Domain. The Draconic Divinity Domain was more than a dozen great domains away from the great metropolis realm, and the distance between each domain was enormous. Only Lin Fei's battle fortress would be able to traverse the distance in a short amount of time. Inside the battle fortress, most of the Dragon Clan went there. Except for some who were unwilling to go. Long Xianming, the Great Elder, also went there. It was the place where he grew up. He also brought his son and daughter there. The battle fortress was very fast. One after another, it passed through 7 or 8 domains. During this time, no one noticed that the battle fortress was moving. At this speed, it would not take long for them to reach the Divine Dragon Domain. Master, there seems to be a branch of the World Commerce Chamber in the domain ahead. Do you want to go there? Little Fiend sat on Lin Fei's shoulder, swinging his black inverted triangular tail. World Commerce Chamber? Lin Fei had some impression of the World Commerce Chamber. Back then, the 3rd young Master Feng had acted tyrannically because of his powerful background. In the end, he had been banished to some unknown place. Lin Fei did not have a very good impression of the World Commerce Chamber. That's right. Don't you need godheads? You might be able to obtain some godheads if you go there. Anyway, you have a reason to make a move. Moreover, everyone in the entire domain knows about your fierce name, Di Tian. Little Fiend egged him on. At the mention of godheads, Lin Fei was really tempted. He was going to the Dragon Clan to obtain godheads. Along the way, it was not impossible to collect some interest from the World Commerce Chamber. After all, the 3rd young Master Feng had offended him. That makes a lot of sense. As a demon god, I should also pay a visit to them. Lin Fei activated the battle fortress and entered the Divine Dragon Domain. Along the way, Lin Fei did not disguise himself at all. He went straight to the most bustling city in the domain. The appearance of the battle fortress still scared the passers-by. They thought that an overlord was coming. The ruler of this domain was a 6-star heavenly god. His name was Heavenly Soul Suppressing God. When he learned that an overlord was coming, he immediately showed himself. No overlord could be offended. There was nothing wrong with treating the other party well. May I know which overlord has come? Please show yourself. Heavenly soul-suppressing God transmitted his divine sense to the battle fortress. I am Lin Fei of the Invincible Palace. I am just passing by. I have no other intentions. Lin Fei replied with his divine sense. Suddenly, there was no response. This made Lin Fei very depressed. Was he really that scary? Heavenly soul-suppressing God's face turned pale with fright when he heard the words, Invincible Palace's D. Tian. Why had this fierce god come to his domain? And why was he swaggering around? He was a 5-star heavenly god powerhouse who had easily killed the weapon-refining sect's 5-star heavenly god. Everyone knew about his ferocious reputation. Moreover, since this person had made his debut, no less than 20 or 30 heavenly gods had died at his hands. He was a true god slayer. He could not afford to offend this fierce god for now. If he was just passing by, then so be it. What did it have to do with him? Chapter 1770. D. Tian didn't reply. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to say anything else either. As long as D. Tian didn't provoke him, everything was fine. The battle fortress swaggered forward. The heavenly soul-suppressing god was also very concerned, afraid that D. Tian would wreak havoc in the territory. As long as it didn't cross the line, the heavenly soul-suppressing god wouldn't care. After all, D. Tian's nickname of God Slayer wasn't for nothing. If he really did kill a few heavenly gods in the territory, the heavenly soul-suppressing god wouldn't be able to do anything. The heavenly soul-suppressing god didn't say anything. He just let the battle fort move forward. Apart from cursing D. Tian in his mind, he could only watch. It's going to the capital city? The heavenly soul-suppressing god watched as the battle fort appeared in the sky above the capital city. Could it be that a family offended D. Tian? D. Tian was infamous in the territory. Not only had he offended the 8 great sects, but he had also offended a few of the 7 overlords. There were enemies everywhere in the territory, but he was still alive and well. The most terrifying thing was that D. Tian's strength was unfathomable. Even ancestors sure of the weapon-refining sect had been killed. No one dared to fight D. Tian unless their cultivation realm was high enough to suppress D. Tian. In the sky above the capital city, the huge black mass also startled the people on the capital city. A battle fort. It was the most powerful weapon that only overlords could wield. No one understood why. Which overlord had come? I am Overlord D. Tian. I have something to discuss with the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce. Unrelated people, leave now. Don't get dragged into this mess. The battle fort disappeared, leaving only a black-clothed man in the sky. His calm voice spread throughout the entire capital city. The great demon D. Tian is here. Let's go. The bustling capital city suddenly became quiet. The people on the street had also disappeared without a trace. The street had become empty. Am I that fierce? Lin Fei asked 9 Dragons King. 9 Dragons King replied. Not at all. Lin Fei descended from the sky and appeared in front of the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce branch. The entire World Commerce Chamber was in a state of panic. Why did this fiend come to the World Commerce Chamber? A person's name was like a tree's shadow. D. Tian's name would have a great impact on anyone. He was someone who specialized in slaughtering gods. No matter what cultivation base you had, you would still die in his hands. What should we do? The president of the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce's branch was a 2-star celestial god. Normally, no one would offend the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce. It was enough to have a 2-star heavenly god overseeing it. Today, however, it was not enough to face a demon god and a god slayer expert, D. Tian. Activate the array formation. No matter what D. Tian's motive was, it couldn't be anything good. There was nothing wrong with opening the array formation first. Boom! When the restrictive spell formation was opened halfway, Lin Fei, who was outside, smashed the restrictive spell formation with a punch and swaggered in. He disappeared again and reappeared at the position of the 2-star heavenly god. I came to visit your World Chamber of Commerce, but you actually opened the restriction formation. What's the meaning of this? This two-star heavenly god felt uneasy as his sharp gaze swept over him. He didn't even dare to make a move. He laughed dryly and said, "Our World Commerce Association can't wait to welcome the arrival of an overlord. Activate the array formation. It should be our subordinates messing around. I will warn them." Lin Fei didn't think so. If the World Commerce Association welcomed him, they wouldn't have opened the restriction formation to prevent him from entering. There's no need for a warning. I heard that the World Commerce Association has a lot of things. It just so happens that I'm lacking a lot of things. I'm interested in your items. As soon as he finished speaking, chaotic voices came from the World Commerce Association. "Lord, it's bad. People from the dragon race are here to steal our things. Lord, we can't stop them. Thugs, a bunch of thugs." Voices came from below. The two-star heavenly god felt goosebumps all over his body from D Tion's stare, but he couldn't do anything. He had no doubt that if he made a move, he would be destroyed by D Tion. "Quiet, all of you, quiet down. This is an overlord taking things. What's there to make a fuss about?" The two-star heavenly god shouted at the people below. It was already a mess below. The dragons that came in were all fierce and ferocious. As long as it was something good, they would take it away. A portion of them broke into the treasury and looted it wantonly. Anyone who came out to stop them would immediately be beaten to the ground and their treasures would be taken away. How pitiful would that be? Lin Fei patted the other's shoulder. "Not bad. You're very tactful. Don't worry, I won't kill you." "That's right, where are the godhoods of your branch?" The two-star heavenly god's expression was very ugly, but he didn't dare to show any anger. He said like a chick pecking rice, "I have them. I'll give them to you right now." At this time, the two-star heavenly god was thinking about nothing else but how to satisfy D Tion. As long as D Tion was satisfied, he might be able to survive. Everything else could be discussed later. Lin Fei was very satisfied. People who knew what was good for them could live longer. Lin Fei didn't care about the items of the World Commerce Association. Other than divine stones and godhoods, he could ignore everything else. 53 godhoods. The World Commerce Association is very wealthy. Lin Fei glanced at it. 53 godhoods was a good harvest. Apart from this, the other took out a storage ring. There were low-grade divine stones and some mid-grade divine stones inside. "All the valuables of the branch are here," the two-star heavenly god said in a low voice. Lin Fei led the dragon tribe and swaggered out of the capital city after a round of looting. Everyone in the World Commerce Association's branch lost their temper. Many of them were bruised and swollen. The only thing was that no one died. At most, they were injured. The heavenly soul-suppressing god was also shocked when he found out that D Tion had looted the World Commerce Association's branch. Not many people dared to rob the World Commerce Association's branch. D Tion is really ruthless. He robbed the World Commerce Association openly. I wonder who in the World Commerce Association offended D Tion. The heavenly soul-suppressing god shook his head. Fortunately, D Tion didn't attack other places after robbing the World Commerce Association. The heavenly soul-suppressing god heaved a sigh of relief when he left the territory. The robbery of a World Commerce Association's branch had nothing to do with him. He was most afraid of being targeted by D Tion. In any case, there was someone else to worry about. At the same time, the heavenly soul-suppressing god sent a message to the other heavenly gods. They could offend anyone but D Tion. If anyone offended D Tion, he would be the first to deal with them. Awesome. Long Xiantian also looted many treasures. To the dragon race, everything was useful. This was a great feeling. It was the same for the other dragon tribe members. Basically, all of them had gained something. It was just a matter of time, but it made them happy for a while. They could only dream about robbing the 3 top chambers of commerce. They really didn't dare to do it. Chapter 1771. Who was the fiercest recently? It was none other than the 8th overlord, Di Tian. In the vast territory, as long as Di Tian passed through the territory, the World Commerce Chamber's branches were wiped out by the ferocious dragon tribe. The dragon tribe would not let go of anything that was presentable. Even the materials and stones on the ground were dug up. The entire World Commerce Chamber's branches were riddled with holes. Anyone who dared to resist along the way would undoubtedly be surrounded and killed. Heavenly God powerhouses? When they heard Di Tian's name, they were so frightened that they did not dare to make a move. Di Tian was the one everyone was most afraid of. At the same time, he had the terrifying title of Professional Godslayer. That was the scariest thing. In the meantime, a few heavenly gods from the World Commerce Chamber's branches tried to use violence, but they were killed by Di Tian. Hence, everyone became obedient. The territory lords of the territories all remained silent. What Di Tian wanted to do was none of their business. After all, it did not touch their bottom line, so there was nothing to worry about. After all, they were robbing the World Commerce Chamber's branches. They were rich and might not even care. Why should they interfere and offend Di Tian? Di Tian was a straightforward person in every territory. When Di Tian left to wreak havoc in other territories, they might even have to applaud and drink to calm their nerves. The title of Professional Godslayer became true. The territory lords of the territories were not idle either. They arranged for people to gather information, and finally received news that third young Master Feng of the World Commerce Chamber had once targeted Di Tian. This time, Di Tian was here for revenge. In a short period of time, he had wiped out 7 or 8 World Commerce Chamber's branches, causing them to suffer heavy losses. When the news spread, there was an uproar. Di Tian was here to take his revenge. Vast Heaven's secret realm. It was an ancient secret realm. Later, it was occupied by a group of people. Over time, it became the breeding ground of various races. Later, it gained a resounding name. The World Commerce Chamber's headquarters. There were very few people who knew the location of the headquarters. Even if they found it, they might not be able to enter. It was rumored that outside the vast Heaven's secret realm, there were densely packed formations and restrictions. Most of them were super-killing formations. Even heavenly gods would not be able to return if they entered. Bastard, this bastard. He's taking revenge. Hearing the latest news from his subordinates. A stern-looking middle-aged man in the hall couldn't help but curse. There were a few people standing in the hall, and all of them had their heads lowered. They didn't dare to provoke the president's anger, and they were cursing Di Tian more than 100 times in their hearts. Feng Wanquan frowned. As the vice president of the World Chamber of Commerce, he also had a headache. He had never imagined that such a small matter would lead to such an outcome. In a short period of time, the World Commerce Chamber had lost 8 branches, and the losses were uncountable. 5 heavenly gods and more than 10 sovereign realm experts were killed. Losing the goods was fine, but World Commerce's face had been slapped resoundingly. Right now, the entire weave was probably looking at world commerce as a joke. Feng Wanquan wanted to slap his disappointing son to death. Father, that bastard Di Tian is clearly here for revenge. I suggest that we gather all the heavenly god experts in the nearest territory to stop Di Tian from acting recklessly. At the very least, we have to let him know how powerful our world commerce is. Feng Qian said viciously. This was Feng Wanquan's eldest son, and he was a fierce and aggressive fellow. I also agree with Big Brother. Di Tian is too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid he won't stop, said another young man who looked similar to Feng Gan. He was the second young master of Feng Clan, Feng Gang. President, we need to arrange experts to stop Di Tian from sweeping through our branches. The World Commerce Chamber's elders will probably agree. Everyone present was Feng Wanquan's men, and they all agreed that it was best to send experts to deal with Di Tian. Feng Wanquan was very disappointed. These people only knew how to deal with D. Tian, but they didn't know how much effort they had to pay. Even the weapon refining sect that had monopolized the weapons had been destroyed. Dealing with D. Tian was easier said than done. This was also something that gave Feng Wanquan a headache. If D. Tian was really that easy to deal with, Feng Wanquan would have arranged for people to take action without his two sons' reminder. He wouldn't have waited until now. President, the head president wants to inform you to go to the conference hall for a meeting. Someone suddenly came in from outside and informed Feng Wanquan. Then, the person turned around and left. Feng Wanquan's expression instantly turned ugly. This matter had escalated to a major issue, and the head president had also called for a meeting. All right, stay here and wait for me to come back after the meeting. Feng Wanquan felt a headache just thinking about it. This meeting was definitely targeted at him. If he knew that his youngest son was unreliable, he wouldn't have arranged for him to go. The other two vice presidents definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity to target him. The World Commerce Chamber's influence suffered a huge blow. The Wind Cloud Commerce Chamber and the Hell Heaven Commerce Chamber also took the opportunity to expand their territories, seizing the original shares of the World Commerce Chamber. When D. Tian swept through these territories, the shares of the World Commerce Chamber were quickly devoured by these two. By the time the other World Commerce Chambers reacted, their shares had already been devoured. All of them regretted coming late. This is awesome. The battle fortress left another territory. The dragon tribe felt great again. Now, every member of the dragon tribe was rich. In vulgar terms, they were all tycoons. Just the materials they had on them could be exchanged for a large number of holy stones. Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything else. He was only interested in godheads and divine stones. This pleasurable method made the members of the dragon tribe worship D. Tian even more. After all, the dragon tribe naturally liked shiny things. Holy stones were undoubtedly a good choice. Nine Dragons King was also very happy. The clansmen he led hadn't obtained anything good from start to end. They were one of the strongest clansmen, but they used scrap metal. They would be laughed at if they went out. Ever since they followed D. Tian, the clansmen's pockets bulged. They had changed their treasures too. They were invincible among their peers. Just like this time, they had swept through 8 World Commerce Chamber branches and obtained a large number of treasures. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't be so generous. It would be strange if they didn't take everything. But D. Tian was different. He didn't care about these things. In his words, he ate meat, and his subordinates also had to drink hot soup. Just because of this simple sentence, the clansmen that came out all obtained a large number of treasures. Whether they used them in the future or kept them for themselves, they didn't have to worry about becoming poor. Nine Dragons King admired D. Tian even more. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei's harvest wasn't bad either. After sweeping through that branch, he had obtained a total of 300 godheads and extracted 83 heavenly god fragments. Just as Lin Fei planned to continue sweeping, the World Commerce Chamber branches in other territories were all empty. This trip was in vain. Lin Fei was very disappointed. He had lost another place to collect godheads. After going to several territories, all the World Commerce Chamber branches were the same. No one. All kinds of treasures were moved away accordingly. Chapter 1772. Under the vast starry sky. A gigantic black ship flew past them. It was so fast that it could not be detected with divine sense. It passed through one star after another, one world after another, and finally crossed a weave, heading towards the next weave. Daoist Sanluo, thank you for sending us all the way to the Draconic Weave. The colossal black object was a war weapon, a battle fortress. The person who controlled the battle fortress was the Sanluo overlord. Ordinary warships could not break through the limits of a large weave. Only a battle fortress could do it. It could travel as far as possible in the shortest amount of time. Any one of the 7 overlords was very popular. Many heavenly gods needed to travel to distant weaves, or even dangerous secret realms. Almost all of them would find an overlord to send them there. The price to pay for a single trip using a battle fortress was astonishing. Only a heavenly god could afford such a price. President Feng, you must be joking. We've been friends for many years. It's just going to the Draconic Weave. It's not a big deal. The Senluo overlord laughed. President Feng was naturally Feng Wanquan. After the World Commerce Association held a meeting, everyone was furious about Di Tian's revenge. They were determined to deal with Di Tian. Otherwise, the World Commerce Association would lose face. As the culprit, third young master Feng was also targeted. His father, Feng Wanquan, was inevitably targeted. This time, Feng Wanquan did not know how to explain himself. Fortunately, his faction was quite powerful in the World Commerce Association, and they managed to fend off the other people's attacks. For this, Feng Wanquan had to pay a heavy price. At the end of the meeting, Feng Wanquan was arranged to go to the Draconic Weave to contact the current dragon god. He wanted the Draconic Weave's people to make a move and keep Di Tian in the Draconic Weave. At the very least, they had to severely injure him. It was not a secret that Di Tian had brought someone back to the Draconic Weave. It was very easy to investigate a large organization like the World Commerce Association. Connecting the dots, the upper echelons of the World Commerce Association knew what Di Tian wanted to do. He wanted to wreak havoc in the Draconic Weave. This made the World Commerce Association realize that this was an opportunity. The World Commerce Association had suffered heavy losses this time. Not only had they lost heavenly gods, but they had also lost a large number of treasures, including godheads. They had to take revenge. He needed to think carefully about how he was going to do it. Feng Wanquan was forced to take action. For this reason, he brought out a total of 20 heaven god experts from the World Commerce Hall. Among them, 2 were 5-star heaven gods, 5 were 4-star heaven gods, and the rest were 3-star heaven gods. Such a powerful force had been gathered to deal with Di Tian. Their main force was naturally the dragons of the Draconic God territory. Feng Wanquan and the Senluo overlord had been friends for many years. This time, he was representing the World Chamber of Commerce, so he had to pay what he had to. This was also a huge contribution. I heard that you fought with Di Tian before, Senluo. I wonder what your impression is? The Senluo overlord already knew the purpose of this trip. The World Commerce Guild went to Di Tian to vent their anger, but they weren't the main force. Di Tian is evil to the core. The Senluo Transcendent still couldn't forget what happened back then. He had truly suffered a huge setback. When Di Tian became the 8th Transcendent, he had contributed a lot of effort, all for the sake of drawing more hatred towards Di Tian. If we can avoid fighting directly, it's best not to do so. Naturally, this is my personal opinion. Feng Wanquan frowned as well. Even an old friend said that. This time, the dragon race was even more likely to make a move. I heard that the Draconic God territory is going to hold a new Dragon God convention to compete for the right of succession. All sorts of experts from the dragon race will be participating, and it seems that the strongest races will also be there to watch. I believe it will be very interesting, the Senluo Transcendent said casually. A strange look flashed across Feng Wanquan's eyes. The Senluo Transcendent also noticed the change in Feng Wanquan's expression. He thought, Di Tian, don't think that you're so great just because you wiped out the crafting sect. If you dare to go after the dragon race, you'll definitely be badly injured. With your meager strength, you won't be able to suppress them at all. I'd like to see you make a fool of yourself. The World Chamber of Commerce branch was empty. Lin Fei gave up on sweeping and rushed to the Draconic God territory at full speed. In the following days, the battle fortress advanced at high speed. Lin Fei didn't really care about the energy points it consumed. Wool comes from the sheep's back, so he didn't have to worry about it. It took him a whole month's time. Lin Fei and the others were infinitely close to the Draconic God territory. Almost all the people who appeared here were dragons or dragon men who were a mix of humans and dragons. It's been so many years. I didn't expect to come back one day. 9 Dragons King stood on a platform in the fortress, looking down at the world of stars below. He was filled with emotion. A familiar feeling rose in his heart. Home. It was still home. No matter how much time had passed, there was still a home in his heart. The draconic god territory was his home. Lin Fei stood not far from Nine Dragons King. Are you afraid? Nine Dragons King laughed. Not at all. There are no dragons who are afraid of death. Even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, there's still a master. What a bootlicker. Before reaching the draconic god territory, Lin Fei could see that the people living outside the territory were all very strong, especially the demonic beasts. Your brothers should know that you're going back to the draconic god territory. Lin Fei looked into the distance. I wonder what expression they'll have now. From the moment he released the dragons to sweep the World Chamber of Commerce branch, Lin Fei had no intention of hiding his whereabouts. It was necessary to keep a high profile. Lin Fei wanted to put some pressure on the people of the draconic god territory so that the territory would fall into chaos. Many of them should feel guilty about what happened in the past. Whoosh! Suddenly, the distant sky turned bright red. The vast starry sky was dyed fiery red. Waves of scorching aura hit them in the face, as if they had fallen into an endless sea of fire. This seems to be the aura of the strongest phoenix race. Nine Dragons King looked at the sky, shocked. As expected, not long after, a million zhang tall Hufeng flew across the sky. Everywhere it passed, the starry sky was scorching hot. From where they were, they could see many people standing on top of Hufeng. A moment later, the giant Hufeng disappeared, leaving behind a sea of fire. What a divine beast! Its power is actually so strong. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen a divine beast. Moreover, it was a very powerful divine beast. A divine beast is nothing. Sooner or later, I will become a divine beast, and the strongest one at that. Hairball, who was lying on Lin Fei's shoulder, said with dissatisfaction. Eat it, eat it. Lin Fei comforted. Good, good, you are the strongest divine beast. When did the dragons get so close to the phoenixes? Lin Fei asked curiously. The closer they got to the draconic god territory, the more people were heading there. Chapter 1773. The strongest races outside the draconic god we've kept appearing. In less than half a day, 5 of the strongest races had appeared. Lin Fei could sense that something big was about to happen in the draconic god weave. Otherwise, the strongest races would not have come to the dragon tribe. Could it be that they were targeting his group? Lin Fei thought it was impossible. He was very famous and fierce, and he was the newly promoted 8th overlord. To the first and second-rate forces, he was indeed a force to be feared. In front of these strongest races, they would not give him any face. They would disdain him. No matter which race it was, the strongest of them would always be stronger than the crafting school's 5-star Empyrean gods. They could easily send out several 5-star Empyrean gods. That was the advantage of being the strongest race. Curious, Lin Fei sent people out to investigate. He was not in a hurry to enter the draconic god weave. He might as well understand the situation first. He was not a reckless person. The draconic god weave is holding the dragon god convention in 3 days? These strongest races are here to watch? Lin Fei was shocked when he heard the news. He turned to look at Nine Dragon King. What is the purpose of this dragon god convention? Why are the strongest races appearing one after another? Nine Dragon King had a complicated expression. He sighed. I didn't expect it to be the dragon god convention. Lin Fei noticed that Nine Dragon King was in low spirits. At this time, Long Xianming exclaimed, Father, is this the same as the dragon god convention back then? Nine Dragon King nodded bitterly. So many years have passed. I didn't expect to see the dragon god convention again. Is this to welcome us? Master, I've embarrassed myself. Nine Dragon King quickly recovered. This Dragon God convention is actually to select the next Dragon God we've master. I was one of the candidates back then, but Lin Fei hadn't asked about the 9 Dragons King's past, but from the bits and pieces he had gathered, he knew that the 9 Dragons King seemed to have met his demise at the Dragon God convention. In the end, he fled to the Dark Night Galaxy and drifted aimlessly. Every Dragon God convention is the most sensational event in the entire Dragon God domain. As the strongest races, they would also come to spectate. Their geniuses would spar with each other, trying to get closer to each other. This is also the reason why the strongest races are independent of the 8 major sects and 7 hegemonic powers. 9 Dragons King added. Lin Fei understood. If what happened back then didn't happen, then you should be the one who initiated the Dragon God convention this time, right? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Sigh, that's all in the past. The 9 Dragons King did not answer directly, but his meaning was clear. Master, this generation's Dragon God is holding a Dragon God convention to select the strongest of the younger generation from the 9 bloodlines Dragon Clan to become the Dragon God of the Dragon Clan. With the gathering of the strongest clans, the Dragon Clan's influence has reached its peak. In my opinion, let's forget about this matter. 9 Dragons King was worried. He understood the meaning of the Dragon God convention better than anyone else. Having the strongest clans spectate was also a form of communication. When the time came, experts would gather. If Huang Xiaolong recklessly charged in, he would inevitably fall into a dangerous situation and might even die here. 9 Dragons King did not want Huang Xiaolong to stand up for him. Even if Huang Xiaolong wanted to go, he had to wait until the Dragon God convention was over. When the strongest clans had all left the Dragon Clan, then he could make a move. Now was definitely not the time. Lin Fei shook his head. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. Since we're already here, don't you think it'll be boring if we don't do something? Coincidentally, the Dragon God convention is about to be held, so we might as well make a big splash and let everyone know that my people are not to be bullied. Don't you think it'll be interesting? 9 Dragons King really did not know what to say. Lin Fei added, You've been away from the Dragon God domain for so long. Do you still have anyone you can trust in the Dragon God domain? We can't just barge in recklessly. We need to find someone to understand the general situation. Once decided, no one could change Lin Fei's mind. 9 Dragons King was even more grateful to Lin Fei. He clearly knew that the Dragon God domain was filled with experts, but Huang Xiaolong still stood up for him. How many people could do that? Master, since that's the case, then this old man will throw caution to the wind. 9 Dragons King's blood boiled. At worst, it would be a fierce battle. In the Dragon God domain, if there's anyone I can trust, it should be my 6th brother. I wonder how he is now. Then let's go find your 6th brother. The Dragon God domain was huge. It was even bigger than the previous domains. Its overall strength was also several times that of the other domains. All kinds of demonic beasts and ferocious beasts lived here, and every one of them was powerful. There were even mixed bloods of the dragon race and dragon men, making up the huge Dragon God domain. Lin Fei put away the battle fortress and moved alone in the Dragon God domain. With the help of space techniques, no one noticed him. Under 9 Dragons King's guidance, Huang Xiaolong headed in the direction of his 6th brother. Flying in the Dragon God domain, all kinds of ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. They wore beast hide armor and carried large axes. It's changed. Everything has changed. At a certain location, 9 Dragons King suddenly let out a sigh. At Lin Fei's position, there was a vast plain and a large city with a large population. With a slight sense, he could sense countless powerful auras in the city. Those who could give Lin Fei such powerful auras were at least 4-star heavenly gods. Just now, he could sense at least a few dozen 4-star heavenly gods and above in the city. Among them, there were even a few that were very obscure and terrifying. You recognize this place? Master, you might not know this, but there are a total of 10 Dragon Kings in the Dragon God domain. Each Dragon King is given a fief, and each of them occupies a place in the Dragon God domain. This is where I, Nine Dragons King, was conferred my title. Nine Dragons King's expression was ugly. After I left, this place was probably conferred to another Dragon King. Lin Fei looked at the city below. This place will come back sooner or later. No one can take it away. Perhaps because he saw the thief, Nine Dragons King's expression did not look good, as if he had suffered a huge blow and could not accept it. Lin Fei could understand Nine Dragons King's feelings. No one would be able to accept such a scene. Under Nine Dragons King's guidance, Lin Fei soon arrived in the sky above a large city. This city was 3 times bigger than Nine Dragons King's fief, and it was bustling with people. A giant dragon statue stood in the square in the center of the city. He's still here, my 6th brother is still here. Nine Dragons King was also released, standing beside Lin Fei. Looking at the statue in the square, he was unusually excited. He was worried that after he left that year, his 6th brother, who had been the closest to him, would be affected. Looking at it now, at least, he was fine. Chapter 1774. Just like that, Lin Fei and Nine Dragons King walked through the city. This is my 6th brother's fief. Back then, he took good care of me. Among my 10 brothers, I have the best relationship with him, perhaps because he had not been back for many years. Nine Dragons King had a lot to say. Lin Fei understood Nine Dragons King's feelings very well. Now that I see that the thief is still here, I feel at ease. At least, my 6th brother is not being persecuted. Otherwise, I will always feel guilty. Unknowingly, the two arrived at a wide street. There were many more beasts and dragons here compared to the few streets ahead. Boom! 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 Just as the two arrived on the street, a fierce energy fluctuation came from afar. Everyone, hurry up and look, young Master Long Sheng is making a move again. It can't be, right? Young Master Long Sheng just made a move not long ago. Who is it this time? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and look, otherwise, you will miss a good show again. Hee hee, who else can it be? The originally lively street was accompanied by chaotic noises as a large wave of people ran forward. The street was also empty. Lin Fei casually stopped a dragonoid. Seeing that he was stopped, the dragonoid became angry. Without waiting for him to speak, the dragonoid handed over a high-grade saint stone. Friend, may I ask, what happened in front? Why did everyone go to watch the show? Perhaps because of the high-grade saint stone, the dragonoid smiled and said, Sir, you look unfamiliar, it should be your first time here. I heard that the Dragon God Convention is about to be held, so I came to join in the fun. Lin Fei said. All the more reason for you to go and take a look. The dragonoid laughed and said, It should be young Master Long Sheng making a move in front. If I'm not wrong, he should be targeting the shops of the Regent Dragon Clan. This kind of thing is not the first time. Hearing that the Regent Dragon Clan was from the Regent Dragon Clan, Lin Fei took out another high-grade saint stone, and the other party accepted it without hesitation. His luck today was pretty good, he could pick up a high-grade saint stone for free. That's not right, you said that the Regent Dragon Clan should be the controller here, why would someone cause trouble for them? Is there a mistake? Lin Fei asked curiously. The Dragon Man shook his head. You're not mistaken. What you're talking about is the past. Right now, the Regal Dragon Clan is merely struggling at death's door. When the Dragon God Convention ends, his right to be crowned Regal Dragon Clan will be revoked, and the collateral Dragon Clan that young Master Long Sheng belongs to will be replaced. No way, Lin Fei was shocked. Lin Fei, there is some inside. As he spoke, he handed over another high-grade saint stone. I've asked the right person. Back then, something big happened in the Dragon God territory, and the Regent Dragon Clan here was implicated. Later on, during a mission, the 6th Dragon King of the Regent Dragon Clan was injured, and it was said that he was injured by a mysterious person. Since then, the 6th Dragon King's strength has not increased, and he has remained at the 2-star Heavenly God realm. As for young Master Long Sheng's bloodline, because of a genius patriarch, he is already a 5-star heavenly god realm at a young age. The clan's power expanded very quickly, and the 6th Dragon King's bloodline was constantly suppressed. Listening to the dragonoid's words, Lin Fei only knew that there was such an unforeseen event. Beside him, the 9 Dragon King also suppressed his anger and did not flare up. Previously, he was relieved for his 6th brother, but now he knew that it was not as simple as he thought. On the contrary, his 6th brother's life was not very good, and it would not be long before the land of the Regent Dragon clan was taken away. Lin Fei gave him a few more high-grade saint stones and sent him away. My poor 6th brother, this must have been done by him. The 9 Dragon King said in a low voice. My 6th brother's talent is not bad. At the very least, it would not be difficult for him to cultivate to the 4-star heavenly god realm. Now, he is stuck at the 2-star heavenly god realm. Apart from him, who else could do such a thing? A Regent Dragon King was only a 2-star heavenly god realm. Even if he erupted, he would only be a 3-star heavenly god realm. The difference between him and a 5-star heavenly god realm was too great. It was normal for others to have their eyes on him. Suppressing him everywhere and challenging the 6th Dragon King's bottom line, this was forcing him into a corner. Master, you must have a way. I beg you, help my 6th brother, the 9 Dragon King said in a panic. Lin Fei could guess that the person who sat on the Dragon God's throne was secretly suppressing him. Without the Dragon God's approval, how could a branch bloodline dare to act so recklessly? No one could say anything in the face of this kind of invisible suppression. The dragon race also valued the strong as the king. You, the 6th Dragon King, only have the strength of a 2-star heavenly god. If word got out, it would be shameful. Now that a 5-star heavenly god family head had appeared, with proper training, he would be worthy of the title of Dragon King. I will help you with this matter. When Lin Fei first arrived, he was worried that the draconic god domain would be united. Now, it seemed that they were not as united as he had imagined. This was his chance. Let's go see your 6th brother. In the center of the city, there was a splendid immortal palace. Clouds and mist shrouded the sky, and immortal beasts danced in the air. There was a peaceful atmosphere everywhere. In the depths of the immortal palace, a group of youths ran toward the main hall. That bastard Long Sheng is getting more and more out of hand. I can't take it anymore. I want to go out and teach that guy a lesson. Our bloodline is not afraid of anything. Why would we be afraid of a bastard of a branch bloodline? Today, we must let that bastard know the power of the 6th Duke Palace. These youths were all burly and had murderous looks on their faces. At this moment, all of them had dark expressions and were furious. Just a moment ago, they had received news that a shop belonging to the 6th Duke Palace had been destroyed by that damned Longsheng. He had even injured many of their clansmen. They were all unusually impulsive. In the main hall, several middle-aged men were also frowning. They were also very angry. Your Highness, we have to think of a way out of this. If this continues, our 6th Duke Palace will no longer have any status. If things go wrong, we might even be exterminated in the future. Your Highness, why don't we leave the draconic god domain? We don't want the imperial bloodline anymore. The dragon god is forcing us into a corner. These middle-aged men were the higher-ups of the 6th Duke Palace. This was not the first time they had said this. The situation was getting worse and worse. That bastard Longsheng had pushed them out to test their bloodline. The more it was like this, the angrier they became. In the past few years, the 6th Duke Palace had been suppressed everywhere. Some talented clansmen had unknowingly fallen outside. As a result, there was a shortage of successors. The experts of this bloodline were also very limited, so the clansmen did not dare to leave the city. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 1775. They looked at the Dragon King on the main seat. The people below felt heartache. If not for what had happened back then, their bloodline would not have fallen to such a state. They were even bullied by the collateral relatives. Everyone was filled with anger. But there was nothing they could do now. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. The 6th Marquis residence. The slightest movement could spell disaster. Because of this, the Dragon King's bloodline had a strong opinion of the Dragon God. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would know that it was the Dragon God's approval. Otherwise, how could a collateral relative dare to oppose the royal bloodline? Apart from that, the main point was that they lacked experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly above their heads. Everyone, stop arguing. A few simple words made the 6th Dragon King feel powerless. He was also very helpless about the current situation. So many years had passed, and the injuries from back then had not healed. He couldn't raise his cultivation level either. He had suffered a heavy blow and was very disheartened. I will take care of this. Pass down the order. Without my permission, no one is allowed to leave the residence. The 6th Dragon King coughed lightly again. Everyone was very unwilling. But they knew that the Dragon King was doing it for their own good. If everyone left, someone might be schemed against. They didn't dare to act recklessly in the residence. Someone immediately set off to pass the message. In a back garden of the residence. The 9th Dragon King was supported by a beautiful woman. He sat under a pavilion, his face full of worry. Husband, you don't have to worry too much. Our bloodline is the royal bloodline. The Dragon God won't dare to act recklessly. The beautiful woman comforted. The 6th Dragon King suddenly sneered. So what if we are the royal bloodline? After so many years, of the 10 bloodlines, 9th brother has gone to the Dark Knight Galaxy, and the others have submitted to the Dragon God. I'm the only one who has been indifferent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have targeted our bloodline. I'm afraid that after the Dragon God convention, our bloodline will completely lose its status. Will it be that serious? That Dragon God, even if he sits on the throne, is still unjustifiable. Why did he arrange for 10th brother to hunt down 9th brother? In the end, it's because he hasn't obtained the Dragon God scepter. As long as 9th brother doesn't die, as long as he doesn't see the Dragon God scepter, his position will not be stable. The 6th Dragon King sneered. Back then, if it weren't for his cooperation, I wouldn't have gotten to this position so easily. I've always had a good relationship with 9th brother, so naturally, I became a thorn in his side. In order to solidify his position, he would do anything. How can that be good? The beautiful woman rarely interfered in this kind of matter, but at this moment, she was also worried. The 6th Dragon King smiled bitterly. The Dragon God convention is being held, and even the Dragon Kings are going to attend it personally. I'll be taking a portion of them with me when the time comes, and I've already made arrangements for the rest. When I leave, you'll leave the Draconic God weave with them and never return. At the very least, we can protect our bloodline this way. This was the only thing the 6th Dragon King could do. Who is it? Suddenly, the 6th Dragon King stood up. His seemingly powerless body erupted with a powerful killing intent that shot forward. 6th brother, it's me. In the distance, a ripple came from the void. 2 people walked out of the void. One of them took off his cloak, revealing his true appearance. Just like that, he stared at the 6th Dragon King. The 6th Dragon King revealed a look of disbelief. You're 9th brother. Why are you back? He had never imagined that his younger brother would return one day, much less at this time. Just now, he had thought that the Dragon God had arranged for someone to deal with him. That kind of person was capable of anything. This used to be my home. Why can't I come back? If I didn't come back, how would I know that 6th brother would be implicated because of me? As your younger brother, I've let you down. The 9th Dragon King said guiltily. Especially after seeing his 6th brother's appearance, his heart ached. In the Draconic God weave, as long as one was a member of the royal bloodline and had a pure bloodline, their cultivation speed was faster than that of the branch families. The probability of producing geniuses was also higher. This was something that the branch families could not compare to. The 6th Dragon King's realm was stagnant, and the clan's geniuses were falling one after another. The ninth Dragon King felt even more sorry for his sixth brother. Hurry up and leave before they find you. Go as far as you can. Don't come back for the rest of your life. You can't win against the Dragon God. The sixth Dragon King had a good relationship with the ninth Dragon King in the past. Seeing his long-lost younger brother return, he was naturally happy. In the next moment, he asked the ninth Dragon King to leave. The ninth Dragon King's heart warmed. His sixth brother was still the same sixth brother. He had not changed at all. He was still so worried about him. Sixth brother, since I'm already here, I don't plan to leave. That year, he took everything from me, and even tried to kill me. This time, I'm going to take back what he took from me, and avenge you, sixth brother. The nine Dragons King's eyes were filled with determination. For his sixth brother, for himself, he had to throw caution to the wind. The sixth Dragon King knew his ninth brother's character very well. As long as he was determined, no one could change his mind. However, the sixth Dragon King did not want anything to happen to his ninth brother. He said coldly, "You're really stupid. Do you know what realm the Dragon God is at now? He's already an 8-star celestial god. It won't be long before he enters the 9-star celestial god realm. How are you going to fight him?" It was not that the sixth Dragon King wanted to attack his ninth brother, but there was no need to take the risk. An 8-star celestial god isn't that amazing? Lin Fei suddenly interjected. The sixth Dragon King's realm was not high, but his dragon might was still there. With a glance, he could tell that the sixth Dragon King was a 2-star celestial god. "Ninth brother, is this your man?" Such big words. The nine Dragon King's voice was low. "Sixth brother, you're wrong. He's not my man. He's my master. Without him, you wouldn't be able to see me now." The sixth Dragon King's eyes widened. "Ninth brother, you're muddle-headed. We're royalty. Why should we follow someone else?" The sixth Dragon King's gaze turned to the ninth Dragon King. "I don't care how you do it. I want you to release your oath and return my ninth brother his freedom. I will compensate you with treasures." Lin Fei was not angry. Instead, he was happy for the ninth Dragon King. Having such an elder brother was actually quite a good thing. "Sixth brother, this has nothing to do with master. I'm doing this voluntarily." The ninth Dragon King was worried that something might happen. He stood between the two. "Do you think someone can force me to do something I don't want to do?" The beautiful woman also stepped forward. "Husband, don't be angry. Let's hear what he has to say first." The sixth Dragon King suppressed his anger, seemingly accepting the ninth Dragon King's words. The dragon race was a proud race. Someone who could make his little brother willingly become a follower could not have used violence. "Sixth brother, you probably don't know who my master is, right? You should have heard of him. He's the newly risen 8th overlord, Di Tian." Chapter 1776. Di Tian? The sixth Dragon King had to know this name. He was a monstrous genius who had risen in such a short time. Those who didn't know this name would be laughed at by others. Were the 10 princes famous? However, they had been easily suppressed by Di Tian. Later, they became the 10 Empyrean gods and their strength soared. However, they were suppressed by Di Tian again and even killed a few Empyrean gods, making them famous. After that, Di Tian's rise was unstoppable. He was unbelievably strong. Several of the 8 great sects suffered losses, and the 7 overlords also suffered. Di Tian turned from a savage to a god-slaying expert, feared by everyone. The sixth Dragon King had naturally heard of such a savage Empyrean god. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he still could not believe it. Di Tian was too young. When he was his age, he was not even half as strong as Di Tian. You're that Di Tian? A god-slaying expert?" The beautiful woman was shocked. Lin Fei smiled. "If there is no one else with the same name as me, then I am the D Tian you speak of. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. The beautiful woman exclaimed. After all, D Tian was famous now. Taoist D Tian, I'm sorry. I did not mean to target you just now. The sixth Dragon King rarely admitted his mistake. He did not dare to underestimate D Tian just because he was the eighth overlord. Lin Fei waved his hand. It's fine. It's normal for you to be worried about your brother. It had to be said. When one had status, it was much easier to speak. At least the sixth Dragon King did not have much of an opinion now, but he was still very worried about his ninth brother's safety. D Tian was strong and his combat strength was not weak. However, that was in other places. In the Dragon God domain, he did not seem to be of much use. Unless D Tian's backer intervened, there might still be a fight. In order not to be discovered, the sixth Dragon King brought the two into a secret room to prevent others from seeing them and spreading the news. I still don't recommend doing this. The sixth Dragon King coughed dryly. You do not know how powerful the Dragon God is. Almost all the strongest races are here in the Dragon God Convention. Among them, the Giant race and the Phoenix race are closely related to the Dragon God. If we act now, they might be tempted. As for the Nine Dragons King, it was hard to say. The only thing he trusted was D Tian. If D Tian said it would definitely succeed, then it would definitely succeed. It would not fail. Sixth Dragon King, I can see that the injury in your body is nothing more than a force that can't be removed. I wonder if you can let me remove it for you? Then you should understand. Lin Fei did not want to explain too much. You can see the power in my body? The sixth Dragon King was shocked. It's just a mere force. Lin Fei scanned them with the system and found the root cause. As long as he got rid of that power, he could naturally heal the six Dragon Kings. The power in the sixth Dragon King's body was left behind by a mysterious person in the past. Until now, there was still a part of it that could not be removed. It was constantly devouring the power in his body, causing his strength to be unable to increase. He was barely a 2-star heavenly god. Otherwise, he would be a 4 or 5-star heavenly god at the very least. Can I really? For the sake of this power, the sixth Dragon King had secretly sought out many experts, but he had never been able to remove it. As time passed, it became a sore point for him. How would you know if you don't try? In any case, there's no loss for you. The Nine Dragon King said. Sixth brother, Master is still very powerful. He wouldn't lie to you. Then I'll listen to you. The sixth Dragon King also wanted to see for himself how tyrannical D Tian's abilities were. If D Tian's abilities were not up to par, the sixth Dragon King would never have allowed him to make a move during the Dragon God Convention. After all, the Dragon God Dominion was home to the strongest races. A 4-star heavenly god from the dragon race could already rival a 5-star heavenly god. One could well imagine the battle prowess of the strongest races. Lin Fei had the sixth Dragon King sit down, not letting the beautiful woman leave. Go. Lin Fei sent a time technique into the sixth Dragon King's body, enveloping the power and sealing it. Break. A finger blasted at the power. Lin Fei was very direct and violent. The sixth Dragon King was more or less disappointed. He had tried this method several times, but not once had he succeeded. The power was very tenacious, and it was not something that could be destroyed by force. Even if there was a part left, it would recover after a long time. This was also the main reason why the sixth Dragon King was helpless. After the power of the finger blasted into his body, the sixth Dragon King was disappointed. He used his divine sense to observe, only to see that the seemingly powerless power suddenly turned into a ferocious tiger that pounced on the power. Boom! Boom! The suppressed power tried to escape in all directions, but it could not escape. In an instant it was shattered by the power, leaving nothing behind. Ah, it's done. The sixth Dragon King's eyes widened in disbelief. He kept checking with his divine sense, and the terrifying power that had been bothering him for a long time was shattered mercilessly. I said it was a small matter. Don't you want to see it? Lin Fei smiled. The power was very tenacious, which was why Lin Fei had used a technique to seal it and then used force to shatter it, not giving it a chance to leave. It was a small matter to Lin Fei, but in the eyes of the sixth Dragon King, it was definitely not a small matter. It was a huge matter. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. The sixth Dragon King was finally convinced. Di Tian could easily unleash his power, and it was extremely ferocious. The rumors in the outside world were true. Di Tian was indeed very talented. There might not be many people in the Dragon Clan who could unleash such explosive power. After getting rid of this power, the sixth Dragon King was much more convinced. This was especially so after Lin Fei revealed that as long as he was no match for the other party, someone would come to help him. The sixth Dragon King was completely relieved because of this. Then, what is Daoist Di Tian planning to do? The sixth Dragon King seemed to see hope. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Of course we're going to do it openly. The Dragon God is holding a Dragon God convention to choose its next successor, so there's no better time than now. It's also a good time to teach those strongest species that are closely related a lesson." Sneak in? Lin Fei was really not interested. Destroying the place was destroying the place. There was no need to be sneaky. Wouldn't that be a joke? The sixth Dragon King was shocked. Enter openly? That was too domineering. You don't need to think about it. There's no need to think about it. Let's go just like that. Lin Fei said. The sixth Dragon King's blood also surged when he heard that. Daoist Di Tian, if you're going to attack us directly, there's something that we need you to do. That way, our momentum will be even greater. What is it? The sixth Dragon King said, back then, ninth brother was the successor of the Dragon God. In the Dragon God domain, a large number of the higher-ups supported ninth brother. They were very powerful, but they were all imprisoned by the Dragon God in a mystic realm. If we could release them, with Chapter 1777. P.S. Only one update today. In the central city of the Dragon God we've stood an infinitely large city. It also had another name, Dragon City. When mentioning Dragon City, everyone couldn't help but mention the Dragon God. This generation's Dragon God had left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. As the strongest race, the Dragon race's influence continued to expand. Correspondingly, the strongest races were also closely united. In the weave, no one dared to belittle the title of the strongest race. The Dragon God convention had yet to begin. Several of the strongest races had come to Dragon City one after another. The Dragon God, who rarely appeared, also came out to personally welcome the strongest races. He held banquets for several nights in a row to entertain these distinguished guests. The Dragon City Prefecture was surprised that the Vice President of the World Chamber of Commerce had come and given them such a generous gift. When did one of the top 3 chambers of commerce in the weave become so generous? The Dragon God rarely met Feng Wanquan when he came to the Dragon God weave as the Vice President. He had to give face to the top 3 chambers of commerce. No one was willing to offend them. The Dragon God was the same. The Dragon race needed all kinds of resources to cultivate, so they had to deal with the top chambers of commerce. Feng Wanquan had come all the way to the Dragon God weave on behalf of the World Chamber of Commerce, but in private, he had revealed to the Dragon God about Di Tian and the information the chamber had gathered. Lord Dragon God, I have a piece of information that one of my subordinates heard by chance. It might be useful to you. It's getting late, and I need to go back and rest. Before he left, Feng Wanquan left behind a message and a jade slip to record some information. The Dragon God arranged for Feng Wanquan to be sent away, and the jade slip landed in his hands. Father, Feng Wanquan is very shrewd. He left behind this jade slip before he left. He might be plotting something against the Dragon race. Should we arrange for someone to keep an eye on him? The Dragon God convention is just around the corner, and we can't let anything happen to him. A young man stood up. He was the eldest of the dragon god's 5 sons, Long Ikuan. Today, the dragon god had specially brought his eldest son to meet Feng Wanquan of the World Chamber of Commerce. There's no need. Our dragon tribe is one of the strongest tribes. If we send people to keep an eye on it, wouldn't we be laughed at by others? Those who don't know might even think that we are afraid of the World Commerce Association. The dragon god was not tall and sturdy. On the contrary, he was very thin and his whole person looked gloomy, making it difficult to see through him. The dragon god used his divine sense to check the jade slip, and suddenly laughed. No wonder the vice president of the World Chamber of Commerce came here. Little Kuan, take a look. Long Ikuan was very surprised. He took the jade slip and examined it. Di Tian brought ninth uncle back. Although Long Ikuan was young, he knew some inside information. When he saw the information, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He wants to use us as knives. The dragon god did not seem to care. He said indifferently, I heard that the World Chamber of Commerce has been having a hard time recently. First, they lost the opportunity to cooperate with Di Tian, and then their branch was wiped out by Di Tian. Their vitality was greatly damaged, and they gained a strong enemy for no reason. The World Chamber of Commerce sure has a way to kill with a borrowed knife. Long Ikuan was young and impetuous. He snorted coldly, Father, Di Tian is not that great. It is just a weapon refining sect. If I were to act, I would also be able to wipe out the entire weapon refining sect. If he dares to cause trouble in our dragon god domain, then he is courting death. I will make him die without a burial place. The dragon god was very satisfied with his eldest son. At such a young age, with a large amount of resources, his strength had reached the 4-star celestial god realm. When he used the imperial bloodline, his combat strength would increase several times, enough to sweep away the younger generation. Father likes this attitude of yours that looks down on the world. The dragon god laughed. Your ninth uncle must have reached some kind of cooperation with Di Tian, which is why he dared to return to dragon god domain. If there are no accidents, your ninth uncle must be with your sixth uncle. Based on your sixth uncle's personality, you should personally make a trip to the banished land. Don't worry, Father. I will take care of this matter properly. Long Ikuan turned around and left. The dragon god sat in his seat, and the jade slip shattered with a crash. A trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Ninth brother, oh ninth brother. Back then, you suffered a crushing defeat and had no choice but to go to the Dark Knight Galaxy. I didn't expect you to have the guts to return. But do you really think that you can contend against me with just Di Tian? I am no longer the same person I was back then. You came back just in time. This time, you will not be able to escape even if you grow wings. I will definitely obtain the Dragon God Scepter. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from the Dragon God's body. The Banished Land. It was a place in Dragon God domain that caused people to tremble with fear. As long as one was a resident of Dragon God domain, they feared nothing but this banished land. These 4 simple words were enough to make one's scalp go numb. One would never want to come into contact with these 4 words for the rest of their lives. To put it bluntly, the banished land was a place of exile. It was specially created by the Dragon Clan, and it was filled with chaos and violence. Those who were exiled could never leave, unless the Dragon God granted them amnesty. Ever since the last banishment, very few people were exiled from the banished land, and those who were exiled were super experts. Being exiled to the banished land was worse than being killed. There was not a shred of heaven and earth spiritual energy in the banished land. Anyone who stayed there would experience a steady decline in their strength as time passed, and they would eventually die of old age in the banished land. Even a wealthy person would die of old age in the banished land. As for breaking through to the next realm, there was no need to even mention it. We're almost there. They definitely won't expect us to go to the banished land at this time. This time, Lin Fei was the main person in charge of the trip to the banished land, while the 9th and 6th Dragon Kings led the way. Both of them were very excited. Fellow Taoist Di Tian, the banished land is very terrifying. None of those exiled have ever returned. Are you confident? The sixth Dragon King asked worriedly. Although I haven't seen the banished land yet, in my opinion, as long as it exists, it has its flaws. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. If there are people guarding it, that's even better. We can just let them out. If there are restrictions, we can break them layer by layer. Lin Fei's thinking was very simple. The banished land was full of experts. As long as they didn't die, they could use the godstones to recover. Returning to their previous realm was not a difficult matter. Other than that, another thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the experts exiled from the banished land had died generation after generation in the banished land, leaving behind a large number of godheads. No one knew exactly how many there were. This was also Lin Fei's biggest goal. Who asked him to lack godheads? Chapter 1779. Heavenly God Raging Fire was the person in charge of the banished land. His daily task was to guard the 8 Dragon God Mountains outside the banished land. Heavenly God Raging Fire's favorite thing to do every day was to patrol the 8 Dragon God Mountains and see the banished old monsters through them. Congratulations, Master. Once the Dragon God Convention is over, you will be transferred back to Dragon City to enjoy your life, one of his subordinates said. Heavenly God Raging Fire smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely take you back when I get back. I won't leave you here alone. Thank you, Master. Heavenly God Raging Fire led his men to patrol the Dragon God Mountains and returned to a palace not far away. This palace had a domineering name, the Banished Palace. As long as the 8 Dragon God Mountains and the Banished Palace existed, they could guard the banished land. No one could come out. First Highness, there is news. Heavenly God Raging Fire received the news from the First Highness. He was stunned. Someone is coming to the banished land to rescue those old guys? After checking again, Heavenly God Raging Fire confirmed it. Interesting, really interesting. Someone wants to attack the old monsters of the banished land. I wonder who is it. Boom. Boom. All of a sudden, the entire banished heavenly palace was shaken. Heavenly God Raging Fire's face darkened. Someone was really coming to attack the banished land? Something that hadn't happened in more than a dozen chaotic years had happened to him today. Open the array. Heavenly God Raging Fire came to the banished palace. He wanted to see who was so bold to cause trouble here. He would kill him with his own hands. As soon as he stepped outside, a net of fire appeared in front of him. Black beams of light shot toward him. The dragons stationed here were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. None of them could withstand the attack. Boom. 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 Heavenly God Raging Fire was also blasted away and crashed into the Dragon God Mountain in the distance. The huge Dragon God Mountain didn't move at all. Damn it, it's a battle fortress. Which overlord is here? This is the Dragon God territory. Outside the 8 Dragon God Mountains, a black giant was shooting out destructive beams of light. The people of the banished palace couldn't even look up, and part of the array formation was also broken. Master, 5 of the array formation cores are broken. I can't open it for now. The opponent's attack is too fierce. I can't block it. On the battle fortress. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, his expression relaxed. The battle fortress is truly worthy of its reputation. It's worthy of being called a top-grade war weapon. It's able to suppress them just like that. This was the first time 6th Dragon King had seen the terror of a battle fort. He was shocked. How much wealth did one have to support such an attack? His 9th brother had found a good follower. 6th brother, are you interested? Let's go kill Heavenly God Laihua together. The 9 Dragons King invited his 6th brother excitedly. The 6th Dragon King's previous exhaustion was swept away. Heavenly God Laihua is His Highness's man. I've long been unhappy with him. Let's *CK him up. The two flew out of the battle bastion. Both of you are Dragon Kings. do you have to do this? For a moment, Lin Fei felt that these two were not dragon kings, but hot-blooded youths. Could it be that he's suffocated? Sixth Dragon King, how dare you? Heavenly God Lai Hua was a 4-star heavenly god with a combat power of a 5-star heavenly god. In the face of the dense beam attack, he had to avoid it. As soon as he saw the newcomer, Heavenly God Lai Hua was furious. An outdated Dragon King dared to attack the banished Heavenly Palace. Heavenly God Lai Hua was extremely disdainful. This was seeking his own death. Who didn't know that the Dragon God wanted to deal with the 6th Dragon King? Dragon Claw Hand. The 6th Dragon King did not speak. He waved his hand and the dragon divine power flew out. A fierce and domineering claw clawed at Heavenly God Lai Hua. The remaining array restrictions were shattered layer by layer. Heavenly God Lai Hua shouted angrily. You 6th Dragon King, with your 2-star Heavenly God combat power, you dare to fight with me? Who do you think you are? What about me? An endless majestic voice blasted at Heavenly God Lai Hua. Heavenly God Lai Hua subconsciously looked over and his face changed dramatically. You. Why is the 9th Dragon King here? You want to release those old monsters. In the past, the 9th Dragon King was the most famous person in the Dragon God territory. No one did not know the 9th Dragon King's divine courage. At that time, Heavenly God Lai Hua was only a ruler. He also admired the 9th Dragon King very much. There was a moment of unnatural change just now. Heavenly God Lai Hua, although you and I are not of the same bloodline, as long as you open the array restrictions, I will not kill you. I will give you a chance to atone for your sins. 9 Dragon King said. Ha ha ha, 9 Dragon King, you talk big. If it was you in the past, I might listen to you. Now it is the world of the Dragon God. You are a sinner and you dare to say that. Then let me see your current strength. Heavenly God Lai Hua saw that one of them was a 1-star heavenly god and the other was a 2-star heavenly god. He did not know which overlord he should pull in. As long as he captured these 2 traitors, it would be a great contribution. The Dragon God would reward him. Boom! Heavenly God Lai Hua's body swayed, and he transformed into a black dragon that was 100,000 feet long. He charged out aggressively and smashed the attacks of the 6 Dragon Kings with his head. His steel whip-like tail swept across the sky toward the 2 of them. The attack was no less than the weight of Mount Tai. Very fierce. Heavenly God Lai Hua's battle prowess skyrocketed. He did not take the 2 seriously at all. The 6th Dragon King also wanted to reveal his true form, but he was blocked by 9 Dragon King. This kind of person, there is no need for 6th brother to do it. Okay. 9 Dragon King was not in a hurry. Suddenly, he took out a golden scepter from his storage ring. The scepter was made in the shape of a golden dragon, and this dragon was the 1st-generation dragon god, the Holy Golden Dragon. Then, a terrifying dragon might swept out, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Heavenly God Lai Hua felt the fear of death in the depths of his soul. He stared at the golden scepter and exclaimed. Dragon God Scepter. This was the #1 divine artifact in the Dragon God domain. It was also the Dragon God Scepter that only the Dragon God was qualified to wield. Heavenly God Lai Hua felt fear, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. If I can snatch it, can I also become a Dragon God in the future? Die. To the shock of the 6th Dragon King, 9 Dragon King raised the golden scepter and shouted softly. The scepter shot out a golden light at an extreme speed, piercing through Heavenly God Lai Hua's strong body, leaving a huge bloody hole in his opponent's body. Really so strong. His huge body collapsed with a loud bang. 9 Dragon King's body also swayed slightly. My strength is still too weak. The Dragon Clan members of the exiled Heavenly Palace were all horrified. They could not believe that Heavenly God Lai Hua was killed in a second. The 6th Dragon King is back. Everyone, run. Chapter 1780. P.S. There was a mistake at the end, it was 9 Dragon King is back. He had gotten used to it. He collapsed. After losing the Inferno Heavenly God, the remaining people were in a panic. Everyone knew that the Nine-Dragon King was back, holding the Dragon God scepter that only the Dragon God was qualified to possess. They had witnessed the terrifying power of the dragon race's #1 divine weapon. The Inferno Heavenly God, a 4-star heavenly god in his true form, couldn't withstand a single blow from the Dragon God scepter and was killed on the spot. What else could the remaining people do? The people present weren't stupid. This meant that the Nine-Dragon King was back for revenge. In less than a moment, the people from the exiled heavenly palace ran away. No one wanted to die in the hands of the Nine-Dragon King. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They wouldn't care about what would happen next. Their priority was to save their lives. What a tyrannical divine weapon. Lin Fei was also surprised. He had occasionally heard about the Dragon God scepter. It was the #1 divine weapon of the dragon race, and also the #1 killing weapon. Now, it seemed that this was true. Its power was terrifying. Master, his divine weapon is not bad. In terms of grade, it can reach the level of a mid-grade God King weapon. Only the strongest race can withstand the backlash. This Nine-Dragon King is not simple. If we don't kill these people and let them spread the news, in less than a day, the entire Dragon God territory will know about this. Little Demoness ran out and said. Lin Fei was a little surprised. The strongest race of the dragon race was really not simple. A mid-grade God King weapon, they are really rich, their foundation is extraordinary. If I'm not wrong, the other strongest races might have 1 or 2 God King weapons in their hands, then the 8 major sects will also have the same. I have to go and collect more divine sparks. No matter what, I have to get a high-grade heavenly God divine weapon. Lin Fei thought to himself, then asked Little Demoness, if I get a top-grade heavenly God divine weapon, will it be able to fight against an ordinary mid-grade God King weapon? After Lin Fei saw the Dragon God scepter, he was even more afraid of the strongest races. To put it bluntly, the two of them aren't too far apart. The quality of his God King artifact is only mediocre. To put it bluntly, it's just something that he forged casually. There's no difference between a high-tier celestial god artifact and a middle-tier God King artifact. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. I want to prepare a divine artifact for God King Ron. Otherwise, I will really suffer a great loss. Your divine item is not bad. My eyes have been opened. Lin Fei put away the battle fort and smiled at Nine-Dragon King. As expected of the #1 divine item of the dragons. Nine-Dragon King was very proud. Many thanks for Master's praise. Although this thing is good, it will become an ordinary item in Master's hands sooner or later. In the future, I hope Master can also forge a suitable weapon for me. Nine-Dragon King was proud, but he did not think that his Dragon God scepter was very awesome. These words left the 6 Dragon Kings at a loss. The Dragon God scepter was the #1 divine artifact, wasn't it good? Could it be that there was an even better divine artifact? No problem. Lin Fei readily agreed. The Raging Fire God is dead, and the remaining people are no longer a concern. It's time to release them. It won't be long before the nearby experts come to reinforce us. Speaking of which, he had grasped the opportunity well this time. With the Raging Fire God guarding this place, coupled with the formation, even a 5 or 6-star heavenly god might not be able to open it. Everyone knew the prestige of the dragon race, and no one was willing to offend the dragon race. Naturally, no one would come to the banished land. In addition, the banished land had been safe and sound all this time. The banished land's spirit array had not been fully activated. It was only the simple activation of the spirit array's spirit array that allowed Lin Fei to easily kill his way in. These 8 Dragon God Mountains are the core of the banished land's formation. As long as the 8 Dragon God Mountains are broken, the banished land will lose its seal and the people inside can come out. The other way is to go in and bring them out. Nine-Dragons King said. The first method won't be easy. The 8 Dragon God Mountains were obtained by the first-generation Dragon God in a dangerous location. As for what materials they were made of, no one knows. Later on, They were used to create the 8 Dragon God Mountains and create a land of exile for experts. Lin Fei did not take these 8 Dragon God Mountains seriously at first. Now that he heard it, it was not right. It seemed to have a lot of background. Could it be some kind of treasure? With the Dragon God scepter in your hand, you can't blast open the Dragon God Mountains? Lin Fei asked. It's difficult. 9 Dragon King shook his head. Rise for me. Lin Fei decided to give it a try. First, light beams filled the sky, and the densely packed attacks made one's scalp go numb. The Dragon God Mountains did not move at all, and there was no damage at all. Lin Fei activated his fusion, and 18 heavenly gods fused together. His strength soared to the 6-star heavenly god realm, and he turned into a giant. He grabbed the Dragon God Mountains with both hands, but he still could not move them. This time, Lin Fei was convinced. Have you scanned it yet? What the hell is this? Even I can't move it. Lin Fei dispersed his clones. He was very shocked. There was such a treasure in the world that even he could not move the Dragon God Mountains in the slightest. Yes, there's a result. This Dragon God Mountains is refined from a kind of top-grade material called magnetic million-weight stone. With your current strength, you can't hold it at all. I admire this first-generation Dragon God. He collected this kind of top-grade material and refined 8 Dragon God Mountains. It's really a big deal. Master, your luck is really good. This was the first time he heard this name. Is it useful to me? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It's more than useful. For Master, this is a super good thing. The little demon said disdainfully, as long as Master can move the 8 Dragon God Mountains, and use a large amount of divinity points to use the system's refining system, it can help you refine a super-killing weapon. Oh my god, super-killing weapon, what kind of quality is it? Lin Fei was shocked. He almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. If the 8 Dragon God Mountains could be used to create a super-killing weapon, the people of the dragon race would have already refined it. If it was someone else who said it, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. He believed the little demon's words without a doubt. It's easy for you to kill a divine king. You can think about it yourself. You should level up immediately. When you become a 9-star Empyrean deity, all of your Empyrean deity avatars will also reach the 9-star Empyrean deity realm. Then, you should be able to grab these 8 Dragon God Mountains. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Can't Ron do it? The little demon said, no. Well, it seems that I still have to rely on myself. Lin Fei had never thought that he would find a treasure here, not to mention a super powerful killing machine. It would be very useful to him. The little demon was created by the system, and even he was full of praise for it, so it must be very good. Boom. 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 Everything outside the exiled heavenly palace was shattered. There were 8 Dragon God Mountains. The land of exile was always sealed by a layer of sealing power. The people inside could not come out. The 9 Dragon King holding the Dragon God scepter was equivalent to opening a back door of the land of exile. As long as one entered, they could open a space-time door through the first divine tool and come out. If he was alone, he would definitely not be able to support it. With Lin Fei's help, he could do it. Chapter 1781. The Dragon God territory was huge. When the land of exile was invaded, the eldest son of the Dragon God, Long Ikuan, was the first to know. He was currently on his way to the land of exile. Father is right. My 9th uncle is really plotting against those people. Is he trying to use those old monsters to make a comeback? Long Ikuan sneered. He didn't really care. Look at the situation. The Dragon God scepter has appeared. If I can bring it back, I will definitely be the successor. The people around him didn't dare to disturb the first prince. Advance at full speed. Follow my orders. Gather all the experts of the Black Dragon Legion and surround the land of exile. They won't be able to escape. The Black Dragon Legion was the main force under Long Ikuan's control. As the eldest son of the Dragon God, he had the support of the Dragon King. He controlled a terrifying force. Otherwise, how could he compete with his brothers? Long Yikuan realized that this was an opportunity for him. As long as he killed ninth uncle and the traitors and brought the Dragon God scepter back, the other four brothers wouldn't be able to compete with him for the position of successor. He could rely on this great contribution to settle the matter. The Black Dragon Legion arrived quickly. They immediately sealed off the area. Countless black dragons formed a killing formation that surrounded the 8 Dragon God Mountains. "Your first prince, the formation is complete," someone reported. Long Yikuan stood on the Dragon God Mountain and nodded in satisfaction. "Once they come out, no matter who they are, kill them without mercy." This killing formation was one of the super killing formations. It was bought from the auction house of the World Chamber of Commerce. Just activating this killing formation required 100,000 black dragons, all of whom were rulers and above. The order was passed down immediately. "Long Meng, Long Bai, follow me in." Long Yikuan wasn't satisfied with setting up the killing formation outside. He called his 2 trusted experts to enter the land of exile and kill them immediately. Understood. Long Meng and Long Bai were brothers who cultivated a combination attack technique. Their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. They were originally peak 5-star heavenly gods, and when they used this combination attack formation, their battle prowess was just barely at the level of a 7-star heavenly god. This was also why Long Yikuan dared to enter personally. This place really is a sealed land. In the banished land. The entire world was a barren wasteland. There were almost no signs of green life. Even the most common green leaves were nowhere to be seen. Other than the barren yellow sand, there were also barren mountains and bare, towering mountains. Lin Fei had already put away the battle fort and was flying in the sky. Between the sky and the earth, a sealing power was applied to his body, cutting off all connections. 9th Dragon King and 6th Dragon King's expressions were solemn. They had underestimated the terror of the banished land. "I've still underestimated this place. Not only do we have seals on our bodies, but we're also shrouded in an endless gravitational field. Luckily, we're from the dragon race with strong divine bodies. If this continues for a long time, we won't be able to hold out." The 9 Dragons King sighed. This was also the 6th Dragon King's first time here. He was also quite shocked. "If it weren't for you, 9th brother, I would have suspected that I would be stuck here forever." Lin Fei didn't care about the seal on his body. Power? His system had a large amount of divine power, so he wasn't afraid of exhaustion at all. Inside the banished land, he had the upper hand. The banished land is indeed not ordinary. Those who can be exiled here must be the top powerhouses of the Dragon God domain. Only they can survive in this place. You're right. Those without strength don't have the right to survive here. You guys are the ones who don't have the right to survive, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a cloud of yellow sand rose and turned into a world, falling down on them. "This person is very strong." The 6 Dragon Kings opened their mouths and roared, spewing out dragon might at the yellow sand. However, the yellow sand didn't move at all, continuing to fall on them. "What a big tone." Lin Fei laughed. This heaven and earth mystique was not bad, but it was still full of flaws in front of the system. He took out the heavenly deity saber and slashed at one of the spots. The yellow sand exploded. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe appeared in the distance. "You're a powerhouse of the sand race. Why are you here?" The 6 Dragon Kings exclaimed. "Humph, none of you from the Dragon Clan are good people. In any case, since you came in, don't even think about leaving. Obediently become my blood food." The yellow-robed middle-aged man shouted loudly. Yellow sand filled the sky as he disappeared. "Brother D. Tian, be careful. This person is a powerhouse of the sand race, and he's best at creating thousands of clones. He's already a 4-star heavenly god, and with his bloodline mystique, he can fight against a 5-star heavenly god." The 6 Dragon Kings warned. He also felt a bit pressured. Lin Fei was just worrying about how to make a move. Killing someone from the dragon race might make the other party unhappy. Once he heard that the other party wasn't from the dragon race, he didn't care anymore. I'll deal with this person. Boom. Boom. 18 heavenly god clones soared into the sky, one after another, shocking the sand race powerhouse. The 18 clones entered Lin Fei's body, and their auras kept rising. He broke through to the 6-star heavenly god level in one go. Divine level blade slash. Lin Fei's heavenly god battle technique slashed at one of the clones, and his divine power slashed through the void. Patter. The two halves of the corpse fell from the sky, and blood dyed the yellow sand red. Whoosh. The heavenly god battle technique in Lin Fei's hand couldn't withstand the power and broke into pieces. He died just like that. The 6 dragon kings knew that Di Tian was very powerful. After witnessing the battle with his own eyes, he was completely shocked. This was too terrifying. The sand race powerhouse was good at hiding himself, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to find out where he was. Di Tian actually killed him with a single slash. Impressive, impressive. What a sneaky guy. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei moved the two halves of the corpse into the battle fort, where Hairball would be in charge of eating them. There were 56 godhoods in the storage ring. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a harvest. I have a use for the godhoods. You guys can split them. Lin Fei threw the storage ring to them and took the godhoods for himself. He used them to level up, and he was one step closer to leveling up. The 6 dragon kings were shocked again. They didn't expect Di Tian to be so generous, willing to share the rest of the items with them. The 6th dragon king had his own pride. Normally, he wouldn't care about such things, but these were all in the past. After being constantly suppressed, his bloodline's cultivation resources were limited. Naturally, he was tempted when he saw the godhoods, but he was too embarrassed to take them. The 9 dragon king accepted them without hesitation. 6th brother, he's a tycoon. He might not be interested in other things, but the godhoods are the only thing he's interested in. It's a waste not to take these things. With the 9 dragon king's words, the 6th dragon king also thought that his bloodline still had some godhoods. Should he trade them with Di Tian? Chapter 1782. Deep within the land of exile. Several divine senses emerged from the barren yellow sand, communicating with each other. That aura was so strong. Even though it's only the aura of a 6-star heavenly god, it's terrifying. Did another expert come? It doesn't matter if he's an expert or not. My people have already gone to deal with him. In this godforsaken place where even birds don't shit, we can't absorb immortal chi. We have to rely on God's stones to survive. Only a fool like him would go all out as soon as he entered. Ha ha ha, I knew you would send someone over. I've actually sent someone over as well. I wonder how lucky everyone is this time. Ha ha ha. Why don't we make a bet and see who wins? Let's bet. I'll bet 5 million inferior grade immortal stones on my man winning. These divine senses were the 8 strongest experts in the land of exile. They almost never fought. It didn't matter if they were dragons from the draconic divine domain or foreign powerhouses. Once they arrived in the land of exile, they would either be killed or choose to join the sect of that powerhouse. Every time a powerful expert appeared, these big shots would come out to watch the show. This was the only thing they could do to amuse themselves. The appearance of a 6-star heavenly god was a very powerful existence in the land of exile. The 8 big shots were naturally very interested. Experts like that would never lack immortal stones. This was what they needed the most. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Countless powerful auras flew over from all 4 directions. Wow, there are 40 experts here. Judging by their auras, they're all 4-star heavenly gods or 5-star heavenly gods. Lin Fei opened the system and narrowed his eyes. He was overjoyed. They were here to give him God's cores. Just now, a Sand Tribe expert had given him a lot of God's cores, and now there were 40 more. They really thought highly of him. The 6th and 9th Dragon Kings also sensed the powerful auras flying over. Not all of them were from the Dragon Tribe. Some were human experts, and some were from other races. In less than a moment, the experts with powerful auras appeared in their field of vision. Their violent auras stirred up a cloud of yellow sand. It was clear that none of the newcomers were easy to deal with. They were all famous experts. The big fat meat is coming. Everyone, go. To the east, a fat man who looked like a corporeal body narrowed his eyes as he summoned a blood-colored tree, which shot out hundreds of beams of sword chi toward Lin Fei's group of 3. Fatty, she's ours. Don't you dare. In another direction, a tall and skinny middle-aged man coldly laughed and waved his hand, summoning a massive black net. The black net grew larger and larger until it was like an inescapable net above the 3 of them, trapping everything within it. The 40 experts attacked ferociously the moment they arrived, regardless of who it was. 9 Dragons King didn't even have the time to reveal his identity before he was locked onto by killing intent. If he didn't take out the Dragon God Scepter, he wouldn't be able to block these people's attacks. It was the same for the 6 Dragon Kings. They had witnessed the terror of the banished land. What mattered here was strength. Everything depended on strength. Otherwise, that person from before wouldn't have said such a thing. Good timing. This was Lin Fei's first time encountering 40 experts. In his eyes, any one of them was a mini-boss. Godheads waved at them. Lin Fei chose to ignore the sky full of attacks. Slow down time. With a powerful time art, the speed of the incoming attack slowed down. Lin Fei also shot out, aiming at the fat man. His heavenly deity battle saber had been destroyed, so he didn't take it out again. Grabbing at the air, his god force turned into a huge saber that shone brightly and slashed at the fat man's waist. The sword chi shattered. Lin Fei's saber slashed at the fat man, sending him flying. The fat man coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a horrifying wound was left on his chest. While you're down, I'll take your life. Once again, Lin Fei pounced at the fat man. With a slash of his god force saber, the fat man was cut in half, and his godhead exploded. Just as he killed the fat man, a shadow attacked from the void. This person was dressed in a black robe and had 2 dark golden daggers in his hands. With 2 swishing sounds, he stabbed the fat man's body. So what if you can kill the fat man? You're still going to be seriously injured by me. My daggers are filled with paralyzing poison that can break all kinds of flesh, the shadow said smugly. Boom! Just as the dagger stabbed out, the figure in front of him crossed tens of thousands of layers, and the attack instantly missed. A divine saber light slashed over and landed on the expert of the hidden shadow sect, causing him to vomit blood and fly backwards. His eyes were filled with shock. After that, another saber light slashed over, and his body, which was considered not bad, was chopped into 2. In the blink of an eye, 2 4-star heavenly gods were killed. In just a few breaths' time, Lin Fei had killed 2 experts. The remaining people were also shocked, and then all kinds of excitement. He won't be able to last long with such a big move. Everyone, attack together with me. He belongs to us. No one can take him away. It had to be said that these people were crazy. 2 4-star heavenly gods had died, but they didn't care at all. This was the land of the seal. Divine power couldn't be replenished. Under such a big move, divine power couldn't be recovered at all. Only by taking elixirs could one barely recover, but it couldn't last long in battle. They had seen this kind of situation many times. No one could last long. The bigger the attack, the worse it would be. Unfortunately, they underestimated Lin Fei. He had a system with him that stored trillions of divine power units. He could squander it as much as he wanted without worrying about not being able to keep up with the attacks. Lin Fei, who didn't use the heavenly god saber, used the simplest attacks, and with the support of the time technique, he moved back and forth. Block. We can't stop him. Too fast. Not good, another one died. At this time, Lin Fei was like a ghost. Using the time technique and the space technique, the two strongest technique attacks, Lin Fei took the lives of heavenly god powerhouses one after another. No one could block his attacks. Every time, Lin Fei's attack was exactly twice as big as theirs, perfectly crushing them. It also became easier for Lin Fei to kill them. At first, they wanted to exhaust Lin Fei's divine power, and when there was no time to replenish it, they would attack with all their strength. Lin Fei kept attacking fiercely. His combat strength was fierce, and no one could block his attacks. Besieging? Their attacks were halfway there, but he had already dodged them. This way of dodging left them dumbfounded. Lin Fei was like a ferocious tiger, killing more than 30 heavenly god powerhouses, and they were like sheep. The powerhouses died under his saber one after another, and the ground was covered with corpses, godheads, storage rings. Run. Too powerful. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 heavenly gods left. They were the last ones. They were scared out of their wits. No one present could block 3 slashes, and they were basically killed in 2 slashes. Whether they were 4-star heavenly gods or 5-star heavenly gods, only 6-star heavenly gods could last until the 3rd slash. You guys can stay too. Lin Fei slashed again, and his divine power surged. The long and narrow saber light swept across their bodies, and the remaining 3 became corpses, falling on the yellow sand. Chapter 1783. Fast. In one word, fast. The strands of divine sense in the banished lands were struck dumb. 40 heavenly god powerhouses were all killed by someone. Such a force could cause a shocking commotion outside, but they were killed just like that. The bloody corpses on the yellow sand became the best proof. 8 big shots walked out from the depths of the banished lands, each with a different expression. Obviously, they did not expect the person in their eyes to be so powerful. A sweep is a sweep. Young man, your strength is not bad, to be able to discover our tracks. An expressionless old man said. You killed 40 heavenly gods, don't tell me you still want to attack us? Although you're a human, this old man doesn't mind. As long as you join my sect, I can give you a very high position. Another old man said. Heavenly gods' deaths were nothing to them. As long as they could recruit a subordinate, they would be a powerful general. Most of the spatial rings left behind by the 40 experts would fall into their pockets. You're the Grand Elder, I'm Little 9 Ah. 9 Dragons King stared at one of the old men, clearly excited. The old man wasn't standing far away. Only when he heard the voice did he notice the 9th Dragon King and the 6th Dragon King. He was stunned, not daring to believe his eyes. Little 9, is that really you? The old man appeared in front of 9 Dragons King, asking excitedly. Grand Elder, I'm Little 9, I'm back. 9 Dragons King nodded. The old man's face darkened. Little 9, what's wrong with you? Why are you back, and even in the banished lands? Don't you know this is the sealed land? What, that's Little 9? Impossible, he's here in the sealed land. Among the 8 experts, 3 paled, appearing beside 9 Dragons King, sizing him up. Yes, that's right, it's Little 9, and Little 6, they haven't changed at all. Grand Elder, 3rd Elder, 5th Elder, 7th Elder. 9 Dragons King recognized them one by one, and 6 Dragon Kings followed suit. In terms of status, everyone present was higher than the 2 of them. Back in the day, they were both members of the Elder Group and had an extremely high authority. Later on, they were schemed against by the new Dragon God and banished to the sealed land. In the sky, the other experts frowned. You're the 9 Dragons King from back then. Since you're here, you must have the Dragon God scepter on you. Quickly hand it over. One of the experts shouted excitedly. The eyes of the others lit up. They had also heard about the Dragon God scepter. The Dragon God scepter was the #1 divine artifact of the Dragon clan, and also a super killing weapon. It was rumored that with the Dragon God scepter, one could leave the sealed land. Mo Haitian, what nonsense are you talking about? Little Nine was sent to the sealed land. Do you think there's still a dragon god scepter? Grand Elder Long Aoshua roared. Demonic Sea Celestial was tall and sturdy, his body overflowing with demonic chi. He was a heavenly god powerhouse of the devil race, so he didn't buy it at all. Everyone, don't believe the old thing's words. Whether or not we have it isn't up to him to decide. We have to search your body first. You four, we have more than four. Let's see who's afraid of who in the end. Either you search me or hand over the dragon god scepter. With the dragon god scepter, we can leave this damned place. The other three came from different clans. They usually lived in harmony with each other, but now that the dragon god scepter had appeared, they couldn't help but make a move. No one was willing to stay in this place. The experts under Mo Haitian's command flew out and appeared behind them. The other three experts did the same. In just a short while, close to 1,000 heavenly gods appeared behind the four of them. Each of them was filled with a ferocious aura. On Long Aoshua's side, the number of people he gathered wasn't that many, barely over 100 heavenly deities. This was also due to their arrogant temperaments, disdaining to recruit experts. At most, they would recruit experts from the Dragon Clan. After a long time, many died, and only 100 or so experts from the Dragon Clan remained. In terms of momentum, Long Aoshua's side was much weaker. Old thing, your Dragon Clan is very strong, but we aren't weak either. Who doesn't want to leave the sealed land? Now, either hand over the Dragon God scepter or let us search you. You only have two choices. Mo Haitian shouted. Everyone, don't you think so? Yes, we want to leave. I don't care if you are from the Dragon Clan or not, if you don't hand over the Dragon God scepter, we will kill you. Hand over the Dragon God scepter. Long Aoshua knew Mo Haitian very well. He was a selfish, cold, and cruel person. He would never give up on something that he had set his eyes on. His strength had reached the 7-star heavenly god realm, and he was the strongest powerhouse in the sealed land. Even Long Aoshua was slightly inferior to him. Nine Dragon King also realized that he had said the wrong thing and was being used. The Dragon God's scepter was on him, so he naturally wouldn't let them search him, let alone hand it over. Master, is there a way? Nine Dragon King subconsciously looked at Tian. The four elders' faces turned ugly, especially Long Aoshua, who had high hopes for Nine Dragon King. He almost suspected that he had heard wrong, and his sharp eyes shot towards the human brat. When this matter is settled, this old man wants you to explain yourself. A mere 6-star heavenly god, Long Aoshua didn't care at all. This matter needed an explanation. Since when did their dragon clan recognize a human as their master? Wasn't this a complete mess? Great Elder, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think. Nine Dragon King hurriedly explained, afraid that Tian would be angered and cause an even bigger misunderstanding. This was not what he wanted to see. Explanation? Lin Fei laughed, since you're an old man, I won't say anything. If it were someone else, I'd slap you to death. Whether you're from the Dragon Clan or not, you don't have the qualifications for me to explain. Nine Dragon King broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. Long Aoshua was an arrogant person in the past, or else he wouldn't have been schemed against by the Dragon God. Now, not only was he called an old man by a junior, he even wanted to slap him to death. The other three elders' faces also turned ugly, and they looked at Nine Dragon King with reproachful eyes. This young man's temper is really big. It's been a long time since I've had someone like this talk to me. Long Aoshua suppressed the anger in his heart. This was not a good time to take action. The most important thing now was to deal with Mo Haitian's group. I hope that after this matter is over, you still have the strength to say such words. The proud Dragon Clan is not to be blasphemed. Lin Fei didn't even look at Great Elder. Instead, he looked at Mo Haitian in the distance. Great Elder, you should be glad that you didn't make a move, because you'll soon see what it means to not judge a book by its cover. Mo Haitian couldn't wait for an internal strife to occur. What's your decision? I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Once the time is up, we'll personally take action. Mo Haitian gave his final notice. Suddenly, Lin Fei laughed. No need to count, because you're all going to die soon. Boom! A tyrannical aura soared into the sky. Chapter 1784. One can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Somewhere in the void of the land of exile. Long Ikuan revealed a cold smile, as if everything was under his control. Congratulations, Your Highness. You have made a great contribution. Long Meng and Long Bai congratulated Long Ikuan. Long Ikuan had chased all the way here and easily found the 9-Dragon King. He had also witnessed the battle and even saw the legendary Di Tian make a move. The strength of a 6-star heavenly god was only a small surprise. This cultivation technique of his, I want it. Long Ikuan was very envious. If he had this cultivation technique, he would not even frown when facing a 9-star heavenly god. Using it on Di Tian was a waste. This kind of person should not have this kind of cultivation technique. Not only did Long Ikuan want Di Tian's clone cultivation technique, but he also wanted to cut off the 9-Dragon King's head and the number 1 divine artifact of the Dragon God Scepter. Long Ikuan was very pleased with the congratulations of his trusted subordinates. This trip was really a great harvest. When he returned with this great contribution, even his brothers would have to lower their heads before him. Long Ikuan was very clear that his imperial father cared the most about finding the Dragon God Scepter. As time passed, it would become a sore point. Your Highness, Mo Haitian is a powerhouse of the demon race, and the others are not weak either. The weakest among them is a 6-star heavenly god. We don't need to make a move, and they will be in a mess. Long Meng analyzed. We just need to wait for them to make a move. No matter who wins, no one can escape from our hands. Long Ikuan laughed. A bunch of blind fools. It's good that they fight. When the time comes, you guys can make a move. I will ask Imperial Father for your contribution. Boom! A terrifying aura rose. Everyone in the banished lands fell into a state of panic. What a terrifying aura! How can this aura be so strong? I can't even move before this aura. Could it be a 9-star heavenly god? All the powerhouses in the land of exile felt insecure. They did not know what terrifying thing they had encountered to attract such a terrifying aura. Mo Haitian was also suppressed by the aura. He vomited several mouthfuls of blood. He was still fine, but the other heavenly gods were all pale. 9-star celestial god. Mo Haitian's expression changed as he stared ahead. This terrifying aura was something that only a 9-star celestial deity could possess. There's no time to lose. Everyone, let's move. Mo Haitian was indeed an expert of the devil race. He knew that an expert had come to the old thing's side. No matter what realm the expert was at, he was at least a strong enemy. Before he made a move, he would strike first to gain the initiative. Mo Haitian was the first to make a move. Demonic flames surged into the sky as he took out a white bone mountain that blew with chilling winds. This was a mid-grade divine artifact, and it could change its size at will. It could devour flesh and blood, and its might was terrifying as it smashed towards everyone. The other 3 didn't stand on ceremony either. They also knew that this was their only chance, so they all took out their treasures, a blood-colored river, a golden chariot, and the illusory image of a deity. With the 4 of them taking the lead, there was no need to even mention the 1,000 heavenly gods behind them. The sky was filled with attacks from treasures. It was clear how terrifying this attack was. Old thing, even if you're a 9-star celestial, don't even think about gaining any advantage in this sealed land. Mo Haitian activated the White Bone Mountain, and the power of the medium-grade divine artifact surged. So many people were attacking. Mo Haitian indeed had the qualifications to say such words. Long Aoshue and the rest were also in a state of shock. They couldn't recover from the shock. Before this aura, they also felt the impact. Although it wasn't a direct hit, their blood was still boiling. This isn't the aura of a 9-star celestial, it's the aura of a god king. Long Aoshua's memory seemed to have returned to a long time ago. His body trembled slightly, and his eyes widened. He finally realized that this aura wasn't the aura of a 9-star celestial, but the aura of a god king. He had seen this kind of aura on the dragon god before. It was also this terrifying aura, and the two were exactly the same. Junior brother, these people really think they're something. I'll help you deal with them. Everyone's hearts trembled again, especially the 9 Dragons King, who was overjoyed. I knew Di Tian was strong, but I didn't expect his senior brother to be so strong. The moment he came out, he's already a 9-star celestial. No, wait, his aura. The burly man arrived in front of everyone, and casually sent a palm strike towards the black mass of treasures. Pang, pang, pang. With this palm strike, the sky full of treasures exploded one after another. Those with weaker divine weapons were practically scrapped. Mo Haitian's white bone mountain was deformed, and its size shrank by a large margin. The blood river was scattered, and the illusory figure of a god was destroyed. With a single palm strike, all the threats disappeared. Mo Haitian coughed out another mouthful of blood, and his scalp went numb. He knew that this person wasn't a 9-star celestial. Only a god king could casually break through their attacks. Go. At this time, Mo Haitian could only run as far as he could. Wasn't he just robbing some treasures? Was there a need to use a god king to deal with him? Wasn't this a scam? The others were in a similar situation, and they didn't care about their subordinates anymore. Their priority was to stay alive. Still want to run? With a cold snort, Ron threw out a light ball made of god force. The light ball exploded as it landed in the midst of the heavenly gods. Regardless of the cultivation level of the heavenly gods, they were blasted into pieces by the explosion. It could be said that this was their doomsday. 2 light balls shot out, and more than 1,000 heavenly gods were annihilated. Not a single one survived. The 3rd light ball shot towards Mo Haitian's group of 3, raising the entire area to the ground. 4 peak heavenly gods were also blasted into pieces, and even their godheads were damaged. They're all dead. Long Aoshua's body trembled uncontrollably. He heard the burly man's words loud and clear. It turned out that the burly man really had the qualifications to speak. With a god king backing him up, he indeed had the qualifications to say such words. Luckily, I didn't make a move. Long Aoshua felt a lingering fear. If I really made a move, I might end up like them, right? The 9 Dragon Kings and 6 Dragon Kings, as well as the Dragon Clan's experts behind them, none of them could remain calm. All of them were scared witless. The visual impact was too shocking. Just a moment ago, they were about to fight to the death, but in the end, they were killed so easily. Junior brother, there seems to be someone spying on us, and their killing intent towards you is very strong. Should we kill them as well? There are 2 6 stars heavenly gods and 1 5 stars heavenly god. Master said that anyone with killing intent towards you should be killed. Ron's gaze swept across Long Aoshua and the others. Your Highness, let's go. In the distant void, Long Meng and Long Bai's scalps went numb. The 2 of them were very strong when they joined forces, but in the blink of an eye, the burly man had killed more than 1,000 heavenly gods. How could they possibly be a match for him? Long Ikuan had seen all kinds of experts, and his father was one of them. However, at this moment, even he felt fear. He hurriedly took out a spatial gate and left the sealed land. I can't die here. I must leave this place alive. Boom! A light ball made of god force descended from the sky, exploding in the void where they were. Long Ikuan and his 2 trusted subordinates were instantly blasted into pieces. Even their godheads were in tatters. Chapter 1785. P.S. There is no update for today. Dao friend Di Tian, is he your senior brother? Long Aoshua and the others felt their mouths go dry. Their eyes were wide open. They were truly frightened by the scene in front of them. A god king. Did he have to be so savage? Was he going to let them have a good time? Their scalps turned numb as they stared at Di Tian with boundless fear. I'm rich. With such a senior brother holding down the fort, who would dare to find trouble with you? Long Aoshue was glad that his temper had become better, or else he would have been killed on the spot. Right, that voice seemed to belong to the eldest son of the dragon god. Could it be that he was also killed? This was too cruel. Like junior brother, like senior brother. My senior brother is also worried about my safety. Everyone isn't scared, right? Lin Fei snickered in his heart. Everyone could not help but observe a moment of silence for those people. What hidden family clan? How could they have a senior brother who was a god king expert protecting them? Even they did not know about it. Could it be that they had fallen behind the times for too long? Junior brother, I've collected these storage rings and divine cores for you. Deal with them yourself. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Ron pretended to be a senior brother, waved his hand, and collected all the scattered divine sparks, left a sentence, and disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Facing a god king expert, the pressure was immense. Even breathing was difficult. Fellow Daoist Di Tian, I didn't intentionally target you just now. Please don't take it to heart. Long Aoshue explained, afraid that Di Tian would bear a grudge against him. Not lowering your head? He wasn't looking for something to do. Although the dragon race was arrogant, they were not fools. If they really thought that they were something, they would not know what was going on with a single slap. Lin Fei gloated in his heart. Strength was still the most reliable. Even the proud dragon race had to bow their heads. It's fine. I'm young, and I've seen this kind of thing many times. Lin Fei chuckled. On the other hand, these people died, and some of them were from the dragon clan. You guys shouldn't have any objections, right? Everyone shook their heads. No objections, of course there were no objections. Who could guarantee that there were no fence-sitters in the dragon clan? It's our first time meeting, so I don't have anything to give you. These weapons and holy stone, just treat them as my meeting gift. As for these divine deity, I have other uses for them, so I won't be giving them to you all. Lin Fei waved his hand, and hundreds of storage rings flew out and floated in front of them. Long Aoshue had seen many demon-level geniuses before, but he had never seen someone as monstrous as Di Tian. Not only did he have the help of a God King Realm senior apprentice brother, he was also extremely generous, giving out over 100 interspatial rings as a greeting gift. This young man truly wasn't simple. Fellow Daoist, you need godhood? It just so happens that I don't have much use for it. Why don't you take it? Long Aoshue was also a sly old fox. The dragon clan wasn't stingy when it came to other people's goodwill. We're useless too. There's no point in keeping it. Since the Grand Elder had taken the initiative to take out his godhood, the other dragon clan experts behind him also took out their godhoods. A moment later, Lin Fei had 3,500 godhoods in his hands. F*CK, do you have to do this? With 3,500 godhoods in one go, Lin Fei was overjoyed. He didn't expect the dragon clan to have so many godhoods. No matter what, this should be enough to raise his cultivation by 2 or 3 levels. Other than that, there should be at least 30 to 40,000 godhoods in the interspatial rings left behind by the thousands of heavenly gods. Brother, aren't you going to level up noisily this time? Since they were being so courteous, Lin Fei felt even better. This was clearly the dragon clan's way of expressing goodwill. Right, I still have some invincible weapons here. Although they aren't mid-grade divine artifacts, their power isn't inferior to mid-grade divine artifacts. I believe everyone will like them. Lin Fei had a large number of backup low-grade divine artifacts in his system storage. He took out 120 low-grade invincible divine artifacts in one go. Long Aoshue didn't care at first. How could low-grade divine artifacts be any better? But when they heard that they were comparable to mid-grade divine artifacts, the other dragons present were shocked beyond belief. So amazing. Nine Dragons King also explained on behalf of the Grand Elder, proving the power of invincible divine artifacts. After obtaining the low-grade divine artifacts, the Dragon Clan members went crazy. Good stuff. Every dragon was filled with admiration for Tian. With low-grade invincible divine artifacts, their combat strength would increase by a large margin. This was something they didn't dare to imagine before. In the eyes of Long Aoshue and the others, Tian had become a tycoon with a powerful background. He didn't lack money. Long Aoshue knew that he was right to give away the godhoods. Although he didn't know what use Tian had for them, he valued them greatly. In Long Aoshue's hands, they weren't very useful. Fellow Daoist Tian, if you need more godhoods, I know of a large number of godhoods in the depths of the sealed land. It's just that they're sealed away. Perhaps, fellow Daoist Tian has a way to take them out. Long Aoshue said. Elder Long, I like what you said. Divine deity is of great use to me. As long as there are enough divine deity, I will give you a high-grade invincible divine tool when the time comes. Lin Fei directly threw out a sentence. Long Aoshue laughed even more happily. Low-grade invincible divine artifacts were already so amazing. High-grade invincible divine artifacts might even be able to resist a God King's treasure. He didn't have any objections to Little Nine following Tian. Tian had a God King's senior brother, and his background was astonishing. The entire dragon clan might not be his match. Moreover, since Tian had a senior brother, he might not just have one senior brother, but many senior brothers. That would be fatal. Long Aoshue didn't care about the godhoods in the sealed land. Those things were left behind by generations, and they were useless to him. It would be a waste to just leave them there. He might as well give them to Tian as a favor. If Tian was in a good mood, he might gift them something. After collecting a large number of storage rings, Lin Fei didn't want to leave immediately. That was because Little Devil told him some bad news. Master, I have bad news to tell you. Among the 3 people Luoan killed, one of them was the son of this generation's dragon god. He's the eldest son, and the most qualified person to inherit the dragon god's position. You'll soon be hunted down by the dragon god. F***ck, it can't be. I was wondering who it was, sneakily hiding in the void. Turns out it's the eldest son of the dragon god. What's there to worry about? Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He had a powerful helper by his side. Master, although Luoan is here, this generation's dragon god is very powerful. According to the system's analysis, this dragon god is very likely to enter the God King realm. Even if he isn't a half-step God King, and this time, the Dragon God Convention will be attended by the big shots of the strongest races. It's equivalent to having several God King powerhouses. Master, you must immediately increase your strength. Lin Fei thought about it carefully, and it really made sense. The strongest race wasn't an exaggeration. 9 stars heavenly god powerhouses could amplify their attacks, and even a half-step God King would be tyrannical. Chapter 1786. Dragon City. The Dragon God Convention was about to begin. There was a rare peaceful atmosphere in Dragon City. The usually arrogant young masters and various young talents all chose to keep a low profile. Their families also ordered that they were not allowed to wander outside. Who knew who they might accidentally offend? The Dragon God Convention was unprecedentedly influential. Not only did the big shots of the strongest races come, but the big shots of the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords also came one after another. All kinds of geniuses gathered, and none of them were easy to offend. These young masters all kept a low profile. There was also a rare peace in Dragon City. The peaceful scene disappeared with a roar of anger. Everyone in Dragon City was shocked. Everyone looked at the Dragon God residence. What was going on? Boom! A powerful aura surged out of the Divine Dragon residence, and a figure flickering with golden light flashed by, disappearing into the sky above the Divine Dragon residence. Lord Dragon God. That's Lord Dragon God. The dragon god's eyes widened. This anger actually came from Lord Dragon God. No one could imagine what could make this dragon god angry. The big shots of the strongest races who were on good terms with the dragon god all came to the dragon god residence at almost the same time, each full of doubts. The 8 major sects and the 7 overlords also sent people to inquire. It was definitely not a trivial matter that made the dragon god angry, so they had to take it seriously. As soon as the big shots of the strongest races came in, they felt the angry aura from the dragon god. This anger contained a terrifying killing intent, and only they could withstand this killing intent. There was almost no one in the main hall. Even if there were, they were all shivering, filled with fear as they forcefully endured it. Brother Dragon, what happened? The first to enter was a tall and sturdy man. He was at least 9 zhang tall, and his body was wrapped in a beast skin armor. On his back was a huge black war hammer. With every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. That bastard is causing trouble. Do you want me, old ox, to help you deal with him? Old bull, when can you change your temper of fighting and killing? After all, you represent the strongest race. Another middle-aged man came in from outside. He was thin and had a mustache. His small eyes flickered, making it impossible to see through his depth. He was called Old Bull, and he was the leader of the barbarian bull tribe, one of the strongest tribes. He was born with boundless strength, and after becoming a heavenly god, his strength was astonishing. I, Old Bull, don't fight and kill. Could it be that I'm like you, sitting here all day and scheming against people? Barbarian Bull sneered, I'm not as good at scheming as you Fox clan, we are good at fighting and killing. The mustached middle-aged man's background was not small either. He was from the strongest race, the heavenly fox race. Although they were the strongest race, they were only sent later. The heavenly fox race's combat power was not strong, but they were good at scheming. They were known as the #1 scheming race. In the territory, the sky foxes had always been treated as distinguished guests. They were the best at scheming. Once they made a move, it would be a piece of cake for them to turn the situation around. Many of the major events in the territory had been orchestrated by the Heavenly Fox clan. Even though the Heavenly Fox clan's strongest Empyrean god, Heavenly Fox Z, was only barely an 8-star Empyrean god and wasn't the strongest, no one was willing to offend them. Barbarian Bull, Heavenly Fox, can the two of you speak less? Behind them, another person dressed like a scholar came in. He was cultured and elegant. The most eye-catching thing about him was the pair of golden wings on his back. This was the biggest symbol of the Heavenly Wings race. Fellow Daoist Long, what exactly happened? Behind him, another 3 big shots came in. They were all the big shots of the strongest races. They were also the closest to each other, and they were allies. This was also why the 8 great sects did not dare to underestimate them. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that my eldest son was just killed. Long Liefen said expressionlessly. I sent a clone to deal with it. Fellow Daoist Long, my condolences. My condolences. The big shots were shocked. The dragon god's eldest son had actually been killed in the dragon god territory. Wasn't this a slap to the dragon god's face? Who was so bold? Could it be someone from the 8 great sects? They all knew that the dragon god's favorite was his eldest son, Long Ikuan. He was decisive in killing and had also received an inheritance. He was the future successor of the dragon god. They did not expect him to be killed at this time. They could not help but sigh. Originally, they were prepared to make a move. The other party had sent a clone over, and no one could withstand the dragon god's thunderous fury. They also wanted to know who exactly it was that made the move. Wasn't this person a little too daring? He did not take the dragon god seriously at all. In the land of exile. After being wiped out by Ron, all the heavenly god powerhouses on the stage were annihilated. Those who were lucky enough to survive were all terrified. When they heard that the other party liked divine sparks, they did not hesitate to personally send the divine sparks to prevent them from being destroyed. Over 1,000 heavenly gods were killed. It was a shocking sight. No one could ignore it. If the other party wanted to kill them, a finger was enough. Master, the statistics are out. We obtained a total of 1,213 storage rings and found a total of 117,553 divine sparks, leading to the depths of the sealed land. Lin Fei had Little Fiend clean up the storage rings. F***ck, so many. We're rich. We're really rich. Lin Fei had originally thought that it would be good enough to obtain 60,000 to 70,000 divine sparks. He did not expect it to be more than he had imagined. There were 110,000. Adding the previous ones, there were 120,000 divine sparks. This was not a small harvest. Master, are you going to level up or? Little Fiend said. If I were you, I would suggest that you open the boxes first. Your current equipment is too poor. You have to change into a good set of treasures. When you meet an expert, you don't have to be in a hurry to summon Ron. Lin Fei had really forgotten about this. He did not have divine sparks before, so he was reluctant to open the boxes. Now it seemed that he really lacked good treasures. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. I'll level up a few levels first and increase the number of boxes I can open. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 2-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 3-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 4-star Heavenly God. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to 5-star Heavenly God. Lin Fei was overjoyed by this method of leveling up. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 5-star Heavenly God realm. Lin Fei snickered inwardly. He was the fastest to level up in the entire territory. After advancing to the 5-star Heavenly God realm, he had 120,000 divine sparks. With about 50,000 left, he leveled up to 70,000 divine sparks, which was acceptable. Lin Fei opened the attribute page and found that after advancing to the 6-star Heavenly God realm, he had 100,000 divine sparks, which was a big threshold. Ding! Does player Lin Fei want to use the Heavenly God fragment to summon the Heavenly God? The system prompted. Lin Fei found that he had more than 50,000 divine sparks. The success rate of exchanging for fragments was still very high. Damn, doesn't this mean that I can summon 500 heavenly gods? Lin Fei felt like he was dreaming. Summon, I have to summon. Being in the Dragon God territory with Ron by his side, Lin Fei felt that it was better to be safe. With 500 heavenly gods by his side, even if the Dragon God came, the Heavenly God army would drown him. Ding! Activating Heavenly God summoning. A virtual Heavenly God pool appeared. 100 divine sparks were thrown into the pool. Chapter 1787. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 3-star celestial god. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 5-star celestial god. Ding! Congratulations player on summoning a 5-star celestial god. All 50,000 celestial god shards were used to summon the celestial god. Fortunately, the summoned celestial god was placed in the system space. If it appeared beside him, the people around him would probably be scared to death. Awesome, 9-star celestial god. Not bad, 8-star celestial god. 7-star celestial god is not bad. Every time he summoned a powerful celestial god, Lin Fei's eyes would light up. These were all his capital. Even if the summoned 9-star celestial god had the same combat power as usual, as long as he had a good invincible artifact, he would be able to crush them. On the other hand, the great elder Long Aoshue, who had always been at the front, had been inquiring about Di Tian's situation from Little Nine. When he heard about the speed of Di Tian's rise, he was even more certain that Di Tian was a monstrous genius from some great hidden family. Master, your luck is not bad. A total of 5 9-star celestial gods, 18 8-star celestial gods, 37-star celestial gods, and the rest are all 1-star to 6-star celestial gods. This luck is not bad. No matter what, I need at least 59-star celestial gods. My master, the probability of summoning is not high to begin with. If your luck is bad, you might not even be able to get a 9-star celestial god powerhouse out of 100,000 celestial god fragments. You should be content. The little devil rolled his eyes. Lin Fei laughed at himself. His appetite was too big. If that was really the case, his luck would be heaven-defying. The remaining 50,000 godheads, I'll use 10,000 godheads to draw the experience chest. Godheads were very useful. Lin Fei did not intend to use them all at once. The page changed immediately. A huge experience chest appeared. Lin Fei had not drawn for some time. The experience chest prompted that he could draw 50 times today. Each time, it would cost 100 godheads. After 50 times, it would cost 500 godheads each time. This was really black-hearted. The mode was no different from summoning. Ding! Obtained godhead. The experience chest opened, and inside was a godhood. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. He looked at the little devil and said, "You can do this? Godheads are also treasures." All right, let's continue. Lin Fei was speechless. 100 godhoods for one godhood, this was a loss. Ding. Obtained Inferno Divine Weapon, Inferno Saber. Ding. Obtained 10 godheads. 50 times passed. Lin Fei had obtained 20 low-grade divine artifacts and 5 mid-grade divine artifacts. Last time, he had not obtained a single divine artifact. Continue. Lin Fei really wanted to take out a high-grade divine artifact. There was no shortage of divine sparks. 500 godhoods once, 10 times would be 5,000, and 100 times would be 50,000 godhoods. The experience chest opened again. All kinds of things emerged one after another. Lin Fei was not interested in any of them. He was not interested in low-grade divine artifacts, but he was interested in middle-grade divine artifacts. 10 attempts failed. 20 times, no. 30 times, no. When he got to about 50 times, including the previous 50 times, he had used up 30,000 godhoods. He only had about 20,000 godhoods on hand. There were a lot of things, but he did not get a high-grade divine artifact. Ding! Obtained high-grade divine artifact, Spear of the Sea God. In the system space, there was one more spear. There's finally one. After obtaining the high-grade divine artifact, Spear of the Sea God, for 50 times, Lin Fei finally heaved a sigh of relief. With a high-grade divine artifact, he did not need to draw any more for the time being. Lin Fei did not plan to use this high-grade divine artifact. He planned to give it to one of the 5 9-star celestial gods to use, and he would use a mid-grade divine artifact for the time being. A high-grade divine artifact was not easy to obtain, but a mid-grade divine artifact was not. Lin Fei quickly changed into a set of celestial god equipment. His clothes were earth battle armor. As long as he stepped on the ground, his defense would increase by 5 times. His weapon was also changed to a thunder saber, which could release lightning attacks with divine power. It was rather domineering. In a short period of time, his realm had increased, and his combat power had soared. None of the people around him noticed. They only felt that the imperial capital's aura had become heavier. We're here. Long Aoshua quickly brought Di Tian to the depths of the sealed grounds. Rumble. Rumble. Lin Fei looked in the direction where the sound came from. In the distance, there was an eerie land. It was no longer a stretch of yellow sand. The scariest thing was that the sky above the eerie land was filled with lightning, forming a forbidden land. Is this the place? Lin Fei vaguely felt that there was a great terror within. Yes, we call this the sealed forbidden land. Do you see that lightning? Rumor has it that it was left behind by a Thunder King. After his death, the great Tao turned into lightning, and it is abnormally terrifying. There are also gusts of black chilly wind, world-destroying chilly wind that specializes in destroying the physical body. Our dragon race's divine body is very strong, and if we barge in, the world-destroying chilly wind will destroy our divine body. Long Aoshue's face was filled with fear, and he added in the end, usually, we never enter. Lin Fei tried to use his divine sense to check it out. As soon as his divine sense entered the sealed forbidden land, a bolt of lightning struck it, instantly shattering it. Lin Fei hurriedly cut off his divine sense, his heart filled with shock. Fellow Taoist D. Tian, we've reached the place, but we don't know how to take it out. Long Aoshue was also helpless. Lin Fei also realized how terrifying the sealed forbidden land was. It was definitely left behind by a super expert who fought here in the past. After a long time, the Great Tao turned into a forbidden land. For example, the lightning attack just now was no weaker than an 8-star celestial god's attack. These lightning bolts are very powerful, not to mention those world-destroying chilly winds. No wonder the Grand Elder and the others didn't dare to enter. Going in would be suicide. I'm afraid I'm the only one who can enter this place. Lin Fei thought to himself, but he was also laughing in his heart. Such a forbidden land should have a lot of godheads, right? No one has entered this place before? Lin Fei asked casually. Long Aoshue shook his head. Since I've known about this forbidden land, although many people have entered, no one has ever come out. Among them, there was a 9-star celestial god who tried to obtain the treasures inside and escaped from the sealed land. In the end, he still died inside, and has never been seen again. Fellow Taoist D. Tian, you have to think carefully. This place was so dangerous that Long Aoshue did not recommend entering. Lin Fei was relieved. The treasures inside belonged to him, and they couldn't run away. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from afar. Yellow sand rose into the air. A golden silhouette appeared, leisurely walking towards them. A terrifying killing intent locked onto them. 9 Dragons King, Grand Elder, long time no see. The golden silhouette appeared. Long Aoshue and 9 Dragons King's expressions changed. 9 Dragons King also lowered his head and said to Lin Fei, he's this generation's dragon god, not the main body, but a clone. Dragon god, you still have the cheek to come here? Long Aoshue snorted. The golden silhouette stopped, and his sharp gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the black-robed Lin Fei. My eldest son, you killed him, right? Master, this clone's battle prowess is at the 9-star celestial god realm, the little devil reminded. His main body should be a god king. 9 Dragons King and Long Aoshue were shocked. D. Tian killed the dragon god's eldest son? Chapter 1788. The golden-armored divine dragon's clone was expressionless, but everyone could feel his cold killing intent. Long Aoshue and the others had suspected that D. Tian had killed someone, but now it seemed that it was true. D. Tian had actually killed the eldest son of the divine dragon. Even if he hadn't done it directly, it had to have something to do with him. No wonder the divine dragon's clone had come personally. Seeing the clone, Long Aoshue was shocked. His clone is already so powerful. I'm afraid his main body has stepped into the God King realm. Long Aoshue wasn't surprised by this result. With the dragon race's vast resources, it wasn't difficult to increase one's strength. He had also reached the God King realm earlier than expected, so it was normal for his clone to reach the 9 stars realm. In the endless territories, any expert with an extremely high level of cultivation would have an ocean's worth of cultivation resources at their disposal, to say nothing of those from the most powerful races. Every powerhouse of the endless territories would be able to cultivate a clone when they reached the pinnacle of their cultivation. With so many resources, it was very normal for them to reach the 8 or 9 star level. In fact, some of the more powerful Empyrean gods could even cultivate 2 or 3 clones. In the past, Long Aoshue had also cultivated a clone, but it was later killed by the dragon god, Long Liefan. You must be D. Tian. Just like the rumors, you talk big and have heaven-defying combat power. The divine dragon's clone said, however, you can't kill my eldest son. The one who killed him is someone else. If I'm not wrong, this person is in your battle fortress. Lin Fei was shocked. This divine dragon was not simple. The divine dragon is indeed the divine dragon. Although it's just a clone, your eyesight is amazing. I'm very impressed. Lin Fei smiled, then I might as well say it. The one who killed him wasn't me. Since he chased me all the way to the sealed land, he must want to kill me. Those who want to kill me must pay the price, don't you think? It's good that you admit it. The divine dragon's clone said, then let me see how outstanding you, the eighth overlord, are. The golden-armored divine dragon punched at Tian. As the punch came, a wave of time power swept towards everyone. Long Aoshue and the rest of the dragon race couldn't move at all. Their faces were filled with shock. The divine dragon's clone was much stronger than they had imagined. Brother D, be careful. The divine dragon's clone controls the grand Tao of time. One punch, a divine power attack in addition to a time attack. This kind of attack was extremely powerful, and not many could easily block it. Long Aoshue couldn't help but worry. Lin Fei did not take the attack head-on. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared far away, causing the dragon god clone's attack to miss, blasting a huge crater in the sealed area. You're just a doppelganger. You don't have the qualifications to make me fight you. You'd better fight with me. Fight me? You don't have the right. Lin Fei also began to put on airs. Xiao 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 xiao. 5 9-star heavenly gods appeared out of nowhere and charged toward the dragon god's clone. One of them wielded the sea god's spear, and with a sweep of the spear, a towering wave surged toward the dragon god's clone. The remaining 4 9-star heavenly gods also took out their medial quality god artifacts and unleashed their divine might toward the dragon god's clone. This attack made the divine dragon's clone feel even more pressure. His expression turned ugly, and he took out a golden shield to block in front of him. Pierced by the spear of the sea god, the sturdy shield was covered in cracks and then shattered into pieces. The spear stabbed into the divine dragon's clone's chest armor, and the clone was also smashed into the yellow sand. F***CK, how many trump cards does Tian have? 5 9-stars gods in one move. If it's not a medial quality divine weapon, then it's a high quality divine weapon. The divine dragon's clone is in for it. The divine dragon's clone was sent flying by the spear. Once Long Aoshue and the rest regained their freedom, they hurriedly flew behind Tian. It was better to stay away from this kind of battle. The battle between the divine dragon's clone was too terrifying. They were even more fearful of Tian's mysterious trump cards. First, it was a god king. Now, it was 5 9-stars gods. Today, the divine dragon's clone was in for it. Lin Fei watched unhurriedly. He did not plan to make a move at all. With his subordinates, why should he make a move himself and waste his divinity points? This thing was not easy to earn. The divine dragon's clone was sent flying by the spear, and the armor on his body was also damaged. The moment he flew out, the other 4 9-stars gods arrived, each wielding a medial quality divine weapon. The combat power that each of them erupted with was not weaker than the divine dragon's clone. They could block this attack, but they couldn't block the attack of the other. One of them was a 9-stars god wielding a high-quality divine weapon. You're shameless. The divine dragon's clone was sent flying into the yellow sand. Master, you're really awesome. 9 Dragon King's hatred for the divine dragon was unimaginable to outsiders. Now, he felt very satisfied. The mighty divine dragon, even if it was just a clone, was being beaten up in front of his master. What could be more exciting than this in the world? 6 Dragon Kings worshipped. Well beaten. That bastard divine dragon has such a day. It's best if you cripple one of his clones. Let's see how he can still be arrogant then. All these years, 6 Dragon Kings had been suppressed. The fire in their hearts was similar to 9 Dragon Kings. Nothing was better than watching the divine dragon being beaten up. I'm going to die. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the encirclement of the 5 9-stars heavenly gods. My main body will come and kill you personally. The divine dragon's clone was in an extremely sorry state. The sea god's spear pierced through his head, leaving a huge hole. I'll be waiting. In less than 50 rounds, the divine dragon's clone was killed. The divine dragon's clone didn't leave anything behind. The divine weapons and armor on his body were all seriously damaged and didn't have any power. He didn't even have a storage ring. Don't worry, everyone. When you enter my battle fortress, the divine dragon will have to consider whether or not to attack when he comes. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the divine dragon's attack now. Not everyone could bear the burden of a sealed danger zone. Long Aoshue and the others admired Di Tian. The divine dragon's clone was killed just like that. Even the proud dragon race had to admit defeat. Moreover, they admired powerhouses the most. Di Tian was undoubtedly a powerhouse. No one had any objections. After putting them into the battle fortress, Lin Fei plunged into the sealed danger zone. Rumbling lightning quickly found its target and blasted Lin Fei's body. Damn, so numb. Lightning blasted on his body. Lin Fei's 5-star heavenly god body felt numb as if it would collapse at any moment. Boom boom boom. More than 10 lightning blasted on his body. Lin Fei felt the pressure. This lightning was very terrifying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The black apocalyptic Yin wind slashed at Lin Fei's body like knives. White marks were left on his tough body, and they became more and more obvious. No wonder the heavenly gods couldn't withstand it. This is only the outer part, not to mention the depths. The power of the lightning and the apocalyptic Yin wind will increase by more than 10 times. Lin Fei rushed inside, activating his battle armor to the limit. Anyway, he still had some mid-grade divine armors. He wasn't afraid of not having armor to wear. Godhead. Chapter 1789. Divine Dragon Mansion. Long Liefan was still entertaining the big shots. Suddenly, Long Liefen's expression changed. Just now, he had lost contact with one of the clones he had refined. No matter how he tried to activate it, he was unable to contact it. I lost contact with my clone. Could it be that old 9 used the dragon god scepter? The clone and the main body could sense each other. But because the sealed area was not normal, the main body lost contact with the clone. Long Liefen did not care. Who would have thought that in such a short time, he would really lose contact with the clone? Brother Long, what happened? Sky Fox Z saw that something was wrong. Sky Fox clan was the best at reading people's expressions. Barbarian Bull said casually, "Old Fox, what nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? Aren't we fine? What could possibly happen to us? I can't explain to a barbarian like you." Sky Fox Z hated it when people called him Old Fox. Barbarian Bull was angry. "Who are you calling barbarian? Tell me clearly and I will kill you. Come on." Sky Fox Z did not want to be outdone. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Tian Yitzi frowned. "Do you too have to be like this?" Long Liefen frowned. "Old Bull, Old Fox, give me face and stop arguing. If this gets out, people will laugh at us." Barbarian Bull snorted. "Brother Long, I will give you face." Sky Fox Z also gave him face. "Old Fox, I lost contact with my clone. I'm afraid I can't entertain you." Long Liefen said, "I will personally go and check." "You lost contact with your clone? That's impossible." Sky Fox Z said in shock, "Your clone has the battle prowess of a 9-star celestial god. He also has a medium-grade battle armor and a medium-grade divine equipment. Ordinary people are not his match. Could it be a mistake?" Tian Yitzi also said. They all knew that Long Liefen's clone had powerful battle prowess. It was even stronger than a 9-star celestial god. Now that they lost contact, it was hard to believe. Most importantly, they did not feel any battle aura fluctuation. They still had this bit of sensing ability. It can't be. Long Liefan said, I can only entertain everyone again. Now I have to go to the sealed area. Brother Long, the sealed area is very famous. I wonder if you can take this old bull to have a look. Barbarian Bull said, I really want to have a look at that place. Heavenly Fox rolled his eyes. Brother Dragon, you have lost contact with your doppelganger, and it is in the sealed land. Something might happen inside. Why don't I go with you? This is the sealed area, it is indeed strange. Long Liefan still brought the three of them to the sealed area. He had lost contact with one of his doppelgangers, and he had this kind of combat strength. Long Liefan had to be concerned. If they came, they might be able to help. The sealed area was not some secret place. It was empty and there was nothing there. Long Liefan did not mind bringing people in. The heaven and earth spiritual chi is completely sealed, and our bodies are also sealed. Brother Long, this place of yours is really good. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to endure the corrosion of time here. Tian Yitzi felt that this was very interesting. Long Liefan replied with a few words. He sensed his location and flew towards a certain location. Not long after, he appeared on a patch of yellow sand. This is the first battlefield. Sky Fox scanned the area a few times. Something's not right. There's an expert here who swept everyone away in one go. Moreover, it's a heavenly god expert. Barbarian Bull didn't agree. How do you know? Heavenly Fox said with a smile, ask Brother Long. He has mastered the time technique. You can play it back to see if I'm right. When Long Liefan arrived at the sealed grounds, he could feel a terrifying aura coming from this place. Especially at his current position, the aura was faintly discernible. I'd like to see what kind of expert the sealed land can produce. Long Liefan used the time technique to look back at the scene here. He could sense the aura left behind by his eldest son, and only he could sense it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The scenes replayed one by one. First, on a deserted desert, celestial deity powerhouses appeared one after another. The 9th Dragon King, the 6th Dragon King, and the others appeared one after another. Then, a young man went on a killing spree, killing dozens of heavenly gods. This person should be Di Tian. Sky Fox narrowed his eyes. It's rumored that he has a miraculous technique and has 18 doppelgangers. As expected, he lives up to his reputation. This kind of combat strength is not inferior to the geniuses of our strongest races. Barbarian Bull said disdainfully, his main body is so weak, only at the 1-star celestial deity realm. If it were me, killing his main body would be useless, no matter what moves he has. After dozens of heavenly gods died, the scene of them recognizing each other appeared in the blink of an eye. Then, the scene of Mo Haitian fighting against Di Tian was cut off before the fight began. Long Liefan's body trembled slightly. How is this possible? The following scene can't be replayed. Sky Fox said in shock. Long Liefan was also quite surprised. My doppelgangers are most likely related to Di Tian's group. My time technique encountered an especially powerful force, which is why it can't be replayed. Brother Long, it's good that there's an expert. Old Bull's hands have been itching recently. When we run into one, let me do it. Barbarian Bull patted his chest, see if I don't kill him. Long Liefan was the clearest about the sealed land. To be able to stop the time replaying, one had to at least have the strength of a peak 9 stars heavenly god. Logically, there shouldn't be such an expert in the sealed land. This made Long Liefan puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. It must be that Di Tian. Rumor has it that this person's origin is mysterious. In such a short time, he became the 8th. Maybe Old 9 hooked up with Di Tian and came to the sealed land to bring people back. Long Liefan put down the scene and continued to search. So, my doppelganger died. Outside the sealed land, Long Liefan finally knew why he couldn't contact his doppelganger. It was killed, which made Long Liefan furious. Brother Long, seems like that 9th brother of yours brought many experts back. For example, there were 5 9 stars heavenly gods here. Sky Fox said with a smile. The scene's aura dispersed quickly, but there was still some left. Everyone sensed it at the first moment. Hee hee, 5 stars heavenly gods, they came at the right time. Maybe they entered the sealed land. Barbarian Bull didn't care. Long Lifan searched the sealed land and didn't find Old Nine's group. Time replaying was also useless. As long as there was a tyrannical expert, the replay would be interrupted. They won't go in. Long Lifan said, this is the sealed land. Thunder, world-destroying wind, they contain great terror. You guys can't even stand it if you go in. My 9th brother also doesn't have the ability to go in. So powerful? Barbarian Bull really didn't believe it. He went in head first, attracting thunder and world-destroying wind. After a while, he came out in a mess. This thunder and world-destroying wind are really terrifying. Old Bull's defense is very strong, but he still can't block the endless thunder attack. It's fine for a short time, but after a long time, no one can stand it. Sky Fox and Tian Yitzi looked at each other. The dragon race's sealed land was indeed terrifying. Chapter 1790. Lin Fei didn't know that this generation's dragon god had been to the sealed land. Even if he knew that the dragon god had come, he wasn't worried. If he had the ability, he could enter the sealed land and enjoy the pleasure brought by the destructive wind and lightning. This feels great. The sealed land was more terrifying than he had imagined. Every time he advanced 1,000 feet, the destructive wind and lightning would increase in power. Apart from that, the destructive wind and lightning weren't all. Meteor rain, ice power, and other great daos also appeared one after another. Lin Fei wasted more than a dozen low-grade divine armors. The harvest was also more abundant than expected. He could find godhoods from time to time. That's the 532th1. Lin Fei withstood the lightning and other great daos attacks and put away the dozen godhoods. The smile on his face became brighter. If I keep it like this, it will be too slow. All kinds of great daos attacks are endless. Even the low-grade divine armors can't handle it. Lin Fei changed into another divine armor. Lightning and ice fell one after another. Lin Fei was engulfed by the ferocious attacks. Anyone who saw it would feel their scalp tingle. No wonder even the 9-star celestial deities died here. The attacks in this place were too terrifying. Master, the great daos here are getting more and more terrifying. Your divine armor can't stop them. I suggest that Master activate invincible defense. That way, you can collect godhoods faster. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei sighed. That's the only way. They hadn't reached the depths of the sealed land yet. At most, they were in the periphery. The lightning and other great daos attacks that filled the sky were enough to show how terrifying the depths were. Invincible defense was activated instantly. Lin Fei gave up on the scattered godhoods in the periphery. There weren't many of them. It was better to go directly to the depths. Maybe there would be more godhoods there. Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As they went deeper, Lin Fei felt more and more shocked. The skeletons were either sitting or standing. They were densely packed together, causing Lin Fei's scalp to go numb. Just how many people had participated in the great battle here? At the same time, abandoned divine artifacts, after a long time, became rotten and scattered everywhere. All kinds of great daos became unusually violent. Lin Fei activated the invincible defense, and the invincible value was constantly being consumed. Little Devil, can you find the location of the divinity? Lin Fei asked the little devil, in such a big place, I can't always look for them one by one. Moreover, once I release my divine sense, it will be shattered, and it will be even harder to find them. 500 godhood, I'll help you find it. The little devil agreed readily. Lin Fei wanted to vomit blood. Wasn't it just searching for divine deity, asking for 500 divine deity in one go? Wasn't that too black-hearted? In the end, Lin Fei still reluctantly paid 500 divine deity to the little devil. He was also curious as to what the little devil wanted divine deity for. This thing should not be of any use to him. Searching for godhood, soon, the system's voice sounded. "Milord, about 3,000 meters east of you, there's godhood. There are about 310 of them." Lin Fei was still grieving over the loss of the divine spark, but he was about to reap the rewards. Damn it, it was so fast. Sure enough, after searching for a while, more than 300 divine deity were scattered on the ruins. These divine deity were all damaged to varying degrees, but Lin Fei did not care, as long as the divine deity could be upgraded. Continue. Discovered 120 divine deity. Discovered 531 divine deity. Discovered 811 divine deity. In the depths of the sealed land, a black shadow kept moving. The sky full of attacks did not affect the black shadow at all, and the black shadow came and went as he pleased. This feels great. This feels great. This time, I'll just push whoever I want. The black shadow laughed as he moved. The number of divine deity in the depths of the seal was also much more than usual. Every time it was discovered, it was a large piece of divine deity. According to the little devil's analysis, it should have exploded inside the storage ring. Lin Fei collected hundreds of divine deity in one go, and when he was lucky, he could also harvest more than 1,000 divine deity. The total number of divine deity also quickly broke through. First 50,000, then 100,000, 200,000. And this was just the beginning. For the first time, Lin Fei was extremely serious about his work. After learning spatial techniques, his movements also became faster. 10 hours later, the number of divine deity broke through to 1 million. When there were 1 million divine deity, Lin Fei could not be more excited. The dragon race was really rich. Fortunately, it was in the sealed land, otherwise, he did not know who these divine deity would be given to cheaply. Now that he had collected 1 million divine deity for free, where else could he find such a good deal? Little devil, calculate how many more divine deity can be collected here. What dragon god convention outside? Lin Fei had forgotten about it. The consumption of invincibility points? Lin Fei did not care about it. What he cared about the most now was divine deity, the more the better. After all, such a place was not easy to find. Calculate for master immediately. The little devil quickly began to calculate, and in a few seconds, the results came out. Master, I just calculated, this place can still collect 73 million divine deity. Wahaha, there's still so much. My high-grade divine weapon, high-grade divine armor, cultivation technique upgrade, heavenly god guardian, all of them. Lin Fei beamed with joy. If master wants to collect all of them, you will need to consume about 300,000 divine deity. The little devil gave a small blow. 300,000 it is. It took a full day and a half. Lin Fei put away all the divine deity in the sealed land. During this period, he also used 300,000 divine deity to convert invincibility points, otherwise, not everyone could withstand the violent attack. After collecting all of them, Lin Fei came out of the sealed land, released the battle fortress, and flashed in. How many days does the Dragon God Convention usually last? Lin Fei asked as soon as he entered. It has always been 3 days, of which the first 2 days are for the younger generation to spar, and the last day is for the main event. Sixth Dragon King said without hesitation. Then let them be happy for 2 more days, we will go on the 3rd day. Now I have something to deal with, please do as you please. Oh right, we are not in the sealed land now, but outside, if you want to go out, you can go out directly. After saying that, Lin Fei ran to his private secret room and went into seclusion. The group was stunned, and when they came to their senses, Lin Fei had disappeared without a trace. Little Nine, you followed the right person. Even a place like the sealed land can't do anything to Di Tian. The dragon god may not be able to suppress him. This time, maybe we can really vent our anger. In the secret room, Lin Fei saw the final number. 5 million divine deity. Now, level up. Lin Fei clicked on the level up page and released 5 9-stars heavenly gods to protect him. This was called better safe than sorry. Ding! Congratulations player on becoming a 6-star heavenly god. Ding! Congratulations player on becoming a 7-star heavenly god. Ding! Congratulations player on becoming an 8-star heavenly god. Chapter 1791. Dragon City Territory, Dragon City. Today was a busy day, and the entire city was filled with a lively atmosphere. This was because today was the day of the Dragon God Convention. All the leaders of the top sects and forces in the territory had come to the Dragon God territory in person, and they had brought the younger generation of their clans with them. Geniuses that were usually not seen could be seen today. Young Master Luo Xian of the Righteous Sect is here. My idol. Young Master Luo Xian is no idol. My idol is Di Tian. He's the real idol, the great hero. How dare you talk about the 10 heavenly gods, someone immediately said disdainfully. Bullsh ****. Di Tian kills people like flies. What idol is he? Yes, who does Di Tian think he is? If he's that good, come to our territory and we'll see who takes care of who. It had to be said that Di Tian's influence was unprecedented. The young people were the most affected. Di Tian had walked the path of slaughter. He had offended many of the 8 great sects and 7 overlords, and now he was living a good life. Some time ago, he had even wiped out the World Chamber of Commerce's branch, and the Chamber of Commerce had not said a word. Wasn't that awesome? Then what was awesome? Di Tian was worshipped by the young people. Even he didn't know that he had a group of admirers, and quite a few of them. If someone insulted Di Tian, it was the same as making life difficult for them. From time to time, a war of words would break out in the crowd, and neither side would spare the other. This topic was also discussed enthusiastically by many people. Dragon City Plaza. Huge statues were erected in the center of the city. There were a total of 28 statues, and each statue was 9,999 zhang tall. They were like towering mountains, and their auras were majestic. These statues were of the dragon gods of the past. The statues of the dragon gods of each generation would appear here. There were 28 dragon gods in the dragon god territory now. Today, there were many platforms suspended in the air in the Dragon City Plaza. Each platform was of different heights, and the higher one was, the more powerful they were. The top 8 sects, 7 overlords, the strongest races, and other top forces were on the top level. Below them were first-rate sects, second-rate sects, and so on. Many forces were discussing on the platforms. This was because something big had happened. Old Ghost, have you heard? The eldest son of the dragon god has been killed. Impossible, right? The dragon god's eldest son seems to be called Long Ikuan. His talent is extremely monstrous, and his bloodline is extremely high. How could he be killed? Who would dare to kill someone at this time? You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, but the person who killed Long Ikuan was the Di Tian overlord who rose to power the most recently. And it seems like he killed him in the Dragon God Dominion. The person said mysteriously. Oh my god, Di Tian is so daring. Didn't he completely offend the dragon race? Heh heh, what kind of person is Di Tian? He's numb to killing. Who doesn't he dare to kill? He's even killed a few of the 10 great young masters. Didn't he sweep through the World Commerce Association's branch a while ago? Di Tian is too frightening. He's going to offend all the major forces in the territory. This kind of thing had basically never stopped. The families on the high platform also knew about it immediately. Di Tian was once again shocked by such a major event. Why did he have to kill the eldest son of the dragon god? That was the future successor of the dragon god. This was a grave offense to the dragon god, and the dragon god would never let Di Tian off so easily. This is too crazy. On a high platform in the distance, a few young people sat. Their auras were dignified, and they were all at the sky god realm. Di Tian is courting death. He won't be able to be arrogant for long this time. What do you mean? Is there some inside information? The young people sat together in a circle. Brother Luo, you're the smartest one among us. How do you think the Dragon God will resolve this matter? I heard that Di Tian is in the Dragon God Dominion. The entire Dragon God Dominion has been locked down. As long as Di Tian shows himself, the experts of the dragon race will chase after him immediately, a man in white said to someone. Luo Xian was also impressed by Di Tian. Not only did he sweep through the World Commerce Association's branch, but he also killed Long Ikuan and offended the Dragon God. Wasn't he tired of living? Hee, that's hard to say. We know what kind of person the Dragon God is and what he thinks. I can only say that Di Tian is really in big trouble this time. Luo Xian laughed. I heard that the geniuses of the strongest races are also looking for Di Tian to kill him. I wonder if you've heard about it. Dongfang Wan, who was sitting beside Luo Xian, said. The young people's expressions changed slightly. You're talking about the barbarian man Kuang of the Raging Bull race, Fairy Fei Feng of the Phoenix race, Tian Wuxing of the Heavenly Wings race, and Zhu Kuan of the Giant race. Other than them, there are a few others, and they're all monstrous geniuses of the strongest races. Ha ha ha, it seems like we don't have to do anything. Di Tian is really in trouble this time. Look, the Dragon God is here. The Dragon God's golden armor appeared out of thin air. The domineering aura of the Dragon God shocked everyone. The Dragon God of this generation seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The Dragon God walked over and landed on one of the high platforms, facing the crowd. The crowd immediately quietened down. I'm the Dragon God. The 4 simple words were filled with endless domineering arrogance. The dragon race couldn't help but cheer. All hail the Dragon God. All hail the Dragon God. In the blink of an eye, the cheers joined together. The voices of the dragon race echoed in the sky above Dragon City, reaching the entire Dragon God territory. The people who came to watch felt inexplicably shocked. The strongest race was indeed the strongest race. It was a terrifying existence that could make the 8 major sects and 7 overlords wary. The Dragon God's words raised the crowd's spirits. Today, I welcome everyone to the Dragon God territory and witness the sacred moment of the dragon race. I also admire the young people of this generation very much. The future belongs to you. The Dragon God's words were very simple. It gave people a very hot-blooded impulse. Even the Dragon God admitted that this generation was very good. Even though he didn't name anyone, it was still very exciting. In this sparring competition between the younger generation, this emperor will privately take out a high-grade god artifact and a high-grade god armor as a reward to the young prodigy in first place. The Dragon God's words undoubtedly shocked everyone. Private reward. The younger generation was very excited. All of them rubbed their palms, wanting to win first place. A superior grade divine weapon and a superior grade divine armor. Few people in the younger generation had them. Whoever won first place would be the strongest of the younger generation. The Dragon God's generosity also shocked the major forces. No one was willing to take out a high-grade god artifact and a high-grade god armor at once. But the Dragon God did it. The 8 major sects, 7 overlords, and other forces also brought their young people over. At this time, there was a strange look in their eyes. What was the Dragon God planning to do? He was actually willing to take out such a big reward to reward the first place. The big shots of the righteous sect also stood up and said, since the Dragon God has taken out his private reward, our righteous sect will also take out a gift to reward the second place. Everyone will be motivated. The big shots of the other forces were not fools. They also took out their treasures in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1792. Banished Dimension. Lin Fei went into closed-door training, leaving 9 dragons king and the rest behind. After a moment of absent-mindedness, the first to regain his senses was Long Aoshue. Little 9, since fellow Daoist Di Tian has something to do, we can't just stand idly by. I remember that there are still some neutral experts in the sealed grounds. Just nice, we can recruit them into our forces and help you increase your strength. Long Aoshue and the rest were very confident in taking back the Dragon God position. With Senior Brother God King and 5 9-stars Heavenly Gods, who knew what other trump cards Di Tian had up his sleeves. Perhaps he really could regain control of the Dragon Tribe. While Di Tian was busy, Long Aoshue proposed to recruit the remaining experts. As the great elder of the Dragon Tribe, he understood Di Tian's importance. It was a good thing that Little Nine was following Di Tian. He already saw Di Tian as the young master of a hidden family. The Dragon Tribe's foundation was deep, but it might not be comparable to the hidden family behind Di Tian. Sure. Long Aoshue and the rest went through the battle fort's exit. In the secret room, Lin Fei. After advancing to 9 stars Heavenly God, he didn't continue. Out of the 5 million godheads he only had 3 million left. A 9 stars Heavenly God needed 10 million godheads to advance to the God King realm. Lin Fei decided to put it aside for now. 2 million godheads was equivalent to 1 million Heavenly God shards. The ratio was 50 to 50, and the quality of the godheads was average. Lin Fei wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he was satisfied. 1 million Heavenly God shards could be exchanged for 10,000 Heavenly Gods. This force could easily sweep through a large area. After advancing to 9 stars Heavenly God, Lin Fei felt his whole body brimming with power. I want to draw a prize. With money, one could spend lavishly. With 300 godheads, Lin Fei took out 1 million godheads to draw equipment. He wanted to equip the 5 9 stars Heavenly Gods. Otherwise, their attacks and realms wouldn't be able to match perfectly. This time, Lin Fei's luck was pretty good. With 1 million godheads, he had obtained more than 3,000 pieces of low-grade equipment, 800 pieces of mid-grade artifacts, 200 pieces of high-grade artifacts, and 39 pieces of supreme-grade Heavenly God artifacts. Lin Fei's face was full of smiles because of this, and he immediately changed into his top-grade Heavenly God equipment. The 5 9 stars Heavenly Gods also changed into their respective high-grade God equipment. At this moment, dealing with the Dragon God's clone would be as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. The 2 million divine deity in his hands were also of great use to Lin Fei. It was very important to improve his own cultivation technique. But before that, Lin Fei still had one more thing to do. I want to activate the Great General. Lin Fei had never done this quest, but now he could finally do it. Ding! 100,000 godheads have been successfully consumed. The position of Great General has been activated. Lin Fei was very interested in this. Ding! The mighty invincible general has successfully activated. The originally gray position was now bright in color. Lin Fei opened the corresponding attribute page. Lin Fei clicked on it and couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is completely sucking blood. But, I like this. On the page's attributes. Player, Lin Fei, position, Mighty Invincible General, level 1, can double your combat strength. Below it was a densely packed number of levels. Every time he increased his position, his combat strength would increase by several times. Lin Fei saw that the second level required 200,000 godheads, which could double his combat strength. Lin Fei didn't know how many levels this mighty invincible general had, but it was definitely a terrifying number. If he increased it by 10 levels, he would have 10 times the combat strength. How terrifying was that? What about 100 levels? 500 levels? He would probably be able to kill an expert in one move. This was simply a bottomless pit. 1,900,000 godheads would probably be used up after a few levels. Lin Fei could only retreat first. In front of this bottomless pit, he would forever be a pauper. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. It's better for me to study cultivation techniques. Lin Fei had been thinking about this for a long time. He opened the cultivation technique promotion page. God level 1 blade slash, 1-star combat strength. Primordial 18 clones, 1-star combat strength. Currently, these were the only 2 combat techniques recorded by the system. Lin Fei also blushed. God level 1 blade slash, primordial 18 clones must be upgraded too. Lin Fei had 9 million godheads, so he didn't have to worry. Even though Lin Fei had the method to upgrade primordial 18 clones, he wasn't at ease. He might as well use godheads to upgrade it. First upgrade to God level 1 blade slash. Lin Fei liked the domineering saber technique, but its power was average at the moment. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. It wasn't as easy as he thought. When he upgraded 1-star combat strength to 2 stars, he used a total of 200,000 godheads. God level 1 blade slash became 2 stars combat strength. This made Lin Fei dumbfounded. He failed a total of 200 times. The success rate of upgrading wasn't just low. Lin Fei could only grit his teeth and bear with it. Looking at the upgraded cultivation technique to 2 stars combat strength, Lin Fei smiled. His attack power had indeed increased by a lot, several times more than before. With 1 slash, his combat strength was very terrifying, and the consumption of divinity points was also huge. He estimated that 1 slash would consume 50 million divinity points. Before, 1 slash would consume at most 10 million divinity points. Continue. Upgrading from 2 stars combat strength to 3 stars combat strength didn't require 1,000 godheads, but 3,000 godheads. To upgrade to 3 stars combat strength, Lin Fei used 500,000 godheads, and the consumption of divinity points also changed from 50 million to 100 million divinity points. Lin Fei also had 1 million godheads left. This consumption is really killing me. God level 1 blade slash, upgrading to 3 stars combat strength, Lin Fei used 700,000 godheads, which could be used to upgrade by 1 level. Upgrading the saber technique to 3 stars combat strength, 1 slash of 100 million divinity points, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Next, he rushed to the 18 primordial god clones. His divine clones were all 1-star celestial gods, and his main body was now 9-star celestial god. The effect of the fusion of the 18 celestial god clones was not great, so he had to upgrade. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. Ding, upgrade failed. 18 primordial god clones, upgrading was more difficult than God level 1 blade slash. After using a total of 1 million godheads, the 18 primordial god clones upgraded to 2 stars combat strength. Black, this is too black. Why do they all need the same cultivation technique? Lin Fei was very unhappy. He had originally planned to upgrade to 3 stars, but now he couldn't. Ding, replying to the player, because the 18 primordial god clones are auxiliary combat strength, the upgrade requirements are harsh, please forgive me. Lin Fei blinked, and the system replied. Upgrade requirements are harsh? Lin Fei's thoughts were not good. Didn't this mean that in the next upgrade, without tens of millions of godheads, it would be impossible to upgrade to 9-star celestial god? With great difficulty, he cast aside the thought and opened the 18 primordial god clones to take a look. After seeing it, Lin Fei almost blacked out. Chapter 1793. In just a day's time, Lin Fei came out. When he came out, the battle fort was empty, not a single person could be seen. Lin Fei put away the battle fort and scanned the place with his divine sense. He couldn't help but smile. With his powerful divine sense as a 9-stars heavenly god, he could see the entire banished space. So, they went to recruit heavenly gods. At this time, in the banished space, Long Aoshue and the others were recruiting the heavenly gods one by one. Needless to say, the independent heavenly gods chose to be recruited. Everyone had seen the battle that day. 1,000 heavenly gods were swept clean by a god king in 2 or 3 moves. Now that Long Aoshue and the others were here, everyone knew what it meant. What made them even more excited was that they could finally leave the banished space. The recruitment process only took half a day. By the time Lin Fei came out, the recruitment process had come to an end. It didn't take long for them to return. There were 107 people who had been recruited. These loose fiends who were able to stand on their own were all astonishingly powerful. Little Nine, open the barrier. Let's leave this place. Lin Fei did not say anything to those people. Instead, he ordered 9 Dragons King to open the barrier and leave the banished space. Okay. 9 Dragons King was also quite excited. More than 100 heavenly gods had become much stronger. They were no longer alone. They took out their dragon god scepters and blasted open the barrier of the banished space. Dragon City. Ever since they received the dragon god's promise and the treasures provided by the big shots. This time's sparring session was undoubtedly exciting. Whether it was the strongest tribe, the 8 major sects, or the 7 overlords, the younger generation of their sects had performed very well. No one was willing to miss out on this opportunity. The strength of the younger generation was also quite shocking. Every young expert was extremely powerful, especially the monstrous geniuses of the strongest clans. Their battle prowess was terrifying. Every one of them had the battle prowess of a 4-star heaven god or a 5-star heaven god. Coupled with their powerful divine bodies, their battle prowess was even higher. The geniuses of the 8 sects and 7 overlords were slightly inferior. On the high platform, the big shots of the strongest tribe had the most pleasant expressions. Although it wasn't overwhelming, the influence of the strongest race couldn't be ignored. Dragon God Long Life and sat on the high platform with a faint smile on his face. He did not seem to be affected by the death of his eldest son. On the other hand, the 4 youngsters behind the stage looked rather excited. They were the sons of Long Liefen, and their talent was actually quite good. After learning of the death of their big brother, they pretended to be very sad, but their hearts were blooming with joy. Finally, there was one less strong competitor, and the position of the dragon god's successor would be born among the 4 of them. Now, what they needed to do was to show their strong side and leave a good impression in the eyes of their imperial father. A spar between the younger generation was undoubtedly the best opportunity. For instance, the one on the stage right now was the genius of the Titan race, Giant Barbarian. He was born with amazing divine strength and was most proficient in strength. He was also a master of close combat. Is there anyone else? Jew Man was tall and burly, and his face was ferocious. His killing intent soared into the sky, and one look was enough to tell that he was a bloodthirsty person, which was why he had left behind such a heavy killing intent. Let me. Long Chengwang shouted, and his dragon might soared into the sky. He flew down from the back and landed on the central fighting stage. I've long heard that Brother Giant has amazing divine strength. I've long wanted to experience it for myself. Jew Man threw his head back and laughed. I've also long heard of the second prince's great name. Today, we can have a showdown. Boom! The fight between the 2 strongest races truly shocked the major factions. In comparison, the disciples of the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords were much weaker in terms of strength. Brother Long, your son is not bad. He probably won't be long from becoming a 5-star celestial god. You have a successor. Sky Fox said with a smile. With the explosive power of the dragon race, his combat strength will increase by quite a bit. Tian Yitzi also said. Long Liefen said indifferently, Chengwang's talent is not bad, but he's a bit clumsy. It won't be long before he breaks through to his current realm. Even though his eldest son had died, Long Liefen did not show much sorrow on his face. His talent was not bad, but death was death. Compared to the 9 Dragon Kings' return, his eldest son's death was not a big deal. As long as they could capture the 9 Dragon King and obtain the Dragon God Scepter, that was the most important matter at the moment. If they could capture Di Tian, that would be even better. The dragon race would also rise to the top, becoming the strongest race. Long Chengwang fought in close combat from the start, completely head-on. Fortunately, there were restrictions around, blocking the shockwaves. Otherwise, the people outside would be affected. Jew Man was quickly defeated by Long Chengwang. His injuries were not heavy, and the giants helped him back. Long Chengwang was also very proud of himself. This was just the beginning. Brother Long, I'll fight you. On a high platform in the east, a fiery figure rushed down, and an earth-shattering heat swept out. The flame race's genius, Yan Jiao. Yan Jiao was also a celestial god, and his cultivation was not low. He was already a 4-star celestial god. As soon as he landed on the stage, waves of heat rushed out, burning through the void. Please advise me. Not a problem. The two also made their moves. Dragon City is in front. The battle fort moved rapidly in the void. Dragon City also appeared in their vision. Seeing Dragon City again, Long Aoshue and the others sighed. Ever since they were imprisoned in the banished space, they had not seen Dragon City for a long time. We're back. We're finally back. I didn't expect that we would return one day. The ones who said these words were all dragon race experts imprisoned in the banished space. Over the long years, the dragon race experts had either died or fallen. They never thought that they would be able to leave one day. At the same time, they saw hope again. Their gazes all landed on the young man. Perhaps, they could even live in Dragon City again. Another excited one was 9 Dragon King, who could return to the Dragon God domain in his lifetime. We're back. 9 Dragon King also sighed. 6 Dragon Kings were very excited. Long Liefen has been the Dragon God for so long, and now he has to relinquish his position. I really want to see how his face will look later. Master, should we charge in, or? 9 Dragon King asked. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Charge for what? We came all the way here, so we should at least come out to welcome us, right? First battle, fire. The battle fort appeared in the sky, its pitch-black cannons aimed at Dragon City. First battle adjusted the cannons and fired them at Dragon City. Boom! 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 A terrifying aura filled the sky, blasting at every corner of Dragon City. As soon as the aura appeared, the experts on the stage reacted. The 7 overlords, in particular, had ugly expressions. Not good, it's the battle fort's attack. Damn it, it must be D. Tian. Chapter 1794. Dragon City hadn't activated its formations yet. The strongest races had always been confident that no one would dare invade Dragon City. They wouldn't activate the formations at a time like the Dragon God Convention. The reason was simple. The strongest race represented absolute strength. As the terrifying beams of light descended, all the buildings in Dragon City collapsed and turned into rubble. Dust flew everywhere. More than 10 dragon statues in the plaza were instantly destroyed. The scene was a mess. The spectating immortals fell into chaos and dodged in all directions. There weren't many attacks aimed at them. The focus of the attacks was on the factions on the platforms. Outrageous. D. Tian, you're courting death. On one of the platforms, a powerhouse was enraged. He took out a lush green tree and placed it in front of the platform. The tree's branches swayed, blocking the beams of light. On the other side of the platform was where the giants were. Seeing that it was an attack from the battle fortress, the giants were enraged. Their bodies expanded, turning into a 300-meter-tall giant. They punched towards the beam of light, shattering it into pieces. On the high platform, everyone present was a great figure. They all reacted quickly without any hesitation. When the attacks arrived, they all took out their treasures to block, cursing Di Tian for being shameless and firing at them from afar. Some couldn't dodge in time and were killed by the beams. The 9th and 6th Dragon Kings sucked in breaths of cold air. They'd charged in. Now, they weren't even on the same level as Di Tian. Over 100 beams of light would ruin the Dragon God Convention. They couldn't bring themselves to do such a thing. Only Di Tian wasn't afraid of being torn apart by the angry powerhouses. Di Tian, how dare you attack my Dragon City? Long Fen recalled Di Tian's return. His 9th brother was clearly in cahoots with Di Tian, but he hadn't expected Di Tian to come in such a way and catch everyone off guard. Boom! Boom! Long Liefen rushed into the sky, and his golden armor also appeared. He punched towards the beam of light, blasting it apart. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 beams of light were destroyed, and he rushed out of the Dragon City Plaza. Lin Fei also appeared in the sky above the battle fort. He stepped on the giant battle fort and laughed, "Haha, I've always been bold. You just realized that now? Oh right, I just killed a doppelganger not long ago. It should be you, no wonder you look so familiar." At this point, the battle fort's attack also stopped. The experts in the Dragon City Square also rushed out one after another. When had these major characters ever been in such a sorry state before? If it wasn't for them acting to defend, the genius disciples they brought might have all been heavily injured. When they saw Di Tian on the battle fortress, their eyes gleamed with coldness. Di Tian, what do you mean by this? Do you really think that the demon profound sect is easy to bully? Di Tian, you have to give us an explanation today. Otherwise, you don't have to leave. Many of the 8 sects didn't have a good impression of Di Tian, but they couldn't do anything to him. Now that they saw an opportunity, they naturally targeted Di Tian. Many of the 7 overlords, such as the Sunluo Overlord and the Frosty Shade Overlord, looked at Di Tian with cold killing intent. This bastard was really capable of doing anything. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they heard Di Tian's words and couldn't help but be shocked. The doppelganger of the dragon god was killed? Was this for real? This was explosive news. There was no doubt that the dragon god was powerful. A simple doppelganger could reach the level of a 9 stars god. This was the advantage of being the strongest race. Large amounts of resources could be accumulated to become powerful. And now, the doppelganger of the dragon god was killed by Di Tian? This was indeed a shocking piece of news. Since when was Di Tian's strength so terrifying that he could kill a 9 stars god's doppelganger? This improvement was too fast. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. There wasn't much anger on Long Liefen's face. Di Tian, you are indeed powerful. However, that was because I was careless and was ambushed by 5 9 stars gods. Now that I'm here in person, do you think you still have a chance? Long Liefen laughed. Everyone was shocked by his words. Di Tian had 5 9 stars gods by his side? Damn it, what kind of background did he have? The battle prowess of a single 9-star heaven god was already extremely terrifying, let alone 5 9-star heaven gods. They would definitely be able to kill whoever they wanted. The fact that the dragon god had named Di Tian made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Now that they were prepared, they didn't have to worry about Di Tian ambushing them. Di Tian, you killed my eldest son, Long Ikuan, killed my doppelganger, and bombarded Dragon City. Any one of these is unforgivable. Long Liefen suddenly raised his voice. However, you are the 8th overlord. I can let bygones be bygones as long as you hand over the traitor behind you. On the battle fort, Lin Fei wasn't the only one there. 9 dragon kings, 6 dragon kings, Great Elder, and the rest were also there. At this time, everyone finally noticed the person behind Di Tian. Especially the kings of the dragon race. It's him. 9 dragon kings are back. And 6 dragon kings. Isn't that the Great Elder from back then? How did they become traitors? Many of the dragon tribe recognized the person on the battle fort, and they exchanged glances. Those who could recognize the 9 dragon kings were old people from back then. Now, almost no one recognized the 9 dragon kings or the Great Elder. Lin Fei snickered. This dragon god's thoughts aren't simple. On the surface, he seems to respect my identity, but in reality, he wants to force me to hand over the 9 dragon kings. In the end, it's all for the dragon god scepter. Once he gets the dragon god scepter, I'm afraid the first thing he'll do is deal with me. Only an idiot would fall for it. Long Liefen, who are you calling a traitor? 6 dragon kings sneered. Who colluded with outsiders to seize the dragon god's position? To think you have the cheek to say it. Even I feel embarrassed for you. 6 dragon kings had been holding back these words for a long time. Now that he finally had the chance to say it, he no longer had to worry about anything. Don't think I don't know. My bloodline's people are killed from time to time. In fact, it's all because of you. My royal city isn't being suppressed by you, but a branch bloodline. What right do you have to suppress my bloodline? Do you think I don't know anything? 6 dragon kings raged. Long Liefan sounded very disappointed. Little 6, you really disappoint me. If I wanted to deal with you, your bloodline wouldn't have existed back then. Why wait until now? You can blame me, resent me, and I won't take it to heart. But what you shouldn't have done is colluding with the traitors of the dragon tribe. Really, you disappoint me. The dragon god wasn't simple. With a simple sentence, he had labeled 6 dragon kings as traitors. Another meaning was, how could a traitor's words be trusted? Chapter 1795. Dragon City. After Di Tian used the battle fortress to bombard the city, the entire dragon city fell into panic. The dragon race knew about Di Tian's ferocious name. They also knew that the battle fortress was a weapon of war created by the battle race. It was terrifyingly powerful, especially when used for long-range attacks. Everyone was very cautious. No one knew how many trump cards Di Tian had, or how long he could activate the battle fortress. The dragon race, who were proud of their powerful physical bodies, did not dare to face the battle fortress head-on. The battle fortress could easily blast them into pieces. Following the appearance of the 9 dragon kings, the entire dragon race was in an uproar. The 6 dragon kings venting had more or less won the approval of some of the dragon race. Now, another familiar person had appeared. The dragon race's people widened their eyes. Heavens, didn't they say that the great elder was dead? Why is he here now? Could it be that what happened back then was true? Brother, what happened back then? There's going to be a good show. What happened back then had more or less spread out, but it was quickly refuted by others. After a long time, not many people knew about it. They either died of old age or died outside. Many people in the dragon race were curious. The 8 great sects and the 7 overlord leaders also revealed strange expressions. They understood what had happened, and all of them started gossiping. What happened back then could be hidden from others, but it could not be hidden from them. There were more or less traces of it. At that time, the dragon god had just ascended to the throne, and he had refuted all the rumors. Moreover, he had done it secretly, so no one could find anything. Now that the great elder and the 9 dragon kings had appeared, they felt that a good show was about to begin. Long Aoshua stared coldly at Long Liefan. If he had not been tricked back then, he would not have been trapped in the exiled space. He thought that he would die of old age in the sealed space, but now that he had the chance to come out, his hatred for Long Liefan grew even greater. Because he had been imprisoned in the exiled space, Long Aoshua had lost the right to advance. He had been stuck at this level for the rest of his life, and he was filled with hatred for Long Liefan. Long Liefan's expression did not change, and he said indifferently, "My 9th brother, you're really interesting. Did you think that finding a fake Grand Elder would be enough? Looks like you've really put in a lot of effort. Who doesn't know about the Grand Elder's heroic sacrifice? Not just me, but Barbarian Bull Race's Daoist Barbarian Bull, Heavenly Fox Z of Heavenly Fox Z, Heavenly Wings Race's Heavenly Yeetzy, they all saw it with their own eyes. It can't be faked. Your shameless methods disappoint me." Long Aoshua almost coughed up blood in anger. "Brother Dragon, you're right. I hate shameless people the most. Back then, when the Great Elder fell, I saw it with my own eyes. I didn't expect that after so long, someone would come out to slander the Great Elder's reputation. I think this person should be killed." Barbarian Bull glared at him. "Do you want me to help you catch him? Let's see who dares to impersonate the name of the Great Elder." Interesting. Who would have thought that the traitor from back then would dare to come back? Heavenly Fox Z shook his head. "Brother Dragon, this traitor must be dealt with. Otherwise, Who knows what the outside world will say about your dragon race? Two big shots stood out one after another, pointing fingers at the traitor. The people below couldn't help but become suspicious. The dragon god ruled over the dragon race, and his influence was great. Dragon god, that person isn't the great elder at all. I hope that I can kill him. The 9th and 6th dragon kings have betrayed the dragon race. They must be suppressed. And that Tian must be suppressed as well. How can our dragon race tolerate an outsider messing around? Behind the dragon god, several kings stood out. These people were all of the royal bloodline, and they were also Long Liefen's people. At this moment, all of them were glaring at the dragon god with murderous intent. It seemed that as long as the dragon god gave the order, they would be the first to act. Long Aoshua hadn't expected such an outcome. He was clearly a living person, but now he was being called a fake. This was the most unacceptable thing to him. This old man will kill you. How could the furious Long Aoshua stand it? He wanted to kill them. Great Elder, bear with it, don't do anything. 9 Dragons King pulled the Great Elder back. He's forcing you to act. He wants to kill you so that there's no evidence. 9 Dragons King was also furious at this outcome. Long Liefen's expression was still calm, and he said indifferently, 9th brother, you're still too childish. Since you're here, don't leave today. Whoosh. 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 Suddenly, more than 100 heavenly gods of the dragon race rushed out from the void. Their terrifying auras shook the various forces, big and small. As soon as these heavenly gods appeared, they surrounded Tian and the others. The weakest heavenly god among the dragon clan's experts was a 3-star heavenly god, and the strongest ones were 8-star heavenly gods. There were a total of 15 heavenly gods, each of them guarding a different position, staring at the crowd. The 9 Dragons King Cheng was the main focus, a total of 20 divine senses locked onto the 9 Dragons King. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Lin Fei clapped his hands, and the sound echoed in the sky. Dragon God, I have seen a lot of shameless people. You can be considered to be one of the more shameless ones. You can turn white into black. You are quite amazing. However, do you really think that these people can stop us? Lin Fei laughed loudly. Tian, you killed an elder of the demon mystic sect. Do you really think no one can stop you? Zhong Imo Shan, the former sect leader of the demon mystic sect, said to Tian. Brother Long, this person has a huge grudge against the demon mystic sect. You won't mind if I take action. The demon mystic sect hated Tian quite a bit. How could they miss out on an opportunity like this? Furthermore, Tian had a huge secret, especially the clone technique, which was worth taking action. The Bliss Palace counts as well. The middle-aged man in red with peach eyes said coldly as well, glaring at Tian. That man was the Palace Lord of the Bliss Palace, a Sky Palace-level being. Don't think that we don't know about your trump card. Your clone is but a 1-star celestial god. You won't be able to escape today. A hint of displeasure flashed across Long Liefen's face, but he quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Tian, did you see that? If you hand over the traitor of the Dragon Clan, I won't do anything to you. Otherwise, you really won't be able to leave this territory. Long Liefen laughed. Tian was not worth his attention. As long as he took down the 9 Dragon Kings, he would have plenty of time to deal with them. Lin Fei glanced at the demon mystic sect. I advise you guys not to interfere, or you'll regret it today. I promise. No one understood why Tian was so confident at a time like this. Was he really not afraid of being surrounded? Although the other forces had not taken action yet, who knew if they would? Lin Fei suddenly turned around and scolded the Dragon God, who do you think you are? With just your subordinates? You want to compete in numbers? Why don't you try and see who has more people? There were hundreds of powerful heavenly gods, but Lin Fei did not take them seriously. Celestial God Army, come out. Chapter 1796. Boom. Boom. Boom! Their auras were even thinner than the hundreds of heavenly gods from before. Killing auras merged together. In the blink of an eye, they appeared behind Lin Fei, forming a black mass. There were at least 1,000 of them. So many heavenly gods. Look, their cultivation levels are terrifying. 9 stars heavenly gods, 8 stars heavenly gods, and 8 stars heavenly gods. What the hell? Why does D. Tian have so many helpers? Didn't they say that he only has 18 clones? What a terrifying D. Tian. Lin Fei summoned more than 1,000 heavenly gods in an instant. The large number of heavenly god fragments allowed Lin Fei to summon an army of heavenly gods. The number of 9 stars heavenly gods increased as well, reaching more than 100. As for 8 stars heavenly gods, there were also about 1,000. Since he wanted to shock people, Lin Fei summoned the strongest 8 stars heavenly gods and 9 stars heavenly gods. Their terrifying auras were like behemoths, causing the 8 major sects and 7 overlords to breathe heavily. Looks of disbelief appeared on their faces. The murderous auras made their scalps go numb. Shameless guy, why don't you give it a try and see if you're stronger, or if I'm stronger? Lin Fei laughed and glanced at Zhong Mozhan. You sounded pretty arrogant just now. I wonder if you'll still have the courage to do so later. And your bliss palace, I just killed a few heavenly gods, and you dared to jump out. Do you really think I'm a pushover? More than 1,000 heavenly gods stood behind him. The murderous aura was enough to shock the big shots of Dragon City. Long Liefan predicted that his 9th brother would come and secretly arranged a group of experts, waiting for his 9th brother to take the bait. As expected, his 9th brother came. Even though he had hooked up with D. Tian, he did not take it to heart. Everything was under his control. The Great Elder and the others were useless in front of power. However, the appearance of more than 1,000 heavenly gods interrupted Long Liefan's plan without any warning. The black mass of heavenly deities caused Long Liefan's scalp to turn numb. Earlier when he swept his gaze over, all of these 9-star heavenly deities weren't weak at all. How could such a tyrannical force be in D. Tian's hands? What background did this fellow have exactly? No matter how powerful Long Liefan was, facing so many gods, he still couldn't handle it, because he could see that these gods were all wearing mid-grade divine armors, or even low-grade divine armors. Thinking of the invincible weapon auction that had caused such a commotion, Long Liefan's heart sank. The others were not feeling well either. The killing intent of the heavenly god powerhouse swept towards them. They had no choice but to prop up their auras to block this continuous killing intent. Their expressions became ugly. The demon mystic sect leader Zhong Moshan's expression was one of the uglier. The elder's voice rang out in his ears, "Sect leader, we're finished." That bastard, why did he pull out such a group without us knowing? Zhong Mozhan had indeed seen an opportunity, so he stood up and prepared to teach D. Tian a lesson. Even though this wasn't the demon mystic sect's territory, with the face of the 8 great sects, the dragon god wouldn't dare to not give face. He might even be very willing to take action himself. If he acted quickly and captured D. Tian, the dragon god wouldn't be able to say anything. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation changed. D. Tian, who seemed to be trapped, pulled out a group of heavenly gods. The powerful visual shock frightened Zhong Mozhan quite a bit. Daoist D. Tian, this is a misunderstanding. Our bliss palace was just joking. Gong Tian Level's reaction was the fastest. Facing so many heavenly gods, even he wasn't confident in dealing with them. Moreover, these heavenly gods weren't simple. When Zhong Mozhan heard this, he secretly cursed Gong Tian Level for being shameless. He actually dared to say that it was a misunderstanding. His skin was really thick. Who was the one who said that he wanted to teach D. Tian a lesson? Now, he didn't want to admit it. The few sects and overlords at the back were secretly glad that they didn't stand up. Who would have thought that D. Tian would be so amazing? He brought a group of experts with him, and they were almost tricked. The people behind Lin Fei were also incomparably shocked. The divine kings had already been shocked once before, and now, a group of heavenly deities had appeared. This was just too ridiculously powerful. More importantly, they had never seen these people appear before. If it wasn't for the fact that they had seen Di Tian's senior brother, the Nine Dragons King, and the others might not be able to take it. At the same time, they really saw hope. Lin Fei smiled and said, "If you say it's a misunderstanding, then it's a misunderstanding. But if I slashed you, then is it a misunderstanding? You don't know, but I'm very easily frightened. Your words just now made me very unhappy. I'm wondering if I should kill you." As the sect leader of one of the 8 major sects, when had Gong Tian level ever been looked down upon by a junior like this? Unfortunately, he didn't have the confidence to retort. The dense crowd of heavenly gods was like a sharp sword hanging over his head at all times. Misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. Gong Tian level suppressed his anger. You can just say that it's a misunderstanding. Lin Fei was still dissatisfied. However, I'm quite easy to negotiate. As long as you prepare 1,000,000 godheads for me, I can pretend that nothing happened. Gong Tian level didn't want to get involved in trouble. At least not at this moment. 1,000,000 godheads caused Gong Tian level to suck in a breath of cold air. Godheads were good and could be used to nurture heavenly gods, but they weren't that easy to nurture. Di Tian wanted 1,000,000 godheads. Was he really going to eat them like rice? Brother Di Tian, 1,000,000 godheads is too much. Our sect can't afford it. Gong Tian level didn't want to offend Di Tian at the moment. Lin Fei didn't believe what Gong Tian level said and shook his head. Brother Gong, you're the sect leader of one of the 8 major sections. Don't tell me a sect doesn't have 1,000,000 godheads. You don't have to lie to me. Who doesn't know that the 8 major sects are all filthy rich? 1,000,000 godheads is nothing. Gong Tian level gritted his teeth at Di Tian. 1,000,000 godheads was something he could afford, but it was still a huge sum. The Bliss Palace really didn't want to fork out that much. However, Di Tian had shown off his abilities. Gong Tian level had yet to figure out how to deal with him if they were to make a move later. As for the other sects, they would probably leave at once and even attack him in secret. They would be happy to have one less sect leader. 1,000,000 godheads, I'll pay. Gong Tian level gritted his teeth and decided to let Di Tian keep it for now. However, I only have 300,000 godheads on me right now. You can have that first, and I'll send the rest to you later. 300,000 godheads? That's not bad. Lin Fei chose to ignore the words that were sent to him later. I'll believe you this once. Gong Tian level stored 300,000 godheads in his storage ring. Lin Fei took it after scanning it with his divine sense. He smiled and said, "All right, you can stand aside now. What happened today has nothing to do with you." Gong Tian level really did step back. Zhong Fiend Mountain didn't want to fight Di Tian either. Even if they were to fight, it wasn't now. Everyone knew that Di Tian was looking for trouble with the Dragon God. Chapter 1797. They admitted defeat. Both the Demon Mystic Sect and the Bliss Palace avoided fighting Di Tian. The gods behind them were not to be trifled with. They were here to cause trouble for the Dragon God, so there was no need for them to get involved. 1,000,000 godhood, they accepted it. How cowardly. I thought you guys would attack. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Getting 3,000,000 godhood was a gain no matter what. Just take it as me letting you guys off the hook. Zhong Mozhan and Gong Tianqi's expressions turned ugly. Di Tian's words were too provocative. Yet, they could not say anything. Could they say, "Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Let's see who's stronger"? Unfortunately, they could not say anything if that was the case. Their hatred for Di Tian grew even stronger. The two sects' decision to lower their heads was completely unexpected. They could not help but look down on them. They had been talking big just moments ago, yet they chose to lower their heads in the blink of an eye. That was fast. The other forces were secretly glad that they did not attack Di Tian just now. Otherwise, they would be the ones in trouble. Attack? That was not possible now. Who knew what trump cards D. Tian had up his sleeve? Long Liefen did not expect things to change so quickly. He was still unhappy about Zhong Mashan's interference, but they chose to lower their heads in the blink of an eye. Long Liefen was unhappy again. You want me to face D. Tian? Long Liefen would not choose to lower his head at this time. D. Tian's aggressive approach did not mean that Long Liefen was afraid. He was not a dragon god for nothing. If he chose to lower his head today, he would not be able to keep his position. He had to suppress D. Tian's group. D. Tian was the primary target. The others were not a threat. Even his ninth brother with the dragon god scepter was not the most dangerous. D. Tian was the most dangerous one. A few of the strongest races were also paying close attention. The dragon clan was able to gather a group of gods because of their foundation. Other than the strongest races, only the 8 major sects could do that. D. Tian had done it easily, which was enough to prove his mysterious background. The strongest races chose to wait and see. Brother Long, there is no need to rush. As long as you take down D. Tian, the others will not be able to do anything. Suddenly, the heavenly fox transmitted his voice to Long Liefen. Rumor has it that D. Tian's strength isn't bad, but that's all. As long as Brother Long goes all out, it shouldn't be difficult to kill or suppress him. Long Liefen already had a countermeasure, and now that he heard the heavenly fox Z's words, he became even more confident. That's right, I just have to take down D. Tian. That's exactly what I was thinking. Long Liefen replied. At that time, I will need Brother Heavenly Fox's help to suppress those heavenly god experts, so as to prevent them from destroying Dragon City. Long Liefen told this to Tian Yitzi and Barbarian Bull. Over 1,000 celestial god powerhouses, it was not so easy for him to suppress them alone. He needed help. Tian Huzi and the others did not refuse. Old thing, do you still think you can deal with me? Lin Fei stared at Long Liefen. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you take action, or we will surround and attack one of you. How you choose is up to you. Long Lai's anger was not light. Killing intent shot out, and the surrounding temperature dropped. D. Tian, you have gone too far. Do you really think that I have no way to deal with you? You are gravely mistaken. In front of absolute strength, you have no chance at all. Boom! Long Liefen released his aura, and an incomparably tyrannical aura soared through the clouds. Coiling dragon seal. A tyrannical aura swept out. Those with low strength were all sent flying. Long Liefen also brazenly attacked, and took out a huge golden seal. As soon as the seal appeared, 9 golden dragons flew out, looking down on the world with ferocious might. They pounced towards Lin Fei from 9 directions, sealing off all the blind spots and cutting off Lin Fei's path of retreat. At the same time, over 100 dragon clan heavenly gods also attacked. Dragon gods coiling dragon seal. It is rumored that this is one of the 3 great divine weapons of the dragon clan. This divine weapon is too terrifying. Each golden dragon's attack power is at the peak of 9 stars heavenly god. Most importantly, the 9 dragons have formed a super powerful joint attack. This attack has already surpassed the attack power of a 9 stars heavenly god, reaching the battle power of a 1-star god king. D. Tian is finished. Moreover, this attack is aimed at D. Tian. Although D. Tian is the number 1 of the young generation, I'm afraid that he will not be able to withstand this level of attack. In front of this incomparably domineering attack, even the big shots of the sects showed a trace of fear. The title of the strongest clan was indeed not just for show. The first attack was a brazen one, not giving D. Tian any chance to resist. The dragon god grasped the opportunity very well. No one thought that D. Tian could withstand this attack. Even the big shots of the sects present had to use their full strength to withstand this attack. This was also the strength of the strongest clan. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Attack! Boom! Boom! Over 1,000 heavenly gods suddenly attacked. A great battle broke out. Facing the attack of the 9 dragons, Lin Fei did not care. In the eyes of others, it seemed that he was afraid. After all, this level of attack was not something that anyone could face. Di Tian, you became famous quickly, but your strength is too weak. You can't withstand the attack of our dragon clan's divine weapon, the coiling dragon seal. Long Liefen controlled the coiling dragon seal and was in a good mood. Not far away, Tian Huzi, Tian Yitzi, and Barbarian Bull attacked one after another. Their powerful auras soared into the sky. 3 treasures were taken out, blocking the first wave of attack from over 1,000 heavenly gods. The land of the Dragon Clan is not a place where you can mess around. Their attack surpassed the battle prowess of 9 stars heavenly gods. They blocked most of the attacks. It looked easy, but they were extremely shocked. The attack was too strong. Fortunately, as long as they could stall for a while and capture Di Tian, they could control these heavenly gods. The attack of the coiling dragon seal was very strong. Unfortunately, they used the wrong person this time. Who dares to touch my junior brother? Just as the attack was about to land on Lin Fei, a loud roar sounded like thunder. A figure appeared in front of Lin Fei and stabbed with a spear. The spear light blasted toward the 9 dragons, dispersing the attack. Long Liefen's body shook. The 9 dragons controlled by the coiling dragon seal were pierced, and the attack stopped. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was a burly man in front of Di Tian. He looked ferocious, and a dangerous aura flowed from his body. Junior brother? Many people were stunned when they heard this. Di Tian had a senior brother? Senior brother, that person wants to kill me. Lin Fei pointed at Long Liefen. Luoan revealed his white teeth and said in a cold voice, "Bastard, you dare to bully my junior brother? Do you want to die?" Boom! A domineering spear shot toward Long Liefen. The spear shadow flashed. Long Liefan sensed the incoming danger. Before he could even put on his armor, the spear pierced through his chest. His powerful divine body was pierced through by the spear, causing cracks to appear all over his body. His entire body was sent flying, smashing into the city walls of Dragon City. Behind him, a large portion of the formation restrictions also appeared to be damaged. Lin Fei didn't even think about attacking. His realm increased too quickly, and it would be too terrifying if word got out. It was better to let Luoan attack and pretend to be mysterious, which led to this scene. The burly man sent Long Liefen flying with a spear, which scared everyone. And the 3 of them. Lin Fei pointed. A wave of killing intent swept over. Sky Fox Z and the other 2's hearts sank. Seeing the spear sweep over, they were shocked to find that they couldn't dodge. The attack was too fast. The 3 of them flew out and smashed into the city wall, coughing up blood. Chapter 1798. Too fast. Everything happened too fast. Everyone only heard the word junior apprentice brother, and the dragon race's strongest person, Long Liefen, was sent flying. Then it was the other 3 powerhouses of the strongest races. So fast that people could not react. However, no idea who shouted, "He's a divine king." Everyone only felt their breathing quicken, their mouths dry, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Since when did Di Tian have such a powerful senior apprentice brother, and he was even at the divine king realm? This news was simply unacceptable. In the past, no matter how famous Di Tian's reputation was, he was also one of the more outstanding ones among the younger generation. But compared to the veteran sects, the difference in strength was huge. If they were really ruthless, taking care of Di Tian was nothing difficult. But now, Di Tian had an additional senior apprentice brother. Furthermore, it was a divine king's senior apprentice brother. That was completely different. Divine king? How is that possible? Impossible. What kind of strength does the dragon god have? What kind of strength does the other powerhouses have? Everyone is clear in their hearts. This kind of shocking aura, only a divine king can possess it. Really too terrifying. Di Tian actually has such a senior apprentice brother. Doesn't that mean that these celestial deity powerhouses might all come from the same place as D Tian? Could it really be like the rumors? D Tian comes from a hidden family clan. Everyone was completely unable to calm down. The 8 great sects' resentment towards D Tian was not small. They had never treated D Tian as someone in the same position. They looked down on D Tian. What caused an uproar in the territory was ultimately small squabbles. The scene of the informant completely changed their impression. Perhaps D Tian really had a great background. Their judgment abilities would not be wrong. They easily recognized that this burly man was a divine king powerhouse. It was the real deal. It could not be wrong. With such a situation appearing, the 8 great sects really took it seriously. Because a divine king powerhouse had appeared. Right now, they very much wanted to know if this divine king powerhouse was arranged by the higher-ups. If so, under which powerhouse did he come? This matter, they had to report it at once. That D Tian also became no longer a dispensable person, but someone who could affect the situation below. The deterrence of a divine king, no one dared to ignore it. The Zhongimo Mountain and the Gong Tian sect, who had wanted to find trouble with D Tian, both gasped. They were glad that they had lowered their heads and not gotten involved. Long life and spear had pierced through his body. His strong body was filled with densely packed cracks as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. God King, it's impossible. Long Liefen knew very well just how difficult it was to go from God to God King. Even he only had half a foot in that realm. He still needed a very long time to reach God King. Originally, he wanted to capture D Tian in one fell swoop, but who would have thought that D Tian's senior brother would appear? Moreover, he was a God King. It was no different from slapping Long Liefen in the face. Even though Long Liefen was unwilling to accept it, other than a divine king, there was no one else who could injure him so easily. I've really miscalculated. Long Liefen saw that the Empyrean god of the dragon race was being suppressed by the Empyrean god that D Tian had brought. He was defeated in the blink of an eye. No, I can't let D Tian have his way. Long Liefen was unwilling to give up when he thought about how he was about to be ousted from his position as the dragon god. He didn't want to see the dragon god domain fall into their hands again. What are you all standing there for? Go and kill D Tian, or you won't have an easy time. Long Liefen flew out again, his face contorted as he stared coldly at the burly man. D Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful background, but I'm not that easy to deal with either. He had to go all out. Long Liefen definitely wouldn't admit defeat today. He stared at his 9th brother, who had been defeated back then. 9th brother, I've underestimated you. However, it won't be that easy for you to oust me. Suddenly, Long Liefen's aura expanded as he took out a dark golden dragon scale. His entire being became solemn. Great Emperor, there are traitors today. Please bestow your boundless power to help me quell the remaining rebels. The dark golden dragon scale was activated. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the dark golden dragon scale, piercing through the entire domain. My dragon god scepter is one of them, the second is the coiling dragon seal, and the third is the ability to communicate with the upper world. With that, I can advance to the God King realm in a short time. 9 Dragons King was shocked, and he slapped his forehead repeatedly. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? 9 Dragons King was shocked, and he slapped his forehead repeatedly. How could he have forgotten such an important matter? Communicate with the upper world to advance to the God King realm? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Luo En, who was beside him, was a 1-star God King with a 2-star battle technique. He was much stronger than the average 1-star God King. Everyone, retreat. Retreat. Get away from here. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to have this kind of inheritance. No one present was stupid enough to interfere with a God King realm expert. D Tian was no longer someone easy to deal with. With a God King realm expert by his side, no one was willing to offend him. If he wasn't here, it would be a different story. Would the dragon clan suffer heavy losses? They wouldn't interfere. This was Di Tian's private matter. There was no need for them to interfere. At this time, the dragon god activated the dark golden dragon scale and pierced through the territory in a short time. By the time they reacted, a boundless energy fell on the dragon god's body. Under the boundless energy, Long Liefen's injuries recovered in an instant. His half-step God-King realm broke through to the God-King realm and stabilized at the peak of one-star God-King realm. Ha ha ha, so this is the power of a God-King. Long Liefen felt his body was filled with destructive energy. His battle prowess was more than 10 times stronger than before. With a wave of his hand, the coiling dragon seal was activated again. Di Tian, I'll get rid of your senior brother first. Let's see what you can do then. Long Liefen laughed heartily as he activated the coiling dragon seal. 9 dragons galloped forward, each of them reaching the one-star God-King realm. They were much stronger than before. No one doubted that as long as one was struck by these 9 dragons, death was certain. Facing the attack of the coiling dragon seal, Ron's eyes flashed with disdain. You want to take care of me and threaten Master with an attack that doesn't even have a 1-star battle prowess? Damn it. The long spear was put away, and a war hammer was taken out. Its grade was not high, only a high-grade celestial god artifact. It was enough. You can't do it. Ron soared into the sky with the war hammer in his hand. He activated the chaotic cloak, which increased his battle prowess by 5 times. 1 hammer to decide the world. The war hammer landed on Ron's hand. It enlarged infinitely, reaching 100,000 zhang. The sharp aura it exuded made everyone tremble in fear. Boom! The war hammer smashed down. The explosive power of a 2-star battle prowess cultivation technique was terrifying. Chapter 1799. Everyone in the draconic divine territory felt uneasy. A frighteningly tyrannical aura swept across everyone like a sharp knife, causing their bodies to involuntarily tremble. No one expected things to turn out this way. The royals in the draconic divine territory looked gloomy as well. Their 9th brother had brought them too much shock back then. They had even invited a divine king. They had suffered quite a blow. Fortunately, the dragon god had the great divine weapon of the dragon clan, which allowed him to communicate with the upper realm. He received a boost of power and broke through to the divine king realm, eventually stopping at the pinnacle of the 1-star divine king realm. This gave them hope again. With the power that the dragon god had obtained and the talents of the dragon clan, they would definitely be able to defeat the people brought by their 9th brother. That was what most people were thinking. The 8 major sects, the 7 overlords, and the others who were watching quietly left the battlefield to avoid being affected by the aftershocks. As for the young geniuses brought by the sects, they all suffered a blow. Di Tian, who seemed to be able to trample the sects to death with a single foot, was now so powerful that no one could easily deal with him. The demon mystic sect and the Bliss Palace had chosen to lower their heads, not daring to compete with Di Tian. The dragon god had been defeated, and he had communicated with the power of the upper realm to show off his strength. These powerhouses had thoughts again, and they could not wait for the 2 sides to fight to the death. Di Tian had now become a thorn in their side. Unfortunately, not long after this thought emerged in their minds, the dragon god, who had advanced to the level of a peak 1-star divine king, was sent flying by Di Tian's senior brother's hammer. The sight of the gigantic crater outside Dragon City made them suck in a breath of cold air. He was defeated just like that. Are you kidding me? That's the dragon god of the dragon clan. What the hell, Di Tian's senior brother is so powerful that he crushed the dragon god. It's hard to accept. The dragon god is finished. Looks like no one will be able to stop Di Tian today. The dragon god was sent flying by a hammer, and it was undoubtedly a slap to their beautiful dreams. Di Tian's senior brother was simply too ferocious. What should we do, Tian Huzi? Tian Yitzi had interfered because they were friends and allies. How could he have expected that he would be defeated so quickly? The dragon god, who had been strengthened, was also easily sent flying, and his face became gloomy. The Sky Fox Z's expression was extremely unsightly. The God King of D Tian was like a blade hanging over their heads. Although their tribe was very strong and could pull out experts that could rival God Kings, they were still much weaker compared to this senior brother of theirs, D Tian. Brother Long is really going to suffer this time. Heavenly Fox sighed. This D Tian should be the young master of a hidden big family, or a spokesperson arranged by the upper realm. The only thing we need to do now is not to attack again. We have to lower our heads for the time being and leave this place alive. Are we not going to help Brother Long? Barbarian Bull was extremely unwilling. Heavenly Fox Z glared and said, Old Bull, if you want your strongest tribe to suffer a great loss of vitality, then go ahead and attack. Brother Long's defeat is already set in stone, and it is still unknown whether he can survive. What we need to do now is to make D Tian accept our apology. As for other things, we can talk about it after we leave this place. Tian Yitzi was not a reckless person. The celestial powerhouse who blocked D Tian previously had left a bad impression, so they had to resolve this misunderstanding first. Although the three of them were strong, they knew that they did not have the ability to leave in front of a God King expert, so they had to lower their heads. Luoan sent the dragon god flying with a hammer, leaving a super sinkhole on the ground. He's actually not dead yet? Luoan's attack just now was already very terrifying. After all, it was a 2-star cultivation technique. Looking at it with his divine sense, he saw that the person was not dead, but just heavily injured. The dragon race's physical body was so powerful that Luoan was a little surprised. Again. Luoan activated the Warhammer again, and the huge Warhammer drew a trace of terrifying aura as it smashed towards the super sinkhole. Boom boom boom. One hammer after another smashed towards the super sinkhole. Whoosh. Crash. The Warhammer fell, and a terrifying power swept out. The ground crumbled and the mountains sank. Even the distant dragon city was affected. Buildings collapsed, and even the sturdy city walls were destroyed by the shockwaves. With just 3 strikes, Dragon City had almost been reduced to ruins. Array formation restrictions? All of them were destroyed by the terrifying power. Seeing San Shui's terrifying battle prowess, everyone couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for the dragon god. Whether they could survive this attack was another matter. At least, they were not sure if they could survive. It was too terrifying. The difference between a heavenly god and a god king was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ron hammered down 3 times, and his divine sense swept again to confirm whether the person was dead or not. And at this moment, a resentful voice came from afar, accompanied by a person coughing up blood. D Tian, you've won today, but I'll be back. When that time comes, it'll be your death day. Cough cough cough. Ron's face darkened, and he hurriedly chased after him. A person who was bound to die had actually escaped from his hands. This made him lose face. Senior brother, there's no need to chase. Lin Fei was also very surprised. The dragon god of the strongest dragon clan indeed had some trump cards. He could actually escape under Ron's attack. He was indeed capable. However, this also made Lin Fei a little surprised, but he didn't care. As long as the dragon god dared to appear again, Lin Fei would be able to kill him without Ron's help. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. On a distant, uninhabited star in the dragon god domain, a miserable figure appeared. His body was tattered from head to toe. One of his arms was broken, and both legs were gone. His chest was covered in densely packed wounds. As soon as he appeared, Long Liefan coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and his face was pale and powerless. Cough cough cough. I didn't think that I would actually lose. Cough cough cough. Long Liefan had never thought that he would lose so badly, to the point where he was almost beaten to death. This place isn't safe. Cough cough cough. I have to leave immediately. That D Tian's senior brother is too strong. Even my physical body can't take it. If he catches up, I'll definitely die. Long Liefan took out a small warship. It was something he had prepared all along, and he would use it to escape at a critical moment. I'll definitely kill my way back. The dragon god Long Liefan escaped with heavy injuries. The others all had different expressions, but they all maintained a calm expression. As for what they were thinking, only they themselves knew. With the defeat of the dragon gods, the battle here also came to an end. Ron's attack also sped up the entire process. The dragon kings were easily taken down, and the other heavenly gods of the dragon clan all chose to surrender when they saw that the situation was hopeless. At the very least, they would be able to survive. With the super-killing machine of the God King, no waves were stirred in the dragon god domain. Chapter 1800. A dragon god convention that was supposed to be going well had ended up like this. Many people had no time to digest it. Everyone understood one thing. After today, the dragon god would be replaced by a new dragon god. Perhaps the 9 Dragons King would be the next dragon god again. Unless Long Liefan could deal with Di Tian Sr. one day. As long as Di Tian was alive, he would never be able to take back the position of the dragon god. After seeing Long Liefan escape, the 8 major sects and the 7 overlords were all prepared to leave the dragon god weave. Who knew if Di Tian would make a move on them? They could not guarantee it. After all, Di Tian was not someone who could be easily controlled. He was fierce and brave, so it was impossible for him to make a move. Zhong Mozhan of the Demon Mystic sect was the first to speak. Gong Tian level followed suit. Against Di Tian, a powerful heavenly god, and a towering divine king, leaving this place seemed to be the best choice. Lin Fei did not want to let them leave just like that. Everyone, although the Dragon God Convention cannot continue, the new Dragon God's ascension still requires everyone to stay behind to be witnesses, lest word gets out and people misunderstand. I've decided to hold the Dragon God Ascension ceremony in 3 days. Everyone can leave after you've attended it. I don't think anyone has any objections, right? Lin Fei smiled. Luoan's sharp gaze swept across and he said plainly, Junior, there's no need to ask them about this. Master said that I'll help you kill anyone who displeases you. If one isn't enough, I'll kill 10. The leaders felt a gust of cold wind blow past them, and their hearts sank. Was Di Tian's master that cruel? Kill anyone who displeased him? Zhong Mozhan and Gong Tian level felt their bodies tremble, as if Di Tian was talking about them. Both of them reacted quickly. That's good. We'll definitely attend the ceremony. Zhong Mozhan said. Of course. The Bliss Palace will be the first to support the Dragon God Ascension ceremony. Under the leadership of the new Dragon God, the Dragon God will become even more powerful. The other leaders secretly cursed them for being cowards. However, a godly king powerhouse had already spoken. Who would dare to say the word no at this point in time? Di Tian's senior brother might really kill them. Forget it. It's just a ceremony. It's not something we can't accept. That's great. We, the Jianghu school, agree very much. Our Immortal Emperor school will definitely support it. With a single word from Ron, the giants all chose to cooperate. So be it. No one would die anyway. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Ron was quite smart. He knew how to speak. Everyone, you don't have to worry. I'm actually quite a good person. I won't take the initiative to kill people. My senior brother was just joking. Not taking the initiative to kill? No one believed that the dragon god would be driven away by you. Now that things had come to this, no one would stand up and say anything. Lin Fei also arranged for people to ask the leaders to leave, while he led his people to Dragon City. After the battle, many buildings in Dragon City were destroyed. Fortunately, the entire city was not affected. At the very least, the divine dragon residence was still fine. 9 Dragons King, now that the dragon god has escaped, he no longer has a chance to make a comeback. In a while, I will arrange for heavenly god powerhouses to command you. As for the internal affairs of the dragon clan, I'll leave them to you. In the great hall of the divine dragon residence, Lin Fei left the rest of the matters to 9 Dragons King. 9 Dragons King was still in a state of excitement. His wish of many years had finally been fulfilled. From the start, everything seemed to be under his master's control. Returning to the divine dragon residence was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Thank you, master. The divine dragon domain was very large. The battle in Dragon City was not large. Not everyone from the Dragon King's bloodline knew about it. 9 Dragons King personally led his people to sweep away the remaining forces. The Dragon God's scepter also appeared in front of the Dragon clan once more. News of what happened in the past spread. In order to survive, 9 Dragons King's brother told everyone about what happened in the past. When this news spread, the entire divine dragon domain was shaken. There were still people who knew about what happened in the past. Many people were puzzled as to why the one who became the dragon god was not 9 Dragons King, but another dragon king. In addition, the appearance of Grand Elder Long Aoshue made everyone even more certain of the truth. Long Liefen had become a sinner of the dragon clan in the divine dragon domain. His bloodline was also wiped out by 9 Dragons King, captured, and exiled to a sealed space. This method was accepted by everyone. Lin Fei didn't want to meddle in the internal affairs of the dragon clan. In any case, with Grand Elder and 9 Dragons King working together, and his own heavenly god powerhouse assisting him, he would be disappointed if they still couldn't solve the problem. Master, this is our dragon clan's treasury. In a day's time, 9 Dragons King had settled everything. He stood in front of the dragon clan's treasury with Lin Fei. Is it appropriate? 9 Dragons King chuckled. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I'm master's man, so the dragon clan's treasury is also master's. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're such a bootlicker. 9 Dragons King chuckled. Without master, I would still be wandering in the dark night galaxy. Don't even mention standing here. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He hadn't wasted his effort. Long Liefen had left in a hurry. The treasury's contents were untouched. As the stone door opened, a passage appeared. Holding the dragon clan's token, 9 Dragons King opened layer after layer of restrictions, arriving in a separate space. Piles of materials piled up like a mountain. Anyone's eyes would light up upon seeing this. Even Lin Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw it. The dragon clan was too rich. Lin Fei was only a little surprised. He had seen too many good things, and these things were nothing in his eyes. Master, this way. This space was an independent space. Piles of materials piled up like a mountain. Medicinal pellets, all sorts of materials could be found here. In front of the dragon clan's wealth, any local tycoon powerhouse outside was not worth mentioning. In the depths of the space, 9 Dragons King opened another restriction, and a pile of godheads appeared in front of Lin Fei, sparkling with various colors. Master, I know you like godheads. Our dragon clan doesn't have many things, but godheads are plentiful. 9 Dragons King was a perceptive person. Although he didn't know why his master liked godheads, he was very concerned about them. According to the information I have, the godheads here were collected by the dragon clan, dating back to the time of the first dragon god. These godheads aren't high grade. According to the statistics, there's a total of 80 million godheads. Indeed, Lin Fei didn't care about other things, but it was different when it came to godheads. The more of these things, the better. Last time, several million godheads were used up without much use. Lin Fei was still pondering when he should go to the god tomb to plunder more godheads. He didn't expect to receive a batch of godheads in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number reached an astonishing 80 million godheads. Chapter 1801. 80 million divine sparks. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked by this frightening number. He almost drooled. It was very useful. It won't be a problem for me to become a god king. I can also raise the grade of my 18 primordial chaos clones. I've gained a lot from this trip. Lin Fei took all the 80 million divine sparks without hesitation. Divine sparks were not very useful to the dragon race. They were not like humans, who used divine sparks to advance to the pseudo-heavenly god realm. At the very least, they were still heavenly gods. The dragon race had always disdained such behavior. These divine sparks were really given to Di Tian. With these 80 million divine sparks, Lin Fei really did not care about anything else. As long as his strength increased, there was nothing he couldn't get. 80 million divine sparks was enough to do many things. Lin Fei was very happy. Nine Dragons King was also happy. The dragon race's divine sparks had been useless, and many had been given away. Even so, there were still 80 million divine sparks left. Not many forces could have this kind of foundation. Seeing his master happy, Nine Dragons King was also very happy. This was the result he wanted. Lin Fei did not take anything else. He just kept the 80 million divine sparks. Little Nine, from now on, you will manage the Dragon God domain well, and be the new Dragon God. Lin Fei put away the divine sparks and patted Nine Dragons King's shoulder. Nine Dragons King was clearly stunned. Master, how can I take the position of Dragon God? Why not? Are you not strong enough? The dragon race has a lot of resources. It's easy for you to advance. You don't have to worry about others messing around. When I leave, I will leave behind some heavenly gods to help you. Just be a good dragon god. Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not want to be the dragon god. The invincible palace lord was already a headache, not to mention the dragon god domain. But Nine Dragons King did not expect that he would be the dragon god. No buts. You will take the position in 3 days. Prepare well. Lin Fei did not give Nine Dragons King a chance to speak. He took out a divine weapon and a divine armor. These are both high-grade divine sparks. If you use them at full power, their power will be very terrifying. Take them and refine them well. 3 days. Peace and quiet returned to the Dragon God domain. Several people of the Dragon King's bloodline were exiled. Under the Nine Dragons King's sweep, forces big and small were either eradicated or forced to surrender. The Nine Dragons King could already control the entire Dragon God domain. Other than a group of powerhouses, the Dragon God scepter in the Nine Dragon King's hands had also played a big role in Huang Xiaolong's success in controlling the Dragon God domain. During the era of the previous generation's Dragon God, the Dragon God scepter was the symbol of the Dragon God. Even when Long Liefen became the Dragon God, there were still many people who refused to accept him. Now that the Nine Dragons King had returned, and the Dragon God scepter appeared, everyone chose to side with him, and at the same time, supported the Nine Dragons King as the new Dragon God. 3 days later, the ceremony would begin. Everyone in the Dragon clan was willing to let the Nine Dragons King become the Dragon God. The leaders of the 8 great sects, 7 great overlords, and other forces all attended the ceremony to witness this sacred moment. The Nine Dragon King also sat on the Dragon God's throne as he wished. Everyone knew that one of the strongest races, the Dragon race, had fallen under Di Tian's control. Although they were the Nine Dragon Kings in name, in reality, the Nine Dragon Kings and Di Tian were allies. To them, this wasn't good news, but they couldn't say anything. The Nine Dragons King had become the new Dragon God, and the Nine Dragons King had no choice but to send a generous gift. For some reason, the Nine Dragons King's gifts were all godheads. Every sect sent 500,000 godheads. The Barbarian Bull race, Sky Fox race, and Sky Wing race sent a total of 1 million godheads. Lin Fei was not at all surprised by this result, and he impolitely accepted it all. He carefully calculated the number of godhood he had received. Counting the godheads, there were more than 10 million godheads. Lin Fei was very happy because of this. He had made the right decision to keep them. Otherwise, where would he find 10 million godheads? Adding the 80 million godheads from before, he had close to 100 million godheads on hand. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. After the ceremony ended, the Nine Dragons King took the initiative to bid farewell. Their reasons were simple. Their sects had urgent matters to attend to, and Lin Fei didn't want to do anything to them for the time being. After all, the 8 major sects had powerful backing. After taking advantage of them, Lin Fei couldn't wait for them to leave. In less than half a day, the 8 major sects and 7 overlords had all left. After the 9 Dragons King became the new dragon god, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the dragon god domain. He had close to 100 million godheads. No matter what, he had to use them first to increase his strength. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter seclusion, the 9 Dragons King brought someone with him. In truth, he was forcing someone to come in. "Master, guess who I've brought?" 9 Dragons King was in high spirits. "Are you trying to keep me in suspense?" Lin Fei looked at the person. He didn't have any impression of him, but he was curious. Why did the 9 Dragons King bring someone like this? Who is this person? The 9 Dragons King pushed the middle-aged man forward, causing him to stumble. His face was filled with anger. "Master, he's the World Commerce Chamber's vice president, Feng Wanquan. This guy was hiding in Dragon City, and our people reported him. So, we captured him. According to our understanding, Feng Wanquan came looking for Long Liefen, wanting him to deal with us." Feng Wanquan's expression was ugly. Why didn't he leave earlier? Now, he was in Di Tian's hands. Ever since he came to Dragon City, Feng Wanquan stayed there. He wanted to see Di Tian's misfortune, but he didn't expect that Di Tian would bring a senior brother, a God King realm expert, who could defeat the dragon god with a secret art. Feng Wanquan was scared out of his wits, so he went into hiding, not daring to go out. Who knew that the dragon clan would still come looking for him, and the leader was the steward who had brought him into the Divine Dragon residence back then. This fellow had heard that the World Commerce Association had a grudge against Di Tian, so he had reported the news. Under the encirclement of experts, the defenseless Feng Wanquan had been captured. "Yo, a big fish." Lin Fei was amused. "Little 9, you did well. You captured the World Commerce Chamber's vice president." Feng Wanquan's strength was restricted, so he said with a sullen face, "Di Tian, I'm from World Commerce Chamber. I think you should let me go as soon as possible. You don't have the right to imprison me." What a temper. Are you looking for a beating? Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of World Commerce Chamber. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swept through them. He even dared to borrow a knife to kill someone. This made Lin Fei even more unhappy. He slapped Feng Wanquan, sending him tumbling to the ground. "Little 9, send someone to send a letter to World Commerce Chamber's branch. Tell them that Feng Wanquan tried to kill the current dragon god. For the sake of World Commerce Chamber's face, ask them to prepare 5 million godheads. Otherwise, we'll kill them with our army." With that, Lin Fei ignored Feng Wanquan. "Don't worry, master. I'll take care of this matter properly." 9 Dragon King had become quick-witted. He reached out and lifted Feng Wanquan up. "I heard that your World Commerce Chamber has a strong foundation. 5 million godheads shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Impossible, the dragon god we've had changed to a new dragon god." After the 8 major sects left, the news spread like wildfire. Di Tian's infamy once again struck fear in the hearts of the people. No one had expected him to kill his way into the dragon god weave. Not only did he disrupt the dragon god convention, but he also chased the dragon god down from his pedestal. The scariest thing was that he had invited the Divine King's senior brother. This was the real heavyweight news. Apart from that, there were also thousands of heavenly gods who had turned the dragon god weave upside down. They had even forced the 8 major sects to attend the ceremony, and they had no choice but to offer generous gifts. This kind of news spread like wildfire after someone intentionally spread it. No one knew who it was that one could offend anyone but Di Tian. Di Tian was the most terrifying existence. Di Tian's position as the number 1 of the younger generation was also firmly secured. No one could shake his position. No matter who it was, no one would dare to cause trouble for Di Tian even if they were given 100 guts. His senior brother, the Divine King, was not someone to be trifled with. He could poke you to death with a single finger. Deep underground in the barbarian bull tribe. As the strongest tribe, the barbarian bull tribe also controlled a territory similar in size to the dragon god Weave. At this time, deep underground, Long Liefan was sitting with a few people with a gloomy face. "Brother Long, how are your injuries?" Barbarian bull asked. Long Liefan had long lost his high spirits and looked haggard. He said with a gloomy face, "I'm fine. It's just that I ate a lot of medicinal pills. If it weren't for my strong divine body, I'm afraid I would have been killed by that divine king." Although it sounded easy, Long Liefan's injuries were still very serious. The divine king's power had not been expelled from his body, and he only had about 30% of his combat strength left. Tian Huzi and Tian Yitzi were both present. As members of the same alliance, the three of them had suffered at Di Tian's hands. They had even had to hand over 1,000,000 godhoods. If they didn't, they might not have been able to leave the dragon god Weave. This Di Tian is too despicable. He's relying on a divine king. Sooner or later, Old Bull will make Di Tian regret it. Barbarian Bull said angrily. Tian Huzi was much calmer than Barbarian Bull. "Brother Long, we must take revenge. However, now is not the time. You should first recover from your injuries. Old Bull is very safe here, and there's time acceleration. You can recover your strength in a few hundred years." Tian Yitzi followed. "Brother Long, this matter is not urgent. Di Tian is relying on a divine king to act violently. We are not the only ones who want to deal with him. The 8 great sects will deal with Di Tian first. Just wait and see. The 8 great sects will definitely not allow Di Tian to exist." Long Liefan could naturally see this. "Old Bull, I'll really have to trouble you this time. If I had known that little Nine would make a comeback, would have personally gone to kill him back then. This matter is all my fault." Chapter 1802. The ruler of the draconic divine territory had changed hands. The matter continued to ferment. After the leaders of the 8 sects returned to their respective sects, they all used secret techniques to communicate with the upper worlds and send the news up. A powerful divine king had appeared in the lower worlds, and Di Tian's background had become mysterious and unfathomable. They had to pay attention to it. Before they found out Chu Di Tian's true background, the leaders of the 8 sects would remain silent. They would definitely not cause trouble for Di Tian at this time. Demon Mystic Sect. Deep in the forbidden area of the Back Mountain, Zhong Molshan had suffered a loss in the draconic divine territory, so he returned to his own territory and arranged for people to guard the Back Mountain. He entered alone. Deep in the forbidden area, there was a black stone tablet. Zhong Molshan activated the stone tablet, and a mysterious power connected to the upper worlds. On the same day, this mysterious power appeared in almost every single territory. Unfortunately, this mysterious power was unable to detect it. After a while, a shadow appeared in the sky above the stone tablet. The shadow was filled with a powerful will and a terrifying aura. Zhong Molshan lowered his head. Disciple Zhong Molshan greets Divine Messenger. "Zhong Molshan, why did you activate the stone tablet? Didn't I say that it's not allowed to be activated unless it's something important?" The will in the shadow said unhappily. Zhong Molshan instantly felt the surrounding temperature drop. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Divine Messenger, please calm down. Please listen to my explanation. I was forced to activate it." "Then tell me." Zhong Molshan was afraid that the Divine Messenger would not listen to him. He could not withstand the Divine Messenger's anger. "Divine Messenger, it's like this." Zhong Molshan explained the matter in detail. He emphasized on Di Tian, the Divine King experts, and the thousands of Heaven God experts. "Are you sure?" the will said in a sharp voice. "I'm sure," Zhong Molshan said. "In the territory, there are almost no experts who have advanced to the Divine King realm. Only a few of us leaders can use the power of the upper worlds to advance to the Divine King realm in a short time. This senior brother Di Tian is very suspicious. I think it's necessary to tell Divine Messenger." "Good, you've done well. Zhong Mozhan heaved a sigh of relief. This is what I should do. Put aside the matter of Di Tian and that divine king for now. You don't have to worry about a mere divine king. 1 month later, bring the sex experts and the most talented disciples to the god's tomb. I will raise your strength through the god's tomb. Understood. The shadow on the stone tablet dissipated, and the powerful will also disappeared. Zhong Mozhan's body straightened as he laughed evilly. Di Tian, I'll let you be happy for another month. When the time comes, I'll definitely make you regret it. Almost at the same moment, the 8 major sects all received this top-secret information. In the following days, the 8 sects and the 7 overlords were unusually quiet. This made many people unable to understand. The foundations of the 8 great sects weren't weak. Could it be that they really had to lower their heads in front of Di Tian? This was a very rare occurrence. More than 10 days passed, and the top forces remained silent. Di Tian's ferocious reputation had already made everyone fearful, and all sorts of gossip was spreading. Di Tian is too awesome. He's my idol. Now Di Tian is truly the #1 person of the younger generation. Look at the 8 major sects, they don't even dare to speak. Di Tian is mighty. I'm going to join the invincible palace. The outside world was abuzz with the rumors. At least, at this time, Di Tian's ferocious reputation was the loudest. No matter which corner of the world you were in, you would know the name Di Tian. If you said you hadn't heard of him, you could only say that you were outdated. 10 days later, the World Commerce Chamber of Commerce sent an elder to the draconic god Weave, requesting to meet the dragon god. 9 Dragons King received the elder. As soon as the elder arrived, he explained that the assassination of the dragon god was a misunderstanding, emphasized that the World Commerce Chamber would not interfere in this matter, and presented 9 Dragons King with a generous gift. At the same time, there were also 5 million godheads. Finally, after much persuasion, 9 Dragons King finally agreed to let him go safely. After the World Commerce Chamber's elder received Vice President Feng Wanquan, he immediately left the draconic god Weave with his people. He was afraid that the Dragon Clan would put him under house arrest again. With 5 million godheads in hand, Lin Fei was not as excited as before. He had seen 80 million godheads, so a mere 5 million godheads was nothing to him. In the secret space of the battle fortress, Lin Fei's closed-door cultivation had just begun. First, he had to raise his cultivation level. That was something he had to do. Lin Fei had not used the godheads he had plundered. Now that he had 5 million godheads, he had exactly 100 million godheads on hand. He could squander them to his heart's content. Awesome! 100 million godheads piled up like a mountain. It was a stunning sight. As long as I advance to the God King realm, I can summon God King powerhouses, or even hierarch powerhouses. No matter what the 8 major sects are plotting, I won't have to worry about it. Lin Fei had never underestimated the 8 major sections. After all, they had a God Emperor powerhouse as their backer. That was no ordinary feat. Most importantly, they seemed to be plotting in the territories below. Even with a God King by his side, Lin Fei felt that it was not too safe. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. You are now a 1-star God King. With 5 million godheads, Lin Fei had advanced to the God King realm. A stronger feeling appeared in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. Activating God King's summoning mode. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for advancing to the God King realm. Permission to summon an hierarch powerhouse. The cold voice of the system became extremely tempting in Lin Fei's ears. Damn, I can finally summon an hierarch powerhouse. Lin Fei opened the page and couldn't help but gasp. Summon an hierarch powerhouse, hierarch shard. Lin Fei could not help but gasp. How much was one God King powerhouse? Summoning an hierarch powerhouse required 100 million hierarch shards. This is too much. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to summon an hierarch powerhouse immediately. Now, it seemed that he had to postpone it. Lin Fei flipped to another page. Would the number of God King powerhouses increase to an extremely high number? With a single look, he realized that his guess was correct. Luckily, summoning a God King powerhouse is not that expensive. Only 10 million Godhead shards will do. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. 10 million shards was still acceptable. At the very least, he could summon 1 or 2 Godhead shards for protection. He had thought that 100 million Godhead shards was a lot. Now, it seemed that it was not as extravagant as he had imagined. Chapter 1803. 95 million God deity needed to be put to good use. Lin Fei started to study it. First was the realm. Lin Fei felt that it was enough to have 1-star God King realm. Realm wasn't very useful to him, God power was the focus. 1-star God King needed more than 30 million God deity to advance to 2-star God King. If he wanted to advance to 9 stars God King, Lin Fei felt that he would need at least a few hundred million God deity, maybe even a billion God deity. Leveling up was temporarily put aside. Lin Fei's focus landed on the 18 primordial clones. Raising the cultivation technique became very important. Every time the 18 primordial clones leveled up, their combat strength would increase. For example, the 18 primordial clones had reached 2-star combat strength. Even though it was just a level increase, their combat strength increased by a huge amount. The method of leveling up wasn't difficult. Using God deity to raise the cultivation of the clones, simulating the conversion system, the clones could also absorb heaven and earth spiritual energy and convert it into God power. Although the effect was very average, Lin Fei was using his own God power. Now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to raise the cultivation technique of the 18 primordial clones. If he could raise it to that level, then he would raise it to that level. Let's raise the clone realm first. Last time, he used 200,000 shards to raise it. The clone realm was still at the pseudo-god realm, so what he needed to do now was to raise the clone realm. The 18 primordial clones were released and they raised their realms one by one. With 95 million God deity, Lin Fei was very confident. Very quickly, Lin Fei realized that the clones were bottomless pits. Damn, 100,000 God deity and they still haven't reached 1-star God realm. What kind of joke is this? When I leveled up, I only had 100 God deity. 100,000, 18 of them, that was 8 million God deity. Lin Fei couldn't help but wipe his sweat. At this moment, the little devil flew out and said, "Master, you have to know that your doppelgangers are formed from energy, not flesh and blood. It's already good enough that the system can help them advance. Moreover, it's even more perfect than what you heard from that big shot. Even if your God power is used up, your clones can absorb it on their own." Lin Fei was convinced. I want to see how much divine deity he can absorb. Lin Fei continued to use his divine deity, preparing to waste time with this. Fortunately, when it came to 150,000 godhoods, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when his first clone reached the level of a 1-star heavenly god. 150,000 godheads was an acceptable price. After using 2,700,000 godheads, all of his clones became 1-star celestial gods. Lin Fei began to raise his cultivation level by 2 stars again. He already knew that to raise his cultivation technique, as long as he was not allowed to raise his cultivation level, he would have to raise the level of his cultivation technique. Advancing from a 1-star heavenly god to a 2-star heavenly god would increase from 150,000 godheads to 500,000 godheads. 9 million godhoods went down just like that. The only thing that made Lin Fei happy was that the upgraded divine spark could be exchanged for a portion of the godly monarch's fragments, so he didn't use the divine spark for nothing. 10 million godhoods were sold just like that. Lin Fei continued. 20 million to become a 3-star heavenly god. 40 million to become a 4-star celestial god. With this calculation, he had spent 70 million godhoods. It really is a bottomless pit. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. In the blink of an eye, only 20 million of the 95 million godhoods he had found were left. He finally experienced what it meant to spend money like water. He used it quickly. Fuse. The 18 clones entered his body, and Lin Fei's 1-star godly monarch cultivation level broke through to the 2-star godly monarch cultivation level. Only 1 cultivation level? Lin Fei soon felt relieved. A godly monarch was stronger than a heavenly god. Although the 18 primordial godly clones were 4-star heavenly gods, the energy in their bodies could only increase by 1 cultivation level. Lin Fei was also very satisfied. Now that he was a godly monarch, he couldn't use supreme-grade divine artifacts. He had to change to a godly monarch weapon no matter what. Opening the box was a must. Lin Fei got busy again. There were also changes to the godly monarch box. Each opening required 50,000 godhoods, and he was allowed to open it 50 times a day. After 50 times, each opening would require 500,000 godhoods. Lin Fei had already absorbed the changes to the godly monarch level. Wasn't it just 50,000 godhoods each time? He could only open a low-grade godly monarch weapon. He still opened it. He didn't know if it was bad luck or some other reason. Lin Fei used 15 million godhoods and opened a low-grade godly monarch weapon. It was a long black saber with an ice-cold blade. Its name was Heaven Absolute Saber. The godly monarch battle armor was a thunderclap battle armor that could release terrifying lightning attacks. At this point, Lin Fei was only left with 5 million godhoods. With 5 million divine deity, Lin Fei went to upgrade the divine level 1 blade chop cultivation technique. With the divine deity, he pushed his battle power from 2 stars to 4 stars, leaving him with the last 1 million divine deity. Lin Fei didn't plan to use the 1 million godhoods. He planned to keep them and convert them into divine power. It's done. Lin Fei came out of the secret space in a very good mood. With more than 90 million godhoods, Lin Fei's strength increased tremendously again. Congratulations on your great improvement, Master. As soon as he came out, Ron, who had been outside, came up to congratulate him. At the same time, he saw the 6 men following behind him, and he felt a sense of urgency. Come, let me introduce you. These are your colleagues from now on. Lin Fei used 60 million godly monarch shards to summon 6 godly monarchs. To make it easier to remember them, Lin Fei changed their names to Lin 1 to Lin 6. Lin 1 was the strongest, a 6-star godly monarch. Lin 2 and Lin 3 were 4-star godly monarchs. Lin 4, Lin 5, and Lin 6 were 1-star to 3-star godly monarchs. Summoning 6 godly monarchs, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei came out of the battle fortress. 9 Dragons King was the first to arrive. Half a month had passed, and Draconic God Weave was mostly under control. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion, Master. Your strength has improved greatly. Lin Fei knew it was flattery, but he still liked it. Come with me, I have something to tell you. 9 Dragons King called everyone out. Lin 5, Lin 6, stay in Draconic God Weave from now on. If you have nothing to do, focus on cultivating. Lin Fei called out Lin 5 and Lin 6. Yes, Master. The 2 answered in unison. 9 Dragons King glanced at them, and his heart thumped wildly. These 2 were too dangerous. Just a look from them was enough to make 9 Dragons King feel uneasy. Little 9, these 2 are guarding Draconic God Weave. You don't have to worry about them. If there are any experts you can't handle, just inform them. They will definitely help you solve the problem. 9 Dragons King was overjoyed. He had been worried that Di Tian might not be able to suppress him if he left. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Thank you, Master. 9 Dragons King made up his mind. Unless there was a situation he could not handle, he would not disturb these 2. These 2 might come from the same place as Di Tian. Take good care of Draconic God Weave. Don't disappoint me. Lin Fei patted Nine Dragons King's shoulder. Oh right, you can arrange for the Dragon Clan's people to collect godheads for me. Later, I will give you a batch of low-grade divine artifacts, mid-grade godheads, and high-grade godheads. You know how to use them. Nine Dragons King nodded repeatedly. I will take care of this matter. I will not disappoint Master. Master, are you preparing to leave? I have something to do. You just need to take care of it. Lin Fei was very busy at the moment. Leaving Lin 5 and Lin 6 in Draconic God Weave was also a precaution. If Long Liefan came back fearlessly, Lin Fei would definitely give him a big shock, letting him know what regret was. After settling everything, Lin Fei secretly left. He planned to make a trip back to Great Metropolis Celestial World. Originally, he wanted Lin 2 and Lin San to guard his home, but due to the long journey, he could only use the battle fort. After a few days, Lin Fei returned to Great Metropolis Celestial World. He left Lin 2, Lin San, and Ron behind, telling him to cultivate properly. With 2 God Kings guarding Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei was very relieved. Back in Great Metropolis Celestial World, Lin Fei received a piece of good news. Golden Phoenix had helped him collect a batch of godheads, all of which were collected in the weave. There was a total of 1.56 million godheads. Now, mosquito meat was still meat. Lin Fei was not picky. For this, Lin Fei left a batch of divine artifacts for Golden Phoenix, telling her to exchange them for godheads. As long as they were godheads, it would be fine. Right now, Lin Fei was in dire need of godheads. After staying at home for a few days, Lin Fei once again set off secretly. With God Kings guarding him, Lin Fei could rest assured. This time, Lin Fei wanted to go to the Divine Tomb. That ancient battlefield. He believed that he would not be disappointed there. Why did he want to go to the Divine Tomb? This was the only place that Lin Fei could think of. If not here, where else could he go? He had to go. Lin Fei brought Lin Yi with him. With a 6-star God King guarding him, he could solve a lot of problems. Halfway there, Lin Fei went to the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce and Hell Heaven Chamber of Commerce to see Tianyang and Arakawa. After the news of the Dragon God Weave spread, the two had already regarded Earth Sky as an important partner of the Chamber of Commerce. With such a big backer, if they did not befriend him now, when would they wait? When they met, Tianyang and Arakawa both gave him a generous gift. Each of them gave 500,000 godheads. Such a generous gift was quite a lot. Lin Fei did not disappoint them. He took out 6 supreme-grade divine artifacts and gave them only one condition. They would handle the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, and he wanted godheads. Although the two did not understand what the godheads were used for, they did not ask. After some discussion, they divided the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts at 6 million godheads each. Because he did not have the godheads with him, and there were many of them, they needed to collect them. They could not give them to Di Tian immediately. Lin Fei did not mind. He allowed them to collect the godheads and take them away the next time they came. The two also began to prepare for the auction. With the 6 supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts, the 2 chambers of commerce could once again be in the limelight. 6 heavenly divine artifacts were exchanged for 36 million godheads. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Now, the supreme-grade heavenly divine artifacts were no longer attractive to Lin Fei. Other than the 8 major sects, the only places where he could exchange a large number of godheads were these 2 top chambers of commerce. As for the World Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei had no interest in cooperating. Chapter 1804. In a faraway place. A towering mountain stood on the vast land, like an invincible divine weapon. The lightning that shot out from the mountain shrouded the entire mountain. The mountain was like a divine weapon, piercing through the clouds, as if the sky was about to be pierced through. The mountain was huge. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the mountain. No one knew how big the mountain was. They only knew that it was the tallest mountain in the divine world, called the God Lightning Mountain. Divine lightning struck down continuously, one after another, bringing with it a terrifying aura, turning the area within 1 billion miles into a barren land. No matter how strong one was, one could not withstand the attack of the number one divine lightning in the world. At the same time, on the highest peak of the God Lightning Mountain, at this moment, 8 illusory figures appeared in a place where few people could be seen. They ignored the divine lightning that was descending, and each of them stood in a position that was impervious to the divine lightning. They looked like figures, but in fact, they were formed by powerful divine senses. If there were any top-notch experts here, they would definitely recognize them. These 8 were the 8 magnates of the divine world. In other words, they were the only 8 deity emperors. Everyone, our plans in the lower realms are about to change. That's why I've gathered everyone here to discuss how we can work together to open up a path to the lower realms. That way, we can provide more help to the people in the lower realms. What do you all think? Are you talking about that D. Tian who appeared out of nowhere? And that senior divine king? If that's the case, aren't you overreacting? What can a mere divine king do? Don't tell me that your demon mystic sect is afraid of him. Deity Emperor Zheng Yi sneered. Deity Emperor Mo Xian was the first to speak. After being mocked by Deity Emperor Zheng Yi, he only harumphed, it's not that I'm afraid. I'm just worried about unnecessary trouble. Do you think that Di Tian is not being manipulated by someone? If he really makes a move, your Zheng Yi sect will not have a good ending. This emperor agrees with Brother Mo Xian's words. 108 god princes are about to appear. Just the primal chaos god emperor alone is enough to give everyone a headache. Now that Di Tian has appeared, who knows if he's after the god princes? Extreme Bliss Deity Emperor stood on Profound Devil Deity Emperor's side. We need to prepare for this as soon as possible. What do you think? Di Tian is a small matter. A mere god king is nothing. But that Di Tian's backer is a problem. He might even be controlled by one of our divine world's hierarch. The righteous profound Saint Deity Emperor said in a deep voice, even this kind of traitorous thing interfered in the lower realm. It's hard to guarantee that the other ultimate gods won't have any thoughts about it. With this matter in mind, our sects really need to be supported. Isn't it just opening up a passageway to the lower realm? I think it's doable. Brother Mo Xian is right. We must nurture the power of the lower realm. Now that the divine child has appeared, we must take action. With the 8 of us working together, we can definitely build a passageway. Who cares what those divine venerables think? The divine child must be controlled by us. Immortal Emperor God Emperor, Fortune God Emperor, and Shintian God Emperor all had different expressions on their faces. All of them chose to remain silent as this matter was extremely important. Opening the passage is necessary. Mystic Demon God Emperor said, I believe everyone knows the importance of the God's Son. This passageway is necessary. The 2 words, divine child, made everyone's expression turn grave. Let's open it then. The God's Son must be controlled by us, no one else can. Then it's settled. The 8 god emperors quickly made their decision. They would work together to open the passage to the lower realm. God Emperor Zheng Yi, Immortal Emperor God Emperor, and the rest left first. On the peak, only Mystic Demon God Emperor, Shintian God Emperor, and Blissful God Emperor were left. Brother Mo Xian, where do you plan to open the passage? Mystic Demon God Emperor asked. At the battlefield of our past, the divine tomb that they are talking about. That place is deserted. As long as the sects guard it well, no one can enter. Mystic Demon God Emperor said. This place is doable. The divine tomb is a place where the battles are intense. The border barrier is the weakest. We can open it from there and it will be much easier. Mystic Demon God Emperor felt that it was doable. Our forces below are indeed too weak. That Di Tian is truly despicable. I wonder who secretly sent people down there. Speaking of which, that Di Tian is indeed a bastard. I heard that he caused a huge commotion in the divine dragon territory and chased the current dragon god down. Blissful God Emperor gossiped, "It seems that the old dragon god is furious and wants to make things difficult for that Tian. The old dragon god is indeed hot-tempered. It would be strange if he didn't get angry after hearing that." Mystic Demon God Emperor said, "Everyone just needs to be prepared for the opening of the passage. If it weren't for those guys down there being disappointing, we wouldn't have to be so anxious. After all, the divine child is about to be born." The God Emperor was very disappointed with the agents below. At the same time, he was very dissatisfied with the godly venerable experts who secretly put down the divine king. However, there were many godly venerables in the divine world. It would not be easy to find them. This matter had to be investigated. As long as the passage was opened, they would be able to find out who was the mastermind immediately. They would then have a reason to deal with them. On the way to the divine tomb, Lin Fei did not know that the 8 giants of the upper realm were secretly discussing about opening the passage from the upper realm to the lower realm. After leaving the great metropolis world, Lin Fei let Battle Number 1 control the battle fortress and rushed to the divine tomb day and night. The divine tomb was rather far. If it wasn't for the map of the divine tomb, Lin Fei would not be able to find the correct route. Lin Fei had been on the road for 10 days. The battle fortress's speed had been maintained at its top speed due to the reckless energy consumption. It's still too slow. Although the battle fortress's speed was very fast, Lin Fei was still not very satisfied. It did not reach the satisfactory speed that he had imagined. "Master, you don't have to worry. At this speed, we should be able to enter the divine tomb in another 3 days. This is already very fast," Lin Yi said with a smile. "All right." Lin Fei really had nothing to say. Suddenly, Lin Yi frowned and said, "Master, I just noticed that there are warships appearing in a few other directions. Moreover, they are all heading in the same direction as we are." Lin Fei was excited and thought to himself, "Could it be that they are coming for me? System, show me the images." The system was now multifunctional. Lin Fei only needed to pay the godhead to use the function. The concealment effect was also first class. At least for now, he had not been discovered by anyone. The system stretched out a screen and divided it into several images. In each image, there was a warship. This is from the righteous sect. And this is from the demon mystic sect. The fortune gate. Could it be that they are all going to the divine tomb? This is too much of a coincidence. Chapter 1805. Lin Fei's battle fortress was hidden in the void. Coupled with the activated concealment function, it was difficult to find them in a short period of time. Lin Fei was surprised to find the battleships of the 8 major sections. It seemed that they did not need to go to the god's graveyard at this time. Lin Fei was sure that they were going to the god's graveyard. There was no other destination in this direction besides the god's graveyard. They probably had the idea of going to the god's graveyard after the dragon god ceremony ended. If that's the case, they left very early. Their battleships are not as good as my battle fortress. That's why I was able to catch up to them so quickly. Lin Fei rubbed his chin and came up with a conclusion that was close to the truth. That should be it. Lin Fei ordered battle number 1 to hide. They could not be found at this time. "Master, we need to hurry to the god's graveyard. No matter what their purpose is, it must be related to the higher-ups." Lin Yi analyzed. Maybe it's because Master appeared out of nowhere and affected their next plan. Lin Fei felt that it made sense. The sects of the 8 major sects must have appeared together for a purpose. It was most likely to contact the upper realm. Ignore them for now. Let's go to the god's graveyard first. No matter what it is, we will find it before them. Lin Fei was very confident in the battle fortress. At least, he was faster than them. Under the condition that they wouldn't be disturbed. Lin Fei's battle fortress was hidden in the void. Unless someone bumped into it, normal people would not be able to find it. Even if they used their divine sense to check, the result would be the same. Another 2 days passed. Lin Fei left their battleships behind. People from the 7 overlords? After leaving those battleships behind, Lin Fei found traces of the 7 overlords. They were also piloting battle fortresses. If not for the system's constant scanning, Lin Fei would not have found out. Damn, are they all going to the gods' graveyard? After paying a small price, Lin Fei found a few battle fortresses, one of which belonged to the Yama overlord. They were flying side by side, looking very majestic. It's a good thing I've turned on the system. If I were to continue forward, I might really run into them. Lin Fei frowned. It was not easy for him to find time to come to the tomb of the god of sin, but he happened to run into these people, which made him very unhappy. If only we could improve the fort's performance a little more, then we wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Lin Fei sighed. At this speed, there was no way they could get rid of them. As if hearing Lin Fei's thoughts, the little devil appeared again. This guy appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Lin Fei was used to it. Master, you want to modify the battle fort? Lin Fei knew very well that under normal circumstances, the little devil would rarely take the initiative to appear. His eyes lit up. Do you have a way? Of course there is. Modifying a battle fortress is a piece of cake in your words. The little devil pulled out a virtual page, pointed at a few points, and a scroll appeared in his hand. The whole process only took a moment. Look, this is the modification plan after the system analyzed it. The little devil threw the scroll to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also secretly surprised. The system could also analyze modifications? After opening the scroll, Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. Good stuff. If I modify it according to the scroll, my battle fort will become a divine weapon that can evolve. Although Lin Fei had a low-grade God-King weapon, it was not easy to keep up with the speed of evolution. If the battle fort could really evolve, Lin Fei would be very happy. At least for traveling, the battle fort would be useful. If he could increase its attack power, Lin Fei believed that the battle fort would become the most terrifying weapon of war. Nothing else could compare to it. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he also knew that this kind of modification was not a small matter. If it was not done well, it would cost a lot of money. Although he was already mentally prepared, when Lin Fei saw the modification cost at the bottom of the map, Lin Fei still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. There were a few simple numbers written on the map. Total modification cost 1 billion divinities. This modification cost was really not low. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Little devil, you have given me a difficult problem. After seeing the modified battle fort, who can resist this temptation? But this 1 billion divinities, even if you sell me, you may not be able to get it. The little devil laughed. I believe Master can do it. 1 billion divinities is really not a lot. If you can't gather it in this world, you can go to the upper realm and rob whoever doesn't want to give. I know a few places that have divinities. For example, the 8 major sects, the representatives of the upper realm. Master can rob them, and I guarantee that you will get something. Lin Fei was really tempted by the little devil's words. The representatives of the 8 great emperors should have a lot of divinities in the sections. Even if they didn't have tens of millions of divinities from the dragon race, it shouldn't be a problem to get 10 or 20 million, right? In the end, Lin Fei still suppressed the idea. This matter could not be rushed. At this time, the little devil began to speak again. How about this? Master can modify some aspects of the battle fort. The cost is not that high. Lin Fei felt that this was doable. Then what should we modify first? Let's modify the speed first. The little devil said. The battle fort speed is not bad, but it has reached its limit. If the speed of the battle fort is modified, Master can completely leave those overlords behind. No one can catch up. This was doable. How many divinities do we need? Master currently has more than 2 million divinities. Based on the current foundation, we can barely increase the speed by 2 times. If we want to modify the speed completely, we will need 100 million divinities. Did he hear that it was 2 times? Although Lin Fei felt heartache about the divinities, they were things that were meant to be used. Okay. Lin Fei did not hesitate. I don't know when it will be done. The little devil snapped his fingers. 1 hour. 2 million divinities were used. Lin Fei had really become a pauper. Fortunately, there were divinities in the tomb of the gods. As long as he reached there, he could collect the divinities. It was still acceptable. Master, the modification is done. The little devil reappeared and said with a smile. So fast. Of course. Master doesn't need to worry at all when I do it. The little devil said proudly. I have already modified the power of the battle fort. It's just that the energy consumption is a little high, but the speed can be increased by 2 times. The speed of the battle fort was controlled by the formation restriction. Lin Fei was not very familiar with this formation restriction and did not want to know. It was fine as long as the effect was out. Battle number 1, activate the battle fort. Lin Fei passed the order. Yes, Master. Battle number 1 activated the battle fort. Lin Fei only felt his body tremble slightly. The huge battle fort rushed out like a violent flying car. Fast. It was really fast. The speed of the battle fort was increased by 2 times from its original speed. The speed of the battle fort was unbelievably fast. Lin Fei himself was dumbfounded. In less than half an hour, the few battle forts from before were already in front of him. With a few whooshes, they passed by, leaving only a shadow. Master, are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Fei was very satisfied. It's just that the modification fee is too high. Because of a small accident, the battle fort was modified. Although it increased its speed, Lin Fei no longer had any doubts about the modification of the entire battle fort. Should I help the 7 overlords modify it? Lin Fei pondered. I think they would be willing to pay a sum of divinities. Increasing its speed by 2 times was not a simple matter. Behind them, the overlord of the plenitude overlord sat under a pavilion, tasting immortal wine. The maid beside him occasionally handed him immortal fruits, thinking about what he would gain from this trip to the tomb of the god of sin. Something passed by. Suddenly, the overlord of the plenitude overlord sensed something passing by. The battle fort had already been refined by the overlord of the plenitude overlord. He would be able to sense it immediately if anything happened. The overlord of the plenitude overlord would never be wrong about his feelings. That can't be. How could there be something faster than the battle fort? The overlord of the plenitude overlord used his divine sense to search again, but to no avail. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Did nothing pass by just now? The overlord of the plenitude overlord muttered to himself. The battle fort itself was the fastest thing in the territory. Even the peak Empyrean gods of the 9 stars could not compare. Daoists and Luo, did something pass by just now? Daoists and Luo, did you feel something pass by? The overlord of the plenitude overlord's eyes widened. You felt it too. Could there really be something faster than the battle fort? Lin Fei did not know about the gloomy look on the overlord of the plenitude overlord's face. With its twice the original speed, the battle fort was like a flying beast. It sped along the way, leaving all the other warships behind. The energy consumption was also a huge figure. Lin Fei chose to ignore it. If it did not consume energy, its speed could be increased. At the very least, Lin Fei had accepted the powerful modification ability of the system. If he had 1 billion godheads, he really wanted to see how terrifying the modified attack would be. Another few days passed. Lin Fei did not encounter another warship. He was already sure that he had shaken them off. Master, I think we've arrived. On the top of the battle fort, Lin Yi pointed at an eerie land in the distance. Lin Fei looked in that direction and saw a fragment of an eerie land in the distance. No, this is not the tomb of the god of sin. We've arrived at the periphery. Lin Fei suddenly shook his head. Look, there is more than one eerie land. Indeed, as they got closer, pieces of eerie land floating in the air appeared.